Marble. Scars. Jako Bratva. Book 1. Lisa Lavo.
Chapter 1. Kyla. It's dark. Even when I open my eyes wide and search for a glimmer of light, it's still pitch black. It's almost a relief. Though there's a piercing pain in my skull, and I'm sure if there was light, I wouldn't be able to bite down the need to gag. Oh God. Oh my God. I feel panic rising, my heart thumping wildly. I'm struggling to breathe. There's something crammed into my mouth, and I can't seem to get enough air into my lungs. I force myself to remain still as I suck air in through my nostrils. Focus. Kyla, just focus. Despite my best efforts, I struggle to get my bearings. The floor beneath me shifts abruptly, and I'm flung violently to the side. My breath is knocked from me as I hit something. A wall, maybe? No, not substantial enough. I can't concentrate on it, though the need for air is almost overwhelming. I twist, trying desperately to reach up to clear whatever it is that's covering my mouth. But I can't. Holy crap! Why can't I move my arms? Then, the realization hits. My wrists are bound behind me. I feel them aching. My shoulders screaming. Arms burning. I wonder how long I've been tied like this. I'm trying to piece things together, but it's all just a dark fog. I grasp at the shifting tendrils of memory. I was walking out of the club. Manny, the bouncer, had waved goodbye, and I'd slung the strap of my purse over my shoulder. It had been a decent night at work. I'd crammed a fistful of dollar bills into my purse before leaving the dressing room. Almost enough for a week's worth of rent. There's a vibration. More shifting beneath me. I roll to the side, hitting that surface beside me again. Damn it! I suck in another breath. My tongue is dry against whatever is in my mouth. It's pushed so far back. I feel my gag reflex kick in again. Focus. Just focus. Easier said than done. If I vomit, I'm going to choke on it. The thought doesn't exactly help in calming my nerves. I squeeze my eyes shut and concentrate on my breath, counting backwards slowly from 10. Come on, Kyla. You can do this. I feel the fight slowly ease from my limbs as a familiar detachment descends. A coping mechanism I've honed over the years. Years of moments almost like this. I have to keep calm. Think back. I'd been walking away from the club. I was texting Becky to let her know I was on my way home. Our fragile buddy system when we're out at night. She'll know I was on my way. She'll be wondering where I am. She'll get help. It's a faint hope, but almost enough to flood me with relief. Wait, did I hit send? Shit. I can't remember. It's all foggy. I'd been passing an alley. There had been a flash of headlights, a looming figure, and then something over my mouth. Bitter. Just the memory makes me shudder. I'd flailed out. I hit him. I know that much. Sunk my teeth into his palm. Yes. I fought back. I know I did before it all went black. My phone. I dropped it then. Did I send the message? I suck in a breath through my nose. It shudders into my lungs. Dangerously close to being a sob. Come on. Kyla. Focus. I have to think. Where am I? How long have I been here? The air I'm inhaling is tainted by something. Exhaust fumes, more vibrations. And now I realize it's not pitch black. There's an occasional dim red glow. Those are brake lights. Holy shit. I'm in the trunk of a car. I try to twist onto my back, but my hands are bound tightly behind me. And somehow my feet are there too. Hogtied, I'm trussed up like a turkey. It dawns on me, when I twist my arms, that whatever is holding my ankles and wrists together is wrapped tightly around my throat. No wonder I can't breathe. Every time I move, I pull the cord tighter. I relax my body abruptly and feel a surge of relief as the pressure releases. Then, the floor lurches again, and I'm flung forward. My head reels as it connects sharply with something. For a moment, I'm dazed. We've stopped. Doors slam, and I hear muffled voices. And then there's blinding light as the trunk is flung open, and I blink up into the brightness. Someone reaches in, and a meaty hand closes around my upper arm in a bruising grip. I feel myself hauled out and dropped unceremoniously onto the floor. Watch it. You idiot. A voice mutters. The boss will kill you if you get marks on her. Tells. There's a grumbled curse. And I'm hauled to my knees. But there's no way I can support myself, a fact which seems to dawn on my captors. I feel fumbling behind me as they loosen my ankles and pull me to my feet. I'm still dizzy and disoriented, but the slight lessening of my restraints galvanizes me. I immediately kick out, realizing too late that my knees have been tied together too. I topple sideways, still kicking out frantically, bare feet making contact with shins and legs. It's pointless, though I might as well be kicking a wall. One of them grabs me by the hair and cracks the back of my head. A yank at the noose around my throat dispels any further thoughts of flight. Once again, I'm reeling, feeling myself being dragged across smooth paving stones. What the fuck are you doing? Pizda? A new voice breaks in. This one's different. It's deeper. Crisper. Colder. Slightly accented with something I can't place. Stupid bitch put up a fight. Boss. One of the guys mutters. He has a handful of my hair and half drags. Half carries me in the direction of the voice. I twist and kick, which doesn't get me anywhere. And then I'm dumped on the floor. There's something heavy between my shoulder blades. A booted foot. From the feel of it. Having no other option, I sink to the ground and remain still. Get her on her feet. The new voice speaks again. There's more grumbling from behind me. She's gonna fight again. Boss, is the reply. She already caught me a shot. And look at what she did to my hand. Those are teeth marks. Poor baby. The new voice says dryly. Make her stand. And then you can ask Carl to kiss it all better. No. I'm being pulled to my feet. And I'm aware of a figure looming over me. There's pressure beneath my chin. My head is being tilted up. And I'm looking up and up and up into the face of the man with the voice. My breath catches, and my heart stutters. It's like looking into the night. Eyes like coal in a face that is at once cruel and beautiful. I shudder as he locks his stare with mine for a moment. And something swirls in those dark depths. Something swirls in the pit of my belly, too. Which is all kinds of wrong because there's no way I should be staring at the man who just kidnapped me. And thinking that he's hot. Especially not that he's ridiculously, insanely hot. But he is. He breaks eye contact. Then he's running his gaze over my face and down to my chest. I glance down to where my dress has been torn in the struggle. With my arms strapped behind me. My breasts are thrust out. I'm suddenly aware that an expanse of bare flesh is exposed by the ripped fabric. A crisscross of clumsily tied rope bites into my skin, and my nipple is protruding. It's overly rosy after I dabbed lipstick on it before my act. A typical stripper secret I'm now regretting. I may have been performing half naked on a stage just hours ago, but I didn't feel half as naked as I do now. My hot kidnapper reaches a hand to my chest and, without thinking, I make a small sound in the back of my throat. But his fingers grasp the strap of my dress and straighten it, covering my flesh with the tattered remnants. Messy, he mutters below his breath. Or did I imagine that? He's walking around me, and I try not to sway, feeling the burn of his piercing gaze as he looks me over. Like some kind of animal on display, I twist my fingers uneasily. My hands are numb from the pressure of the ropes around them. He stops when he's standing in front of me once more and gives a small nod. Not bad, he murmurs. I can see the appeal. I was no. What the fuck? I feel my cheeks turning red and my nostrils flaring as a million choice responses come surging forward. Good thing I'm gagged because my mouth invariably gets me into trouble. And right now, this might be the most trouble I've ever been in. Welcome to my home, Kyla. And Den. He knows my name? You now belong to Kasyanenko Vasily Koslov. Has no Dovlev. Belong? My head is spinning. You will remain here until I decide you are ready to begin your new life. Until then, I suggest you cooperate. Do as you are told. And we can make this easy on you. Put up a fight, and there will be consequences, he says smoothly. I still can't comprehend what he's saying. Belong? Cooperate? Everything inside of me is screaming at me to fight. He looks away as if I'm no longer there. Glancing past my shoulder to the thug still standing behind me. Get her to her room. We will begin tomorrow, he says crisply. About to turn away, and then stops. Did you find her phone? He asks. Yeah, boss, the guy replies. She was sending a message. I changed it. Said she'd found herself a hookup and didn't know when she'd be back. Minusting. The man's boss gives a tight smile and moves off without another response. An icy hand of terror clenches around my rapidly beating heart. I don't know where I am or who these men are, and nobody is coming to save me.
Chapter 2. Timur. Well, that was unexpected. I think as I turn and leave the men to deal with our new arrival, she's nothing like Vasily's usual choice in women. Normally, they're lean and lanky, with fake tits and tight little asses. This one, now, this is entirely different. All soft, sweet curves and lushness. Breasts that could fill a man's palms to overflowing. I shake the thought out of my mind as I find myself lingering on the memory of that pert nipple poking through her torn dress. This little hellcat is almost my type. If it wasn't for the ridiculous fake lashes, bed the yope, and cheap hair extensions. That is, even then, there was little that could dim the radiance of those deep hazel eyes. Glittering with fury, they practically glowed in the dim outdoor light as she'd fixed me with a stare that screamed of outrage. Good thing stares can't kill a man. Otherwise, I'd be dead in a ditch. I wonder what my fucked up employer is playing at this time. But try not to dwell on it. I hate that he's dragged me into his fucking shit show. It's not my gig. And he knows it. Dealing with his dirty business is one thing. But this, stealing girls? Blyed. I can't think about it. Not when I have so much skin in the game. It's a job. I'll get it over with and move on. That's all there is to it. Yeah, right. Keep telling yourself that. Dolboyob. Fuck. Despite my fucked up past, I know I have some conscience left. And it has a way of taunting me in a voice that sounds just like my father sometimes. Toxic bastard that he was. He still has a hold on me. Though not as firm as fucking Vasili's hold. Motherfucker has me by the balls. And he knows it. As if connected to my thoughts by some cosmic force. My phone rings. Sure as shit. It's him. Vasily. I reply. Timur, my friend. His voice is cheerful in a way that makes my hackles rise. Has my package arrived? The voice continues. Full. Rounded Slavic syllables refined by an Ivy League education. Educated or not, the man is an animal. Safe and sound, I say. Though my men can't say the same. She did not go down without a fight. His chuckle is throaty. Oh, but of course, there's fire there. I saw it from the start, when I spotted her on that stage. Filthy little club. She was wasted there. He laughs again. You will see to that rebellious nature. Of course. I have no interest in wasting time explaining her new circumstances to her. I clench my jaw but keep my voice carefully schooled when I answer. I will make it clear to her. Fuck. But I hate this. Playing personal pimp to Vasily's sick games would piss me off at the best of times. But this is a different ballgame. The girl didn't sign up for this. And neither did I. Do not crush her completely. My friend. He chuckles again. Leave a little for me. You know how much I enjoy fanning those flames. Before I snuff them out. Smayagchi ye. Non eslomai. I do a. Duh. I really don't want to think about it. I have other things on my mind. Yas delo kagbilo kazano. I've done as you asked. Let me speak to. You will see to the presentation too. Yes, he interrupts me. You'll agree that she's not yet palatable. I can't be seen with her in that state. You have my resources at your disposal. I did mark. Duh. I say. What did he expect? The man spotted the girl at a strip joint. For fuck's sake. She's hardly prepped for a debutante's ball. Let me speak to. I try again. Good man. The fucker interrupts me yet again. I will stay in touch to find out how she's progressing. The call is ended before I can get another word in. For a moment, I have to stop myself from flinging my phone away in disgust. The man makes me feel dirty. Dirtier than any of the things I've done in my life. And I've done some bad things. But this, as if his filth extended through the device and defiled me. Bizda. There's a sharp curse behind me. And I turn to look at where Carl and Hugo are guiding the girl indoors. Although guiding is hardly the right term. They're heaving her up the stairs like a twisting, writhing bag of snakes. She's kicking out and thrashing at them. I almost smile as I see Carl take a knee to the gut. He glances up and sees me watching. I'm guessing it's what stops him from aiming a slap at her head. Stop fucking around, Mudik. I mutter. I suppose it's a little unfair. She's not exactly making their job easy. Carl mumbles something inaudible under his breath. I'm sure it's pretty colorful. But I don't really give a shit. He bends his knees, grips her around the waist, and heaves her over his shoulder. A burly arm clamps around the back of her knees. Her arms are still secured behind her back. The move must have knocked the wind from her because she settles for a moment. "Quit kicking," he says thickly. "You want I should drop you on your head? You'll end up with your brains on the floor." I see her shake her head slightly, and she remains pliant after that. There's a ridiculous tangle of rope wound around her ankles, knees, and wrists. I suspect my guys were attempting some sort of impromptu hog tie. It's clumsy, but there's something about the way the taut bonds have pressed into her soft flesh. I turn away abruptly. "Get her out of here." "Iddi," I say finally. It's late, and I've wasted enough time on this bullshit.
Chapter 3. Kayla. Oh my God! My head feels like it's filled with cotton wool, and my mouth is dry, although at least it's not stuffed with the filthy rag they'd gagged me with before. The light is filtering through the curtains of a window that takes up an entire wall in the room they put me in last night. I realize it's morning at last. I push myself up into a half-seated position, rubbing a hand across my face. I look down to my hands. There are red marks around my wrists. I examine the soft skin, gritting my teeth at the memory of how I'd been dumped on the bed before the men who'd abducted me had roughly untied me. It hadn't been much of a reprieve. They'd left abruptly and locked the door behind them. I must have screamed for an hour after they left, swearing at them, pleading, crying for help. My throat is still raw from the exertion of it. It had ultimately been my undoing. I'd been parched. When the door opened a short while later, a slightly built woman entered, with a tray bearing a glass of fruit juice and a cheese sandwich. I'd ignored the food but downed the juice thirstily, only to find myself fighting off a wave of exhaustion minutes later. There'd been something in it, obviously. At the time, I'd cursed myself for being a fool. Of course, they would drug me. I was screaming like a banshee. They'd shown no qualms about any other forms of abuse since they'd snatched me from outside the club. In hindsight, it was probably a blessing. If I'm honest with myself, I doubt I would have slept a wink otherwise. Who could? Under these circumstances, I've been abducted. For fuck's sake, taken against my will and locked up who knows where. For who knows what reason. Get it together. Kayla! There's a muffled sound at the door, and I suck in a breath as I see the doorknob turn. I pull the bed covers up to my chest, retreating against the headboard. I exhale as the door is opened and a dark-haired woman steps in. She's accompanied by the woman who delivered my meal last night. I shoot her an accusing glare. She has the good grace to look down. "Good morning, Mademoiselle." The dark-haired woman greets me primly. She's sleek and immaculately dressed. As she advances into the room, I see her running an appraising eye over me. The other woman is pushing a trolley with drawers below it. She has a heavy bag slung over her shoulder. I pull the covers tighter against me. "We have a busy day ahead of us," she continues. Manicured hands are clasped in front of her over a crisply tailored black skirt. Her voice is heavily accented, although I suspect the French phrasing is affected. "Mr. Yakov has requested that we attend to your..." She pauses. Her eyes travel over my hair and my face. Then below. "To your grooming." "No. Mr. Yakov? My grooming?" I frown. She reaches out a hand, and I retreat further. "Please. Chérie." She smiles. I mean you no harm. Her touch is cool on my arm, gentle. I'm not taken in. I am Giselle. I know it's not her name. And this is my assistant, Colette. I'm guessing the same applies to her. She looks like an Anya. Please, we are all in, shall we say, a similar predicament? My eyes widen, realization beginning to dawn. Mr. Yakov will be greatly pleased if you would cooperate. It would be best. For all of us. I lower my hand a little. I see her relax slightly, then glance over at Colette. She releases a quick sentence in a language I don't understand, but it's certainly not French. Eastern Bloc, if I took a guess. Just like the man who seems to be keeping me here. Russian, maybe? I can't place it. Having had very limited exposure to the world beyond Queens, I doubt that I can guess where these people are from just based on their accents. Colette nods and wheels the trolley to the side of the room, near a dressing table and chair. Giselle heads to the doorway and opening it, claps crisply. Seconds later, another woman enters. This one is carrying a tray. Once again, I'm presented with food and drink. This time, I eye it warily. I've learned my lesson. It is safe. Chérie, Giselle murmure, clearly understanding my suspicions. Emmanuelle here has prepared breakfast for you herself. It is delicious, I assure you. She winks. And I understand. Whoever doped me the night before was not one of these women. The fragrance of bacon makes my mouth water. God knows when I last ate. I find myself cautiously clambering out of bed to follow the women in the direction of the table. Colette is unpacking her trolley to reveal an entire arsenal of beauty products. Giselle casts an eye on me and tuts like a mother hen. I ignore her and reach for a slice of buttered toast, fingers curling around the handle of a coffee cup. We must rid you of this garment, Giselle says firmly, flicking the strap of my ruined dress, as if taking this as an instruction. Colette is moving about me, reaching for the zip at the back. I smack at her fingers as she begins to undress me. I can do it, I mutter gruffly. I might be held captive here for reasons unknown, but there's no way I'm having a complete stranger take my clothes off. I take the toast between my teeth and shimmy out of the torn fabric. Finally naked aside from the lace of my panties, Giselle stands behind me with a soft toweling robe. The two other women exchange a glance, and then exchange whispers. They're quickly hushed by Giselle as I slide my arms into the sleeves of the robe. What? I snap. They are admiring your beautiful tétons. Chérie, Giselle says without shame. Your breasts. So full. Very lovely. Natural. Yes? Before I respond, she continues. But of course, magnifique. Tente-frest. She stands before me, fussing with the tie of my robe. I clutch the edges together firmly over my chest. If she notices my scowl, she ignores it as she guides me to take a seat. The other women have taken up position on either side of me. Colette reaches for my free hand and examines it. I see an eyebrow raise, but I ignore it, until I see her reach for a pair of nail clippers and set to work on snipping my scarlet nails. Oh no. You don't! Hey, I bite out, yanking my hand free. Those cost a fortune. She sits silently, her head lowered. Giselle rests a hand on her shoulder. Then she puts a finger beneath my chin and turns my face toward her. For a moment, her eyes are dark, almost cold, and then she smiles. This will not do. Chérie. She shakes her head. I understand that your previous career may have necessitated such things, but they are not required in your new life. If you not menacing, my new life? What the actual fuck? She reaches for my hair and flicks a curl, an extension that lands in a tangle over my chest, almost as far as my waist. You will allow us to help your natural beauty shine. Yes? Screw you. I snap. I thought, I can already tell there's no point in fighting this. Her phrase is couched as a request, but it is clear I have no say in the matter. I guess it's just not in my nature to make it easy for them. Especially not when I was taken against my will by some shady men with a Slavic accent. For fuck's sake. Over the next few hours, I'm scrubbed from head to toe. Then I'm stripped of the extensions, the fake nails, and the thick lashes that almost brush my eyebrows. I set my jaw at the sight of myself peeled of these layers. As much as they're not part of me, they'd been part of my armor in facing the daily rigors of my job. It's not like I grew up dreaming of being a stripper. Scratch that. Exotic dancer. I've always been a great dancer. I've loved it since I was a kid. It was the only thing that brightened my spirits when the world seemed overwhelming and unfriendly. And if I'm honest, that happened a lot growing up. My childhood was nothing short of challenging. Foster care didn't suit me. Probably doesn't suit a lot of kids who grow up the same way as I did. I was never given too many choices. Having no access to quality education, it's not like employers were lining up to hire me. And like any adult knows, bills don't pay themselves. But if there's one thing I know, it is to survive. So I went for the only gig I knew I was going to be good at. I danced. And though somewhere deep down I always felt that I was destined for more, my life got much better as a result. I get paid. I have a bed to sleep in. I get to eat 3 meals a day. Most of the time, I have a life. Well, had. That was until these idiots knocked me unconscious and threw me into the trunk of a car. Much better. Yes, Giselle is saying as she stands behind me, running her fingers through my damp curls and turning me to face the mirror. She's tinted the platinum waves to a shade that's almost the same as my original rich gold. For a minute, I'm surprised by my reflection. The girl staring back looks almost like me. The me I remember from before the glitter and the pasties and the pole. I say nothing. I don't want to admit that this is an improvement. There's a tap at the door. Giselle glances at her watch, then gives a nod. "Entree," she calls out. And the door opens. Mr. Scorching Hot from last night strides in and gives me a cursory glance before addressing Giselle. Somehow his presence makes me feel a certain way that is completely inappropriate to the situation I'm in. I clutch at my robe once again, shrinking back against Giselle as he steps up beside her. "Is she ready?" he asks. I try not to shudder at his voice. As much as it is rich and quite beautiful, the sound of it terrifies me, because it brings with it the threat of all that awaits me, whatever that might be. "Quite ready. Mr. Yakov," she replies smoothly. Giselle is spinning my chair so that I'm facing him as if proudly presenting her handiwork. I feel her hand beneath my elbow, and she eases me to my feet. Without thinking, I stand, then give a small gasp as she pulls at the belt of my robe and briskly tugs it off my shoulders. Shit! Without ceremony, I'm left standing naked in front of this stranger. Although I've stripped bare before dozens of men each night for the past couple of years, yet again, he somehow makes me feel more naked. He runs dark eyes from my face, down my chest, to the V between my thighs and beyond. When he reaches to my shoulder, I flinch away violently. He ignores the gesture, simply pressing against me to push me to the side and then around. I turn a full circle in front of him. Every second. I'm aware of the cool scrutiny until I'm facing him once more. "Good," he says, at last, looking at Giselle, who's now at my side. "The doctor is waiting. Have her ready for him." It has been nated. The doctor? For what? I'm convinced my head is going to implode. At no point through it all has the man addressed a word to me. His exterior may be hot, but he's cold as a rock. I don't know whether I want to scream in fury or beg for mercy. As I see him about to walk out, I muster up my courage and reach for him. My hand brushes his arm, and he looks down at it as if an insect just landed on him. "Please," I say, my mouth dry. "Please, let me go. I want to go home." Could it? His eyes meet mine for a moment, and there's a flicker, a barely visible one, but it's there. And then, nothing. He turns and leaves the room as if I had never spoken.
Chapter 4. Timur. Huge, glistening, dark eyes are staring up, unblinking as the barrel of the rifle presses up against the child's dusky forehead. Leskov's finger is on the trigger, and I'm running like the wind. But for some reason, no matter how fast my thighs pump, I can't seem to close the distance between us. "Stop!" I roar. "He's just a kid." Leskov is ignoring me. The motherfucker always ignores me. I never make it far enough to stop that finger on the trigger. The child turns his face. I'm looking into blue eyes, eyes that turn to a deep hazel, like the girl in the room down the hall. Then Leskov's finger curls. The next moment, I'm sitting straight up in bed before the explosion of the rifle can rip into my soul. Blade. Chat Fosmi. I swipe a hand over my face. I brush away the perspiration that dampens my skin, then fling the covers back and swing my legs out of the bed. It's a familiar dream, but it always leaves me unsettled this way. Although this new detail makes me grind my teeth. Those eyes. I release a sigh and stand to my feet. I head to the bathroom adjoining my suite and bend over the basin, splashing cold water onto my face, running a hand through my hair. I turn back to the bedroom. I pause at the flicker of blue from the far side of my suite. The security cameras feed into the bank of screens along one wall. I make my way over, running an eye over the scenes on each. For the second night in a row, I'm drawn to a particular screen, where a woman is stretched out across a bed. Her hair is splayed out across the pillow. She has a hand curled up against her cheek. The gesture is disturbingly innocent. I stand there for a brief moment. I watch as she shifts beneath the covers, then turns onto her back. Even in the strange lighting of the camera's night vision display, her features are compelling. High cheekbones and a finely chiseled nose. A firmly jutting jaw betrays the temper I've seen flaring. It's her mouth that draws me the most. Though, full, mobile lips, almost too full by some standards. But it's a mouth made for smiling, for pleasure, and I took that away from her. I pull myself away from the screen and head back to bed, settling, half sitting back against the pillows. It's not yet dawn, but I know there's no way sleep will come now. I reach for my phone and pull up her profile from our database. A door slams shut, and my head shoots up, drawn by the commotion coming from the hallway. It's become a common sound these past few days since the woman arrived. I've done my duty, checking on her progress. We've shared an occasional silent meal when I've tried to get a measure of her. That's as far as I can allow the interactions to go. She's destined for something else. I cannot encourage any familiarity. Cherie, come along now. Rest easy. Please, I hear Giselle plead, and I set my yaw. In spite of the woman's best efforts, our guest remains stubbornly resistant. The girl's clearly a fighter, a fierce one. It almost makes me want to grin. Every time I've intruded, I've been met with some sort of demand or plea for release. Distance is better for both of us. She needs to know there's no way out of this. I hear something shatter, a vase, from the sounds of it. Then there's more pleading from Giselle, followed by a raised, angry voice. Seems she's throwing another tantrum. I've left her transformation entirely to Giselle to attend to. What the fuck do I know about women's beauty routines anyway? I know Giselle had set aside the day to gather a new wardrobe for the girl. Something suitable for fucking Vasily's perceived high social status. I don't know why he tries to fool himself. Everyone knows the man is a glorified thug. If it wasn't for his father's ridiculous fortune, he'd be shaking down lowlives or dealing drugs. Though, in a way, that's exactly what he does. Along with the rest, there's another scream, and I get to my feet sharply. Shat fools me. What now? I mutter. This sounds worse than usual. I can hear Carl and Hugo in the hallway with Giselle. There's a thud, followed by a muffled curse. Get your fucking hands off me. It's her this time. I arrive in the hallway just in time to see her swing a palm at Hugo's cheek. Kyla, I bark. She stops abruptly, spinning to stare at me. E started back. The transformation she goes through in a mere moment is astonishing. Aside from my initial inspection and my silent moments of watching her on the view screen, which I will never admit to another soul, I've tried to avoid looking too closely at her. Now that the cheap makeup is gone, and Giselle has worked her magic, the girl she's fucking beautiful. I can see exactly what Vasily was thinking when he ordered her to be brought to him. Individually, her features may not be perfect, but together, they form a bewitching combination. The hair that was previously bleached pale blonde and trailed to her ass is now a dark mass of curls that swing around her shoulders. Her deep, hazel eyes are mutinous now, though she's glaring at me. Mr. Yako, I'm so sorry. Sir, Giselle says quickly, her hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. I give her a nod and then turn my attention back to the girl. What is going on here? I ask calmly. Keeping my voice steady, I see her lift her jaw. Her hands are balled into little fists. Ypres, have had enough, she grinds out between gritted teeth. For someone who's pretty much at my mercy. The girl's got nerve. I chuckle, and the sound seems to inflame her further. She stomps her foot. The sole of her shoe raps smartly on the travertine tiles of my entrance hall. I glance down at the gold straps crisscrossing her pretty ankle. She advances on me, waving a finger under my nose as she reaches me. Blyed, but she's fine as fuck. I've had enough, she says again. I've been poked and prodded and tugged and pulled about. Her chest heaves beneath a layer of some sort of gauzy, cream-colored fabric. It sets off her golden skin. I had a doctor examine me, gynecologically. Are you aware of that? It's a ridiculous question. Of course. I'm aware of it. I sent the man. Fuck knows what Vasily would do if she arrived at his place with some sort of disease. I can't allow that to happen. Not for me, but for what I have at stake. Fortunately, she's all clear, which almost surprised me, given her choice of career. I believe you begged him to call the police. I say, raising an eyebrow, don't bother pulling any more of those stunts. Kyla, you're not going to meet anyone who will be sympathetic to you. You have seen the grounds of the property by now. There are no neighbors nearby. The boutiques you visited today are all owned by your new benefactor. Nobody is coming to rescue you. Redded. Her mouth opens and closes as her gaze locks with mine. Her starry wavers, but she keeps her jaw firmly jutted out. I'm guessing she's given up on compliance and is in that dangerous zone of being a step away from some foolish escape attempt. Or she'll be attacking my men again. It's time for a change in tactics. I look past her to where Hugo and Carl are trying to gather what looks like a shit ton of shopping bags. Show me what you bought, I say, and she blinks. What? She sounds confused. You've been shopping. Your benefactor has a specific set of requirements. I'd like to see that you've returned with what he requested. Show me. Red. She starts shaking her head. Entirely bemused now. She bites down her bottom lip for a second. Fuck. Those lips. But Perfect. I've put her on the back foot. What's wrong? Kayla, I say softly. Are you afraid? Hazel fire flashes in her eyes. I'm not afraid of anything. Especially not you. She hisses at me. Good, I say, turning on my heel and heading toward the sitting room. Giselle. I call back over my shoulder. I will take a drink. Please, vodka. You know how I like it. And get something for the girl. Too. It will help her nerves. And I hear an indignant snort behind me, and I fight back a grin.
Chapter 5. Kyla. The nerve of this fucking man. I stare at his broad back as he leaves, strolling casually into the expansive living room as if this wasn't the most outrageous situation in the world. He's kidnapped me. For fuck's sake! Then he had me scrubbed and polished and plucked and primped. And then today, I got sent out on some sort of shopping spree from hell. I've been dragged into hair salons and boutiques, all populated by women just like Giselle, beautiful, polished, polite, and clearly drinking the Kool-Aid. Not one of them blinked when I tried to tell them I'd been abducted and was there against my will. One had even patted my hand and murmured, "But it is all for the best. You will see." Dinian forget it. See what? This has got to be some kind of an alternate reality. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if a group of Oompa Loompas marched out from one of the rooms singing their infamous Oompa Loompa song. Although that would probably be a positive turn of events compared to the shit show I'm in. And I certainly have my doubts about anything being for the best. I overheard those gorillas, Carl and Hugo, muttering about this Vasily Kozlov guy I'm supposedly being prepared for. It didn't sound good. Words like fresh meat and lamb to the slaughter didn't exactly fill me with confidence. When they caught me listening, there hadn't been annoyance. It was more like pity. And there's this man, this Mr. Yakov. Now he wants me to show him the clothing I bought. What the fuck does he think I am? Some sort of goddamn Barbie doll to play dress up with? I have had enough of this motherfucking goddamn fucking shit. I mutter under my breath as I snatch up a bag next to the closest gorilla. I'm pretty sure I'm running on rage at this point. But what's the alternative? Fear? That gets you nowhere. If there's anything I've learned during my 25 years on this planet, it's that fear is a wasted emotion. Fear gets you bullied by drunken, druggy parents or pissy foster families. Fear gets you nights of hunger and not enough cash to pay the rent. No fucking fear, I say under my breath, as I glance around for the guest cloakroom I saw when I passed this way earlier in the day. I ignore the odd looks from the gorillas and storm into the small room. I slam the door shut and tug my fancy new dress over my head. The shoes will do for now. In fact, they'll work perfectly with what's in the bag. Pretty much everything on Giselle's shopping list today looked like it would fit well into a high-class whorehouse. I've got corsets and camisoles, baby doll negligees, and crotchless panties. Bizarre contraptions of crisscrossing straps and lace and push-up bras that hoist my tits practically to my chin. There's no doubt in my mind what the primary activity of my new life is going to be. And if this man outside is the one who's damning me to it, well, then screw him. I'll give him a look at the goods he's about to send off to some sick pervert who thinks nothing about stealing women. No fucking fear. I continue to mutter to myself as I fasten myself into a plunging bikini-type bra that appears to be made entirely of rhinestone-studded lace. A matching thong molds itself over my lower belly and disappears between my thighs. The straps riding high on my hip bones and glittering against my skin. I have to admit, my situation might be a nightmare right now. But if I had a couple of sets like this for my dance gig down at the club, I'd probably make a lot more tips. I finish the outfit with a sequined number that looks like something Nicki Minaj would wear onto the red carpet. Gold sequins glitter over my chest in a plunging V that reaches my navel before crossing around my waist. A flowing skirt drapes from my hips to my toes, but any semblance of modesty is utterly destroyed by the slits that travel up each thigh to above my pubic bone. The silken fabric swirls around my legs as I move, displaying broad expanses of bare flesh with each step. I give my reflection a quick glance. Not bad. Then, I shake out my hair and lick my lips to moisten them. I'll show him. I yank the door open and strut out. If I had any doubts about the choice of outfit, they vanish when I see the gorillas turn and stare. The one nudges the other, and they quickly look the other way. My tormentor has taken a seat in the living room. He's lounging in the center of a vast white leather sofa. One ankle is crossed over his knee as he flicks the remote of a screen on the wall of the room. The thing's so huge it wouldn't look out of place in a cinema house. He raises his other hand to take a sip from a cut glass tumbler, then glances up at the sound of my heels on the tiles. Ah, good. You are done, he says, then stops as he gets a better look at me. He leans back against the seat and narrows his eyes slightly. There's a glass of champagne on a nearby tray, which I decide is mine. I snatch it up, then prowl toward him, using the slow, measured steps I'd used so many nights on the stage. Do you approve? I ask, sipping from the glass. I lick my lips and run my free hand down my rib cage to the curves of my hips. Nice, he says. Turn around. And I turn in a graceful arc, letting the fabric of my skirt flare around my thighs as I move. As I finish the arc, The skirt continues swinging. It bears the glittering cage of gems over my mound. I see his eyes flash down before sliding up again. He says nothing, but somehow, I know I have his attention. It's not a dance I've practiced ever, but I have enough moves up my sleeve to put on a decent show. It seems like a pretty good time to pull out a few stops. Besides, it's not like he's the most unattractive client I've ever danced for. Far from it. If this guy pitched up at Pussy's pajamas, there'd be a stampede of dancers to his table. Those dark, brooding good looks and a body that can't be disguised by crisp shirts and tailored suits. I'm pretty sure he gets more than his share of attention. Doesn't mean he's not a complete dick. Though, no normal man steals women, even if it's to set them up in a sumptuous suite and take them shopping. How about a little show, I say, bobbing my brows suggestively. He shrugs, as if he couldn't care either way. I'll fucking show him. I stride forward and reach for the remote in his hand. I take it in my own, running my fingertips along the length of it in a way that leaves little to the imagination. He lifts an eyebrow but says nothing. He watches as I toy with the device, then aim it at the screen. I flip through channels until something with a deep, rhythmic bass beat thumps into the room. I toss the remote to the side and pick up the beat. I let my hips sway in time. First, side to side. Then, setting up a steady gyration, I spin and turn in front of him, shimmying my shoulders to let the flesh of my breasts jiggle beneath the shimmering fabric. Still, he says nothing, simply raising his hand occasionally to sip at the liquor in his glass. It glistens slightly on his full bottom lip. Despite my initial intention to come in here and ruffle his feathers, I'm suddenly struck by the urge to take that lip into my mouth. What the fuck? Kyla? I can't help myself. He's so totally my type. If I wasn't in the ridiculous situation I'm in, I'd give myself a mental shake and focus on moving. I step with my feet astride so that the skirt slips away from my thighs and bears the soft flesh. What do you think? I ask. He gives another shrug, although those eyes are glittering hotly. I'm no fool. I've done this long enough to notice the signs. What's almost maddening about the man, though, is that it's only his eyes that give away the fact that I'm not leaving him cold. Not a flinch. Not one slight twitch. And if anything, that only makes him hotter. For fuck's sake, stop drooling on him. Kyla, remember who he is. I spin again, taking care not to splash the contents of my glass, feeling the cool air against the exposed globes of my ass before the fabric covers me again. I strut up to his knees, brushing against him lightly. Then I turn again, bending forward a little, my ass swaying inches from his face. I reach for the strap of the dress where it clasps behind my neck, and I unhook it. It drops down my chest. I turn to face him, the sequined fabric sliding down around my waist. Then I raise my hand and trickle a stream of champagne between the glittering globes of my breasts. He sinks deeper into his seat. His eyes follow the river that runs down past my navel and disappears beneath the bejeweled thong. The skin of his throat suddenly moves, ever so slightly. Aside from that, his face remains expressionless. Damn you! Do you like it? I ask. I cup a breast in my palm and heft it as if offering it to him. Good choice, he says, simply, without moving a muscle. But that's just not good enough. I empty my glass and set it down on the table beside us. Then I reach back to untie the belt of the skirt. It slides free, pooling around my shiny new gold sandals. I kick it aside, stepping closer still, my knees on either side of his. He remains impassive, which continues to be utterly maddening. I'm good at this job. Damn it. I drop my hand and cup it over my pussy, fingertips tracing the shimmering fabric there before sliding down my inner thigh. It's a matching set, I say, pressing my hips forward and gyrating in front of his face. I see him tilt his head and feel a surge of satisfaction, and a surge of something else. God, he smells good. When I lower myself until I'm almost sitting astride him, he doesn't stop me. I rest my hands on his shoulders and brush myself against him lightly. I continue the movement in time with the music, a tantalizing bump, and almost grind. Just shy of rubbing against his cock, I can sense the hard line of him beneath the fabric of his slacks. My sense of satisfaction builds to something a little more like victory. I press a bit more firmly and then grind down. Somehow, it's about something more now. Fuck. I want this damn man. It's wrong. It's perverse. Messed up. But I can't help it. I see his jaw clench, and he raises his hand to run down the line of my upper arm. I settle onto him and slide a hand behind his head. His dark hair is thick and silky. His breath is warm against my lips. Our eyes are locked as I gyrate against him. I edge forward, our mouths almost touching. Please, I murmur. Please let me go. Oh God, he can't be this cruel. Surely, I'll make it worth your while. I touch my lips to his node. And then he's dropping his glass, ignoring the booze splashing on the pristine leather. His hands firmly grasp my upper arms. Tightly, too tightly. I whimper as he lifts me up and shoves me roughly away.
Chapter 6. Timur. For fuck's sake. Yako. What are you doing? Modak? I curse myself as I push her away. The girl is staring at me, her face pale, eyes wide with horror. We stare at each other for a second. I feel every inch of myself straining for her. If my dick got any harder, it would explode. Not a fucking chance. Zasranets. I'm on my feet and storming toward the living room entrance before I can allow this madness go any further. Hugo and Carl have been stationed at the doorway, eyes fixed firmly forward. When I charge past them, they stand quickly to attention. Get her out of here. I bark, running a hand through my hair, as if on qui. My phone rings, and of course, it's fucking Vasily. As I answer the call, I hear a choking cry from the girl behind me. Carl has hauled her up in a fireman's hold again. It's a mode of transport he seems to favor with her. She's pummeling his back with her fists and screaming fit to kill. Her soft curves are pressed against Carl's broad shoulder in a way that makes something in me clench. You bastard. You fucking bastard, she howls, just as Vasily's smooth tones come over the line. Sounds like things are going well, he says as I answer. I mutter a curse. I am on top of it, I reply. She's still screaming and cursing as Carl makes his way up the stairs. Not on top of her, I hope. Timur. Vasily retorts, then chuckles. That will be my pleasure alone, though I am certain I don't need to remind you. That you don't, I say. Blyod. She will submit. I am certain. She will understand that this is her only option. One. She will. I bite out. Does he make these fucking calls just to piss me off? Не играй с моими игрушками. Timur. His voice is cold. I have no interest in playing with your toys. Vasily. I won't rise to his bait. Good. There's silence for a moment. I spoke to an old comrade of yours this morning. A friend from the old days, he says suddenly. His abrupt change of subject catches me off guard. I don't reply. He asked, after you. He continues. I said nothing. Of course. It would do no good for him to know that we are associates. I remain silent. I know there is no innocence in these references to my past. He does it to remind me of where I've come from and what I've become. Good thinking. I eventually respond. I hear muffled shrieks from upstairs. She's screaming about the police and what will happen to us in prison when we go down for this. Vasily laughs roundly. My friend. She's a tigress. It would seem. I truly look forward to getting my hands on her. When she is ready. Soon. There. Yes. Soon. I say. Good. His voice is all business again. You take care of my girl. And you know, I will take care of yours. But I remain silent for a moment. Somehow, I know the motherfucker is grinning. He knows he's hit a nerve. Put her on the lie, I begin. But the phone goes dead once again because that's how he likes it. Even in these insignificant things, the bastard must wield control. It's fucking ridiculous. But then the man knows nothing other than power play and bullying. I'd almost feel sorry for him if he wasn't a fucking psychopath. Trying to maintain my composure, I suck in a breath and make my way up to my room. The dreams come quickly this night. Those dark eyes, Leskov's finger on the trigger, and more bullets flying, bodies on the floor, my brothers in arms, men I'd fought beside and fought for, and blood on my hands. I'm drenched with sweat when I sit up abruptly. The sheets are damp with it, tangled around me. I rip them away and prowl across the room. I head straight toward the console of screens. She's up too. No wonder. She hasn't been drugged. Like the other night. I inhale sharply, watching as she paces around her room. She stops in front of a full-length mirror and pulls off the toweling robe she's wearing. She's naked beneath it. I can't look away as she examines herself in the mirror. Turning this way and that, she cups her soft breasts and then slides her hand down her belly and between her thighs. There's a sense of intimacy to watching her that's unlike anything I've ever experienced before. It should surprise me, considering there was once a wife in my world. It's a memory that unsettles me. I put the thought out of my mind. Still staring at the screen, I remained frozen at the sight of her. That lush flesh had been within reach just hours ago. I could have reached out and Chert fuzmi. Yako. I spin away, head for the shower. I don't bother letting it heat up. I need to feel the cold shards of it beating against me. I have to shake myself free of this fucking madness. It's that podonok, I mutter to myself. Fucking Vasily. I'm trying to convince myself this torment is a product of Koslov's mind games. But it's not just him. And I know it. I'm fighting guilt. I'm fighting rage. I'm fighting something else that's connected to the girl in that room. And it's going to get me into a world of shit. when I walk back wet and naked through to my bed. My eyes are drawn back to that damn screen, and my body moves there unbidden. She's stretched out on her bed, still naked. Her thighs are splayed, a hand cupped between them, fingers delving. For a moment, I watch, magnetized as her fingertip seeks out her clit and begins painting tiny circles over it. By the time her hips start bobbing up and her back is bowing, my cock is rock hard and I have a white-knuckled grip on the edge of the table. Pizdets. This is a fuck-up. I reach forward and rip out the power cable attached to the screen.
Chapter 7. Kyla. The tingling that started in my toes spreads up my thighs and converges at the point where my fingers have been dancing a steady rhythm over my clit when the climax hits me. Fuck. I exhale the word as pleasure ripples from my core, sears through my skin and turns my nipples into hard, throbbing peaks. Timur. I bite my lip to stop myself from saying his name out loud. But it's his eyes I see burning into me. His fingers, I imagine, sliding through my slick folds as I come. My God. What the hell is wrong with me? Why am I reacting to him this way? Once the pleasure subsides and my body begins to cool down, I pull the pillow over my head and nestle deeper under the covers. This bed is altogether too comfortable. Definitely not the kind of comfort one would expect when being kidnapped. The sheets are silky smooth against my bare skin. Probably one of those Egyptian cotton 100 billion thread count things. Not that I would know. I've never lived like this before. My life has been one shitty bedsit after another. Stuffy rooms filled with too many kids. Filthy bathrooms shared with people I sometimes barely knew. My days here have been like some sumptuous vacation. Everything about this place is plush and designed for comfort. Aside from the fact that I'm a prisoner here, I shift again, aware that I'm still naked. I remember how I went to bed last night, filled with a million different warring emotions. Rage, desperation, lust. Lust? They must have hit you in the head too hard. Kyla? Surely. I must be experiencing early signs of Stockholm Syndrome. Right now, I should be figuring my way out of here, planning my escape, burrowing my way out underground with a freaking spoon. For fuck's sake! Yet, instead, I'm lying naked, thinking about the man who is holding me captive. Timur Yakov. I learned his full name by hearing his gorillas talk. And if anything, it only made me hotter for him. Everything about the man is so damn hot. Eyes as cold as onyx, that cruel. Beautiful mouth. The feeling of his strong hands on my skin, even his damn accent turns me on somehow. I know he'd also felt something in those moments. I'd felt his silent response. Felt him hard against me. I felt a connection? What was stopping him from accepting my very obvious invitation? I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Sure, I'm far from ugly, but I'm also not model slender like some of the girls I used to dance with. I had a following. Though, men who would come to watch me specifically, I made money from this body. But perhaps he's not like the men who'd come to my shows. No, that's not it. I'd felt him. God. He'd been throbbing against me. The thought of it had left me tossing and turning. Heated. It's something else. I'm certain of it. He'd reacted like I'd slapped him when I asked for his help. Perhaps he's afraid? Afraid of that man I'm destined for? The thought terrifies me. Because Timur Yakov hardly seems like the type of man who frightens easily. If he's afraid, I can't think about it. can't bear to imagine what lies in store for me. There's a knock at the door, and mercifully I'm distracted. Bonjour, bonjour, Giselle chirps brightly as she swings the door open and sachets in. Ah, you are awake, she says, disregarding the fact that I'm stark naked. We have a busy day ahead. Chérie. And when no, she moves to the closet and riffles through the assortment of new garments. She taps a finger against her bottom lip as she deliberates what to select. Not much in there won't have me looking like a high-priced whore. I think, sullenly. She glances across at me. We will begin in the dining room, she says. Today, you learn to dine like a lady. Her smile is slightly mocking as I give a small, indignant snort. Do not object. Kyla, I have seen how you eat. I've seen better manners in a mess hall. End quote. How often do you eat in mess halls? I say sarcastically. She shakes her head and smiles. Better to learn to curb that sharp tongue of yours. Chérie, she says. A shower first, and then dress. Please. She's laying out clothing on my bed. I get to my feet and amble in the direction of the bathroom. Will Mr. Yakov be joining us? I call to her as I set the water running. I adjust the water to a warm, soothing stream. The faucets are more complicated than anything I've ever seen before. Even after a few days, I still struggle to figure them out. I give a nod in satisfaction as the water begins to pulsate like gentle rain. Not today. Chérie, Giselle is calling back. He has been called away on business. And my heart plummets at her words. Why should I care? Now I'm certain that those thugs hit my head too hard the other night. Oh, that's good. I answer over the sound of the water, but it doesn't feel good. Somehow, the house already feels empty. I try telling myself it's because he's my only hope of getting out of here. Giselle clearly has no sympathy for my plight, and Tweedledum and Dumber down there don't have a brain cell between them. When I return to the room, Giselle has a simple sundress laid out with plain white cotton underwear. This catches me by surprise because I was pretty sure everything we bought could have been designed for a porn star. Come along, she says briskly as I towel dry my hair. We have much to work through today. And then there are more beauty treatments this afternoon. Well, in the Sin Ming. I heave a sigh. Oh, goody. Aren't I beautiful enough? I grumble. A woman is never beautiful enough. Chérie, Giselle says with a sad smile. I look away. I'd never have known I'd become so thoroughly sick of having people fuss over me. All the wrong types of people, and all the wrong types of fussing.
Chapter 8. Timur. I drop my car keys on the table and slump down in my chair. Gaze locked on the security screens. It's not the first time. I tell myself that I have to keep an eye on her, which is part true. She is lying on her bed. It's obvious that she's been crying. Blyad, how the fuck did I get to this place? Disbelief and disgust churn in my gut. This is the lowest of the low. But what choice do I have? Vasily's grip is unrelenting, like a noose tightening around my neck, tightening for reasons I don't want to think about right now. As if you could think of anything else. Mudak? I tell myself. My thoughts scream at me. I'm trapped, forced to do his bidding, and I fucking hate it. He steals women, does as he pleases with them, and now he's dragged me into his fucking shit show. It's not who I am, and yet, here I am. My mind races, haunted by the weight of my actions. the crushing guilt that threatens to suffocate me. I glance back at the screen. Let her go. The words have swirled in my head more than once since she got here. But protecting her means risking something far more precious, someone I can't afford to lose. A cold sweat breaks over me as the reality sinks in. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, with no way out. My breathing comes in short, choppy bursts, matching the rapid-fire thoughts that consume me. I take a deep breath to try to settle myself. It doesn't work. What kind of man have I become? As much as I want to help her, I can't. She's curled onto her side now, curls tumbling over her flushed cheek as she pulls a pillow close and clings to it like a lifeline. So fragile, so innocent. Not innocent. Pizdets. She's a goddamn stripper. Not anymore. Though. And why should that make a difference? She deserves a life. A life that I'm putting at risk with what I'm doing. As if that's something new to me. You hurt people. Dickhead. Always have. Probably always will. My chest heaves. My heart thundering as images of my wife, Tanya, flash through my mind, her disappointed gaze. The way she pulled away each time I tried to make her happy. I couldn't do it then. I couldn't be what she needed. I was not enough. My voice is low, but it echoes through the room, laced with pain and desperation. Why couldn't I be more? Because you're fucked up. Damaged. I can almost hear my father's voice when the words ring through my head. You ruin everything you touch. I shake my head, trying to banish the memories. But they cling to me. A suffocating weight that threatens to drag me under. My knuckles throb. A reminder of the walls I've punched in frustration. The violence. The anger, it's all I've ever known. And now, it seems, it's all I'll ever bring to those around me. Is this who I am? My voice cracks. A monster who destroys everyone in his world. The security screens flicker, drawing my attention back to the girl on the bed. She's pulled the sheets around her now. There's a raw vulnerability about her that makes this whole situation seem much worse. But maybe I could. My thoughts trail off, unwilling to entertain the possibility that lies just beyond my reach. A dangerous hope. One that could shatter what little control I have left. Get a grip. Bidurok, I mutter to myself, ripping my gaze away from the screen. You can't save her any more than you could save Tanya. Oh, there are already too many elements in play. Too much to lose. Although to anyone looking, loss isn't something I seem to know about. The opulence of my office is a stark contrast to the darkness within me. The sleek mahogany desk, the leather-bound books lining the walls, and the plush carpet beneath my feet. All these luxuries are tokens of a life I never wanted. Outside this room, a world of human trafficking and violence thrives, and I am an unwilling participant. I have to choose. Thinking about it makes me feel the weight of my actions pressing down on me. My conscience is screaming against the things I must do to protect what matters most. It's for the best. I have to keep reminding myself of that. But the girl on the screen continues to haunt me. Her tear-streaked face, a constant accusation of the pain I've inflicted. As much as I try to distance myself from her plight, I can't help but feel a burgeoning sense of responsibility for her. And with that responsibility comes guilt. Nothing but fucking guilt. How long can I keep doing this? I ask myself. The question gnawing at the edges of my mind. How long can I continue down this path and still call myself a man? My dickhead of a father's disapproval lingers in the shadows. A phantom that refuses to fade away. Each decision I make seems to further cement my place in his eyes as a fuck-up. A monster doomed to bring destruction to everyone he holds dear. But with every glance at the girl on the screen, I feel something deep inside me begin to stir. Something that makes me believe there could be another way. Just not for her. It will all be worth it in the end. Don't forget that. You're doing the right thing. If only it felt that way. Uspokojcie. Mos hetes delateto. I mutter under my breath. I force myself to tear my eyes away from the screen. And then, just as I'm about to lose myself in the depths of my thoughts once more, the door to my office swings open. Giselle stands there, her expression unreadable, but with a sense of urgency in her eyes. Mr. Jaco, we need to talk, she says, her voice cutting through the fog of my confusion. As much as I want to forget the reality of the world I'm trapped in, Giselle's arrival is a stark reminder that there's no escaping it. Not yet. At least. All right, I reply, steeling myself for whatever task Giselle has come to discuss. Let's get this over with. While life brace.
Chapter 9. Kyla? Cold sweat trickles down my spine as I pace the lavish bedroom, the decadent decor mocking the turmoil in my mind. My eyes flicker over the dressing room, filled with clothes meant to tempt and entice. I shudder, dreading what lies ahead. Every day I spend here keeps chipping away at the little hope I have left of getting the hell out of this nightmare. The door opens abruptly, and Giselle enters with a grim expression on her face. She looks me up and down, her gaze piercing like a dagger through my soul. "Kyla?" she says, her voice heavy with French-accented authority. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Well, that's too bad, because neither am I. "What?" I snap. "It is time we spoke about how you need to behave when you meet Vasily," she says, ignoring my bad manners. She moves into the room and takes a seat on the gilt dressing table. Think of it as a lesson in deportment. Deportment? I spit out, barely able to contain my fury. "You mean training me to be some kind of obedient doll for a sadistic bastard?" Giselle's lips curve into a cold smile. "This is exactly what I mean. You need to watch that mouth of yours. Vasily is not the kind of man who will appreciate this tone." I give her a look that is designed to make anyone feel like a piece of human garbage. How am I supposed to know what kind of man he is when nobody will tell me, or what will even be expected of me when I'm there? That's why I'm here right now. "Kyla," Giselle says, continuing to ignore my cocky attitude. She settles into the delicate chair that matches the dressing table and crosses one leg over the other demurely. I suddenly don't know if I really want to know more about this Vasily person. I heave a long sigh and rub my eyes, fighting off a sudden wave of exhaustion. Perhaps I am being too hard on Giselle. We are in the same boat. After all, she said it herself. "Please, Giselle," I plead, changing my strategy. "We're both women. I'm sure you understand. Isn't there any way I can escape this nightmare?" For a moment, Giselle's steely gaze softens, and I almost see a glimmer of sympathy in her eyes. She hesitates, her lips parting as if she's about to speak. "Kyla, mim," she begins, then pauses, looking away. It's not that simple. There are consequences for defying Vasily Kozlov. If one did for them, her words ignite a tiny spark of hope within me. If she's even considering helping me, maybe there's still a chance to break free. Please, I whisper, desperation seeping into every word. There must be a way. And Court. Giselle studies me for a long moment, her expression conflicted. It's clear that she's torn between loyalty to her ruthless employer and the compassion she feels for another woman trapped in the same world she's in. But just when I think she might be about to give in, I sense the shudders coming down. Her expression becomes inscrutable again. Let go of these foolish ideas. Kayla, escape is not an option. There is only one way to survive this, and that is to do exactly as you're told. Her tone tolerates no defiance. I grit my teeth, feeling hope replaced by anger. How the fuck can these people get away with shit like this? How is it that they can just take other people's freedom without being held accountable? Exactly as I'm told, I fold my arms over my chest, suddenly feeling mutinous. She purses her lips for a moment, as if weighing her next words. Mr. Kozlov is a man of particular tastes, she finally says. Particular tastes in what? I feel my brow furrow. Like he eats strange food? I'm not an idiot. I know that's not what she means. I've spent enough time on the strip circuit to know there's a whole world of sickos out there. Giselle regards me with an air of caution. Mr. Kozlov, he enjoys power, control. He likes to feel in charge, and expects his women to submit to him. D. My heart suddenly starts to pound a little harder in my chest. I know first. What? He wants some kind of submissive slave? Sometimes he will merely push boundaries, she says carefully, but you must be prepared to cater to his desires, no matter what they may be. If turned, I swallow hard, feeling the bile rise in my throat. What does that even mean? My mind races, conjuring up images of what this man will do to me, especially that it is not in my nature to submit to anyone just because I'm expected to. What do you mean by that? My voice has grown hoarse. Giselle shrugs, her expression unreadable. All I'm telling you is that you must be prepared. You can't afford to deny him. If you day, I shudder, feeling sick to my stomach. And I'm supposed to just go along with this, no matter how sick and twisted his demands are? Giselle nods, her eyes dark as she looks at me. If you want to survive, yes. Tenevre a.
Chapter 10. Timur. I open the front door and stride into the cool, marbled interior of my entrance hall. The silence is like a haven that is shattered moments later by a piercing scream. Shout force me. What now? I mutter. I'd stayed out all day to get away from the overwhelming presence of this damn woman. I've been back less than a minute, and she's already rocking my world again. The place is practically soaked with the scent of her. Damn it. I drop my keys on the table in the hall and rub my eyes. A shadow looms at the top of the stairs. I see Carl standing there, looking frazzled. Boss, you better get up here, he rumbles. Blithe. I make my way up the stairs. I head straight to her room, because where else would the catastrophe be unfolding? The door is ajar. I shove it open to be greeted by the sight of Giselle looking even more frazzled than Carl. That's a first. The girl is backed into a corner, holding a chair in front of her like a deadly weapon. As I walk in, Giselle takes a step forward. The girl lets out another ear-shattering shriek. "Come any closer, and I swear to God, I'll take you out," she's yelling. Giselle retreats again. She aims a look in my direction as she becomes aware of me. "My apologies, Mr. Yako," she says meekly. Her eyes are lowered in that way all of Vasily's girls have been taught to respond to men. "I had hoped we would be done before your return. If you know in Rive, done with what?" I ask. The girl is in her regular white toweling robe. She is trying to hold the front closed without dropping the chair. We have scheduled Miss Kayla's depilation session today. It is proving to be a challenge. Giselle murmure. "Depilation? What the hell?" I'm guessing it's some sort of hair removal. These female rituals are a fucking enigma to me. "A challenge?" the girl yells. "I'll show you a fucking challenge." She makes another jab with the chair and only succeeds in letting the robe drop open. There's a swath of bare flesh that leads to a pair of pristine white cotton panties. White cotton never looked hotter. I tear my eyes away. Hugo, who has been loitering nearby, makes a sudden lunge. He's rewarded by a side swipe from the chair. It connects with his head and sends him reeling. "Suka," he blurts, his fists balling. "Chérie, please, it is only wax. Let me finish." Giselle pleads. Kayla curls her lip back. She looks like she's ready to use her teeth. I shake my head in confusion. "Kayla," I say sharply and see the chair waver. "Sit down and let Giselle do her job. The sooner you stop acting like a child, the sooner this will be over." She juts her jaw at me. It's becoming a familiar expression. "For God's sake." Girl, 1,000,000 women do this every day. I can't fathom the reason for the resistance. "No," she shouts. "I told them I'll let them do my legs, even my underarms. But the rest, no. Just no. But, Sari, it will be so much better." Giselle croons. "Much more convenient. And the pleasure, you will like it. I assure you. I have done the same myself. Many, many times. Who needs hair down there? Only savages. I assure you. Verbes." I glance from Giselle to Kayla, and then back, not quite getting it. "No! The girl is still flushed with fury. I've done everything else you asked. You're not touching my freaking pubes. God damn it. Oh, for fuck's sake." Realization dawns. Fucking Vasily and his fetish for hairless women. "Kayla," I begin again, stifling a sigh. Jesus Christ. I really hate this fucking bullshit. Giselle aims a glance at Hugo and gives a small nod. The pair launches at the girl in unison. She flings the chair at Giselle, who drops like she's been shot. Then she turns and starts grabbing items off her dressing table, flinging them at Hugo. Hugo ducks and bobs to avoid the objects flying across the room. Bottles, cars, and hairbrushes are being scattered everywhere. Glass smashes as perfume bottles hit walls. It's a fucking shit show. "That's it," I bellow. "Enough. I hate the fact that I've been reduced to this. Personal pet groomer for my pig of a boss. but I'm also sick of having to play nursemaid to half a dozen individuals who are turning my ordered world into a circus. In 4 broad strides, I cross the room, swatting away a flying shoe before it hits my face. I reach the girl, grab her by the waist, and fling her over my shoulder in the way that seems to work so well for Carl. Spinning around, I head to the bed and drop her on her back on the mattress. Her breath rushes from her lungs with a hiss. I turn to Hugo, who's staring with his mouth open. Don't fucking stare at me like an idiot. Get her wrists. I snap. He rushes to the other side of the bed and takes both her flailing hands in one of his giant paws. I step between her kicking feet, reach to her hips, and grab the top of her panties, pulling them down with a swift jerk. She howls in protest, but I peel them down her legs and over her feet. I grab an ankle in each of my hands and yank her down to the edge of the bed. She twists and thrashes, but I keep my grip steady as I turn to Giselle. Do it. I bite out. Giselle stares for a fraction of a second, mouth opening, closing like a goldfish. Then she dashes to grab a small case, which I assume contains the tools of her trade. She lingers at my shoulder for a moment, and I tighten my grasp and spread the girl's legs. The robe is now open, leaving her bare from tit to cunt. I'm staring down the valley of her wide splayed thighs, all the way to the gates of heaven. Jesus wept. I turn my head and look away. What the fuck are you waiting for? I snarl at Giselle. The girl is bucking like a bronco, screaming like a banshee. And now it's all too goddamn much. Enough! I roar. Fucking lie still. She stops moving so abruptly I'm almost certain she's had a heart attack. I glance down at her face. It's tear-streaked, her beautiful hazel eyes welling. Fuck. I've never felt like a bigger dick. I'm not taking a chance on letting her ankles go. But I loosen my hold slightly, my thumbs stroking the arches of her feet. It's okay, I say soothingly, changing tactics. Be a good girl. Her eyes stay locked with mine as Giselle gets between her thighs and begins dabbing with some sort of applicator. There. Settle now. You're doing just fine. I continue. Be still. Giselle makes a quick, sharp movement, and the girl lets out a strangled yelp. I keep up a low murmur of soothing words. Good girl. Kyla. Just be still. Without thinking, I brush my lips against her instep and feel her give a shudder. Milaya Devushka. Giselle is dabbing again, and then another quick jerk. The reaction is more subdued this time, more of a low gurgle at the back of her throat. Giselle dabs and yerks. And this time there are no further protests. Good girl, I whisper against her skin. She's softly fragranced with something like roses and something sweeter. A warm woman's scent. Giselle is dabbing again and then making an annoyed tutting sound. She glances back at me and frowns. What? My voice is husky. It's exertion. I'm sure. I haven't held a woman down in a long time. It is the wax. Mr. Yako, she replies primly. It will not stick. I shake my head. Stick? How am I supposed to know how this shit works? It will not stick. She aims a side glance down. Because it is too wet. Down there. The pussy. She raises her eyebrows. I jerk my head away from Kayla's instep and take a stride back, still holding her ankles. The girl turns her face away and stares fixedly across the room, a pink tint creeping from her breasts, up her throat to her cheeks. Use the robe to dry her and continue. I say brusquely, and Giselle nods, discreetly folding a corner of the toweling fabric and wiping carefully. Blithe. I'll need fucking therapy to erase this moment from my mind. I take another glance down between those sweet thighs and wonder if it's an image I truly want to erase. Giselle has set to work again. Although I stay silent now. It seems Vasily's little pet has tastes that run left of center. And I would be lying through my fucking teeth if I didn't admit that the thought of it has me hard as a rock.
Chapter 11. Kyla. Why won't the earth open up and swallow me right now? I'm still on my back. My legs still stretched wide open. This woman is kneeling between my thighs, stripping the hair from my vajayjay. And all I can think of is the man holding my ankles apart. What kind of sicko am I? I should be planning my escape, plotting to get him locked up. Or worse. But right now, I'm so damn horny I can't think straight. When he'd brushed his lips against my foot, I thought I'd go up in flames. My freaking foot. For fuck's sakes. God only knows what would happen if those lips ever touched anything else. Anything more sensitive. And not much is more sensitive than my poor, denuded girly bits right now. Giselle smooths on some sort of cooling lotion. Then she moves away, standing upright, and gathering the strips of wax that hold the curls that once protected my most private parts. There's nothing private about them anymore. I've never felt so exposed in my entire life. Hugo has released my arms, but I don't lower them. My eyes are fixed on the man still standing at my feet. I lick my lips, my mouth suddenly dry. My cheeks are flushed. I can feel my tears cooling on them. I'd been in a mad fury, outraged at this act of indignity. How dare they make such an intimate decision for me? Hugo has left the room. Giselle bobs her head in a semblance of a curtsy, and then she's discreetly backing out of the door. She'd be insane not to notice the tension between us, between him and me. Hell, she'd learned it firsthand when she'd had to deal with my body's response to what was happening to me. I want to hide my face at the shame of it. She'd had to dry me off. With a freaking towel. More than once. What woman gets aroused by a goddamn Hollywood wax? Not a hair remains. I can tell because my flaming skin is tingling. The air is cool against every inch of me. As the door shuts behind Giselle, I suck in a deep breath. He's released my ankles, allowing my feet to drop to the floor on either side of him. But he's still standing between my splayed thighs, my ass resting on the edge of the bed. You did good, Kyla. He murmurs. His voice makes me want to purr. What the fuck is wrong with me? I look up at him and feel everything inside me clench tight. Does it hurt? He asks in an accent that makes me want to go up in flames. His eyes dip to my sex. Instead of throwing myself at him, I give a tiny nod. It hurts, but not like that. He takes a step closer, the fabric of his pants brushing against the flesh of my inner thighs. Then he reaches down, his palm lightly cupping my flaming mound. I choke out a sound that I can't believe just came from my own mouth. His eyes meet mine. Still? He asks softly. That soothing tone that had brought me to the edge minutes before. Fuck. I almost came just listening to him. I nod again. Make it better. I hear myself whisper through dry lips. Surely I must be under some kind of spell. His eyes remain on mine as he lowers smoothly, kneeling between my thighs. And then he blows, almost tenderly. I cry out and arch my back. "Fuck!" I bite out. He still hasn't touched me. But I swear, if he does that again, I'll explode. I reach a hand down to grasp his shoulder, and he gently pries my fingers free. "Keep your hands over your head," he murmurs. I can feel his breath against my skin as he speaks. He blows again, and my thighs clench as I raise myself onto my toes and push myself up toward his face. He chuckles. "I'm sorry you were not given a choice, Kyla," he says softly. "But if it makes you feel better, the result is fucking impressive." I shudder as his words hit my skin. His scent, his accent. Every single cell in my body makes me want to throw myself at him, and my hands are twisting into the bedclothes over my head. "In fact, I think you have the juiciest cunt I have ever seen." I give a tiny whimper. Abruptly, he leans forward and closes his mouth over my slit. His tongue slides along the length and then dips in. Needless to say, I do not resist. How could I when my body responds to this man the way it does? Overriding all sense or reason? Oh, God. Fuck! Fuck! I shout out. The combination of tingling skin and his probing tongue are almost unbearable. When he slides a finger deep into me and closes his mouth over my clit, I come undone. I hook an ankle over his back and, disobeying his instruction, reach down and grab a handful of his hair. I buck up at him as I try to grind against his face. He holds my hips down, allowing only the barest contact between his mouth and those screaming nerve endings. But it's all I need. I don't bother with words now. The pleasure rolls out of me in a wail that is part agony. All ecstasy. He holds me steady with a firm hand on my hip. And as I come spiraling down, he raises his head. His expression is mocking. I can't find my breath. My chest is heaving, my breasts swaying with the motion of it. He reaches forward and pinches a nipple sharply. I flinch, but something deep inside swirls hotly, more pleasure. "Really? Kyla? Better?" he says, and I nod. "You lowered your hands," he adds, and I swallow hard. Shit. I'm completely out of my depth here. "Do you think that is acceptable?" he asks. I shake my head silently. I'm not sure what's supposed to happen next. But he could ask me anything right now, and I'd do whatever he wants. He stands, and I stare up at him. "Get on your knees," he says in that same smooth tone that had me squirming before. I scoot off the bed, anxious to please. When he reaches for his fly, I literally feel my mouth water. I press against him, nuzzling my face against his crotch. As sick and twisted as it is, I've never wanted to return a favor more in my life. He unzips his pants and tugs his waistband down. I press forward eagerly, brushing my cheek along the throbbing ridge beneath the black briefs he's wearing. I inhale the rich, heady male scent of him and release a sigh. That swirling feeling between my thighs is back. I'm almost tempted to ask if he would prefer to. I pull myself short. I've never asked a man to fuck me, ever. But it doesn't look as if I'm about to start. He's tugged his briefs down, and I'm faced with a monster of a cockhead that he's brushing along my lips. He grasps his shaft in one hand and takes my chin in the other. His thumb brushes over my lower lip. I can feel him staring down at me intently. I make a dramatic show of opening my mouth wide and lathing my tongue along the base of his shaft. His answering groan makes my pussy clench. Once again, I'm drenched in my own juices. I drop my hand between my thighs and press it against my mound. My skin is strangely satiny. Unfamiliar. I explore my folds curiously, relishing the lingering burn. His hand is behind my head now. He guides his cock into my mouth, his hips gliding forward and then back as he slides smoothly in and out. I dip my finger into myself, matching the tempo of his cock. I swirl the bubbling juices around my clit with my fingertip and then back in. It's not enough, but I feel myself building to another peak. I know he's close too because he takes my head in both hands and picks up speed. Then he's thrusting hard against the back of my throat, and I'm choking. I feel myself panic a little as I try to find air. Yet, I can't stop the rough thrusting of my fingers in myself as I match his force. Tears stream as I gag and try to accommodate him. His hands fist roughly into my hair. Relax, he grinds out. Go with it. I let myself go limp as I swallow at him. The thick knob of his cock slides past the back of my tongue. He grunts, then gives a low groan, and the heat of his cum spurts down my throat. It's sticky and sweet, and I gulp eagerly, my hand still working between my thighs. Good girl, he groans. His hand strokes over my head, and again, I'm over the edge once more. Holy shit. My thighs shake wildly like a young foal and I whimper around his flesh, releasing him reluctantly as he slowly withdraws from my mouth. My body is still shuddering with my own orgasm when he stoops down and lifts me up to stand against him. His arms encircle me. I melt against him, feeling a strange combination of subsiding pleasure and utter peace. I want to sleep right here, my cheek against his chest. When he lifts me and settles me onto the bed, I curl up and sigh like a contented child. Sleep now, he says. My eyes flutter shut, as if no part of me can disobey this man. As his footsteps leave the room, a dark peace takes me.
Chapter 12. Timur. The car will be there in 30 minutes. Vasily says. I believe that all is in order. Giselle is given a glowing report. That I say nothing. I know where the woman's allegiances lie. I have no doubt that Vasilia's personal grooming specialist is more than a little concerned about yesterday's turn of events. So am I. I spent the night sitting in front of the security monitors, watching Kayla sleep. Half a bottle of vodka has left a bitter taste in my mouth. No, that's not what has left the bitter taste. It's this moment. This fucking moment. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. And then she'll be out of my hair. My life can return to how it was before. I will have done what my employer instructed. An impossible request. But the stakes were too high to refuse. Too fucking high to even comprehend. I hear voices from above as Giselle enters Kayla's room, but I don't turn to look up. I won't. Her voice has joined Giselle's, and I can hear her questioning tone. The pitch rises as she speaks. But why? She's saying sharply. I know that Giselle has just delivered the news. The door slams shut. There are more muffled sounds, more raised voices. 30 minutes. I need a drink. It's barely mid-morning. The taste of vodka still lingers when I take a deep breath. But I needed it last night. Needed it to wash away the taste of her. The sweetness of her flesh. Of her pleasure. I drank from that fountain. Now it feels as if nothing will ever taste the same again. For fuck's sake, get your head straight. Wodak. I make my way through the hallway to the living room. There's a gilt-edged drinks trolley in the corner that I keep fully stocked. I wait there, not looking over at the leather couch where this fucking madness began just a few nights ago. The moment when she'd stripped and then pleaded with me to save her. Pizdets. I mutter, splashing liquor into a tumbler. More vodka. Not the time or the place, but the fire should burn away the stupid feeling of remorse. And her. 30 fucking minutes. Even less now. There are footsteps on the stairs, moving over the tiles at a speed that hints at running. Timur. Mr. Yako? It's her. Kaida. She's reached me, but I keep my back to her. She tugs at my sleeve. I don't turn around. Mr. Yakov? Her voice is insistent. I tip the glass and empty it, letting the burn heat me. Hey, there's a sharp slap on my shoulder. I slowly turn, barefoot. She's in a satin slip of a dress. A pale, shimmering gold thing that skims mid-thigh. Her dark curls are wild. Her deep brown eyes wide, pleading. She licks her lips as our gazes lock. So fucking beautiful. Giselle will help you pack, I say simply, fucking hating myself. But she stops, her eyes moving over my face. But last night, I glance past her. Hugo, get her upstairs to finish dressing. The car will be here in... I glance at my wristwatch. 25 minutes. But... No, she husks out. No. You can't! She shakes her head. Hugo has a hand beneath her elbow, trying to steer her away. She shoves at him, but he gets his hands under her armpits, and he pulls her, dragging her away. I turn back to look out of the window. You can't do this. Not after we. What we? I hate you, she screams. I fucking hate you. From the corner of my eye, I can see Hugo manhandling her up the stairs. Her bare feet kick at him in a gesture of futility. I pour another drink and swallow more fire. It's potent shit, and I may regret it. For now, it offers a brief respite from the guilt. No, it doesn't do that. I have to stay focused. Remember what matters. What's at stake? I inhale and exhale, trying to slow time as the minutes tick by. I hear a buzzing sound. Carl mutters something into the security intercom at the front door. The gates at the bottom of the driveway are swinging open. A black SUV is gliding up the gravel toward the paving stones in the front courtyard. I glance at my watch again. Fucking early. Typical Vasily. Pizda. I set my glass down sharply and head through the double-door entrance. I stand at the top of the stairs, jerking my head at Carl as I pass him. He knows what I want. Get the girl. I stand, feet astride, and cross my arms over my chest. A burly, black-suited driver shoves open the door and gets out of the front seat. He's wearing the opaque aviators and discreet comms earpiece that seem to be standard issue for men of his type. What am I thinking? I am men of his type. The fact that I played my cards right, despite the odds, and ended up with a fatter payout, doesn't mean I'm not exactly like him. Muscle for hire. doing what I'm told, cowering like a beaten dog when my master aims a kick, jumping to attention when he tells me to steal women for him. Women who may end up in the meat mills he likes to call pleasure houses. I work for a fucking sex trader. A man who sells girls into slavery. Deep down, I know I'm no better than him. The door is flung open behind me, and Giselle hurries through. Behind her, Carl and Hugo are frog-marching Kayla out after her. The gold dress has been teamed with shimmering sandals that extend the lines of her golden calves. Giselle has managed to tame the wild curls into amber waves that tumble over her shoulders. But whatever makeup she'd applied has been streaked down the girl's cheeks in a smear of mascara and tears. As they pass, she turns tormented eyes to me. "Please," she whimpers. I set my jaw and stare straight ahead. I can't make this choice. He has my little girl, my daughter, and I can't sacrifice her for this woman.
Chapter 13. Kayla. An hour earlier, my eyes snap open when I hear movement coming from outside. What time is it? It feels like I've been sleeping for hours. My throat is dry, but the taste lingering there gives me goosebumps and makes my body shudder. I sit up in bed and decide to take a sip of water from the jug left on the nightstand. I end up drinking almost half of it, not bothering with a glass. I put the jug back in its place and heave a long sigh, trying to gather all my bearings. I quickly run through everything that happened with me over the course of the last week. It's still hard for me to process all of it. The kidnapping, the makeover, the luxury outfits, and then there is this man, Timur Yakov. Last night, his scent, his stiff muscles, his towering frame, and his overwhelming masculinity. I can still taste him in my mouth. What his presence did to me is, I still can't understand it. I've never experienced anything like it. Somehow, I sense that there is more to him than just someone who kidnaps girls and sends them off to some sicko. I shake off the thought and rub my eyes. My mind is a clusterfuck of confusion. It's like I'm in some sort of weird alternate reality where I have no control over anything, not even my own body. Especially, not my own body. All he has to do is command, and I oblige like an obedient slave. Wait, that's what I am now. Giselle said it herself. It's best to cooperate. Kayla, trust me. It would be best for all of us. End quote. Is there really no hope left for me? Is there really no way out of this? Fuck. No, it can't be. I refuse to accept that this is my life now, and I have no say in whatever happens to me. I will not stand. There's a knock on the door. Ready. Cherry? I hear Giselle's muffled voice. Speak of the devil. Huh? I heave another long sigh and rub my eyes again. Ready for what this time? I don't even want to think about it. All I want is to think about is last night and savor every memory. Lay back on the bed, pull down my panties, and what the fuck is wrong with me? Cherie, there's the knock on the door again. 1 second. I stand to my feet and walk into the bathroom. I quickly brush my teeth, slide into the dress that was prepared for me last night, and look at my reflection in the mirror. I must say, I'm almost pleased with the person who stares back at me. I'm coming in. Cherie. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't I catch a fucking break? The door opens and Giselle strides in, wearing the elegant smile she always wears. It's time to go. Chérie. One divret. Go? Where? I blurt and gulp at the lump in my throat. Does she mean, it's time for you to meet your new master? End quote. It's not like I should be surprised. This is the moment they've been preparing me for. But that doesn't make me feel any better. Especially not after what happened last night. It may be foolish of me, but I feel like it meant something. Not just for me, but for... The car will be here in 30 minutes to pick you up. That. 30 minutes? But why? I ask the stupidest question in the world, and I suddenly feel like all the fight I had in me leaves me. I fought all week like a hellcat. And for what? They are still getting what they wanted. They prepped me like I was a luxury meal. And now, I'm about to be served on some sick pervert's table. I fling the door open behind Giselle and rush out. I feel my tears welling as I run down the stairs and into the lounge. And there he is. He seems to be lost in his thoughts, standing by the window with a drink in his hand. His jaw moves and his muscles flex as he lifts the drink and pours it down his throat. Timur, Mr. Yakov. I call him, but he doesn't turn around. He's ignoring me again. The nerve of this fucking man. I hate how I am craving him. Even now, I hate the fact that he is my last hope. Is he my last hope? Anger wells up in me and I slap him on the shoulder, which seems to be enough to get his attention. He slowly turns around and fixes his cold, dark eyes on me. Giselle will help you pack, is all he says, and turns his attention back to his drink. What the actual fuck? Why is he acting like last night never happened? And who drinks in the morning anyway? Before I can form a coherent response, a heavy hand reaches out from behind and grabs me by the elbow. Of course. It's fucking Hugo. I wriggle out of his grip and try to push him away. But the man has learned all my tricks by now. He gets his meaty palms under my armpits and starts pulling me up the stairs like he's taking out the trash. Let me go! I scream at the top of my lungs. But deep down, I'm beginning to realize there is no point. Hell, I screamed and fought the whole week, and what good did it do? I'm pulled back into the room and the door is slammed behind me. By the time my suitcase is packed and the black car arrives, my makeup is ruined. Is this really it? Is he just going to let them take me? I am now being dragged back down the stairs, and I can no longer muster the energy to fight back. All hope is lost. Nobody here is willing to help me.
Chapter 14. Timur. Stop. I'm almost surprised at how clear and confident my voice sounds right now. I honestly don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Giselle falters and casts a look over her shoulder at me. For a moment, I see something flicker in her eyes. A pale hand extends and reaches back to grasp at Kayla's. She tugs the reluctant woman forward faster. I said stop, I say more firmly. What the fuck are you doing? Yako? I reach out, curl my fingers around Kayla's upper arm, and jerk her sharply back. Now she's caught. Suspended between Giselle and me. I see that flicker in the dark-haired woman's eyes become something sharper. Kayla twists her head and looks back at me. I see hope written there. Ignore it. I'm not offering her hope. I'm about to throw us both into the abyss. With my other hand, I reach for Giselle's and pry her fingers free. She is not ready, I say softly. And it's silk over steel. For a second, she hesitates. It's a second she regrets because my fingers tighten over hers. Tighten further. I feel the fine bones grind beneath my grip. She flinches and then licks her lips. I hear her suck in a shuddering breath. Another of Vasili's pain sluts. For fuck's sake. Let her go. I growl. She releases the girl abruptly, then steps away and drops her head meekly. Her eyes are on my shoes. The driver of the vehicle is hovering. He's not certain what to do next. Wait. I tell him he's the muscle. Instructions are what he understands. I reach for my phone and hit redial. Has she left? Asks Vasily as he replies. She is not ready. I repeat the words I told Giselle. But my girl assured me that your girl has motives of her own. I am telling you, she is not ready. I insist. There's a fluid chuckle on the other end of the line. Ah, my friend, you know that I am quite capable of preparing her myself. Written. I know, I reply, but that is not what you're paying me for. Beside me, I feel the girl jerk slightly. She makes a tiny sound, which I ignore. What are you suggesting? Timur? Vasily prompts. Give me more time. I sigh. I will break her in for you. Kayla pulls at her wrist sharply. He holds firm. I have already told you, Timur. I don't want her broken. I can do that myself too, he says. I'll rephrase. I push on. I will tame her for you. There's another sound from Kayla. Indignon this time. I tighten my grip, and she squeaks and squirms. Giselle clears her throat and shifts her weight uncomfortably. There's another chuckle from my asshole of an employer. Tame. Timur? Don't you mean fuck? My friend? You don't think I haven't been getting reports on her progress from my girl? He shoot a hard star at Giselle, who quickly drops her eyes down again. She stares at the ground, as if redemption lies there. Her hands are primly clasped in front of her. I would expect nothing less from you. I say, although I do not take well to having your women spying on me. I think it might be necessary to show her how much that annoys me. Giselle's knuckles are white as she twists her fingers together. Her white cotton shirt is pulling over nipples that are suddenly puckering. Chatfos me. Are you fucking kidding me? Do what you want with her. Timur. The other one is mine. Vasily replies. Una tvoya. I say back. But face it, Vasily, it is not like you found yourself an unsullied virgin. She is a stripper. For fuck's sakes. Probably a whore. Too. A pretty Shylock, huh? That pussy has probably seen more traffic than the interstate. And right now, she is more trouble than she is worth to you. Give me more time. I will straighten her out. End quote. There's a pause from Vasily, during which time Kayla twists and flails a fist at me. It glances off my chest weakly. Through it all, Giselle is shrinking away. I fix her with a narrow-eyed stare. It occurs to me that she might need a lesson too. With a speed my mood is spiraling into darkness. I think there might be enough to go around. I am away for a week from tomorrow, Vasily finally says. I imagine there would be little point in her coming back now and distracting me with disobedience before I go. I hear him take a breath. The fucker's thinking it over. Kurosho, he concedes. You have another week. But do not think I don't know what you have planned. Giselle has shared some interesting information with me. Perhaps you wish to think over that while she is there. The fact that she sold you out? He laughs again. More manipulation. More testing of my boundaries. I have no doubt that his little project was sent as a test. Kayla Hastings is exactly my type. Not his at all. The bastard knows it. He's been waiting for this moment. Waiting for me to cross the line. Probably looking for an excuse to twist the screws a little tighter. I sometimes wonder if fucking Vasily's tasks are just a symptom of a twisted mind looking for ways to entertain itself. I realize that my hands are curled into a fist so tight that all blood begins to drain from my knuckles. I want to rip the motherfucker's heart out and make him eat it. But for now, I must concede. Yobani urot. Good. Not even sure what that means. Nothing is fucking good right now. Another week with her is only going to complicate things. I'd be better off if she was out of my house, so I can get on with my life. Just thinking about it annoys me. Not to mention that every time I make a stupid decision like this, I put my child in danger. The thought of it makes my entire body clench. I hear the girl squeak out a sound as my fingers grip tighter. She pulls against me, tugging at her wrist. I jerk her so abruptly that she stumbles on her teetering heels. I don't say the words out loud, but the message is clear. Fucking stand still? The oaf from the car is looking at me for answers. And I look at him as I say, I will send your man back. And count on it, she will be waiting eagerly for you when you get back. Well, it's Vasily's turn to say good. And then the line goes dead before I can say anything else. She's staying. I tell the oaf, call your boss for details. I turn abruptly and march back up the stairs, dragging her in tow as the others stare in astonishment. The eyes on my back almost burn through my jacket. Blyet. I am going to regret this.
Chapter 15. Kayla. I stumble alongside him as he half drags me up the stairs. His face, when I catch a glimpse of it, is dark, with something that is certainly rage. It twists in my belly, the uncertainty, the not knowing. What now? What is he doing? The man on the other side of the line had seemed to set off his fury. And even though that terrifies me, the fear of meeting that man had scared me more. You can't tame me, I finally blurt. I'm not an animal. Be quiet, he mutters under his breath. As he kicks the front door open, I hear footsteps behind us. Giselle is scampering to catch up. As we get into the entrance hall, he rounds on her. Her face blanches in the face of his wrath. Monsieur, she whimpers, her fake French accent more pronounced than ever. Monsieur, you must understand. Tell me what you said to him. He barks. Giselle gasps and takes a step back. She's in a black pencil skirt and 6-inch black pumps. The move is awkward. Her skirt isn't designed for rapid movement. Her dark hair has been pulled back into an immaculate bun. A curl escapes and tumbles onto her forehead. She sweeps it aside as she hesitates, and then replies, I suggested that there may have been something between you two. Mr. Yakov, she whispers. Right, he says. His voice is low, but somehow, it's more terrifying than the roar from before. And what would make you believe that? Her eyes flash to my face, and then to his. Something flickers there. She fumbles for words, then goes silent. Bend, he says, and her jaw drops. She begins. Her hands are fluttering, fingers twisting. I'm sure you know the position. It's not a question. Giselle's eyes are huge. She nods, turns, and pulls her skirt up, then bends forward and grasps her ankles. She steps astride to spread her legs wide. What the actual fuck? The woman who has been grooming me for the past week is not wearing panties. And as she'd previously told me, she has been stripped of every last hair. I look away abruptly. My cheeks flame with embarrassment in the face of her humiliation. What the hell is he doing? The answer begins to dawn on me as he pushes me aside, reaches for his belt, and unbuckles it. He wouldn't. Is he? He yanks the belt sharply, and I hear it hissing through the loops of his pants. Then he folds it, gripping it firmly in his fist. Giselle makes a muffled mewling sound. I know my face must be a picture of horror. Wait, you, I start. Is he going to fuck her in front of us? These people are barbaric. I've spent my whole damn life surrounded by broken individuals. My screwed up mother. My drunken dickhead father. Then, the foster families. But in this place, I seem to have hit the mother lode. Without looking at me, he snaps. Carl! And then I'm in the grip of one of the gorillas again. And shut her up, he adds, which prompts a meaty hand to be clamped over my mouth. Giselle has remained motionless through it all. Now I can't tear my eyes from where she's still bent forward. Her most private parts on display. 5. He barks at her. You will count. His arm raised in a blur. And then the belt is coming down. The sound it makes as it connects with her skin is like a gunshot. Giselle gives a sharp scream. I said count, he snaps. We begin again. In just. Giselle makes a sound like a sob. There's already a raised welt forming where the belt hit her. Angry and reddening. I twist against the arms banded around me, but I know it's pointless. The man is like a freaking mountain. The belt rises again and forms another arc, then cracks as it meets her skin. Giselle jerks sharply but remains in position. Holy shit. 1, she chokes out, and I wince in sympathy. There's another welt below the first, and then the belt flies again. Another whip crack. 2, she whimpers. The welt is joined by a third, almost perfectly spaced an inch below. The row of them glows in sharp contrast to the pale skin of her ass, and I'm certain they'll end up purple by morning. There's another crack, and she gives a tiny scream as the belt skims her pussy. 3. I'm not sure if it's my imagination, but I swear she seems to spread her thighs wider. When the belt lands again, it's directly over glistening flesh. Oh, 4, she gasps out. She's definitely spreading wider. Are you fucking kidding me? The belt comes down one final time. Again across the angry red gash of her pussy. She shrieks and then mumbles. 5, and then, Please. Please what? He asks her, wrapping his belt around his fist as he straightens. She sways slightly. I see she's raised a hand and has it cupped between her legs. Fingers searching and delving. My eyes widen. Please, more. Her voice is tortured, but I'm pretty sure it's not pain. Or if it is, she's certainly not hating it. No, he replies. And get your hands off yourself. Giselle gives a strangled groan and drops her hand. Her inner thighs are streaked and glistening. She hovers a second before she rises and straightens her skirt. The look she aims at me is a mixture of frustration and fury. I wonder if she's going to blame all this on me. You are next, he bites out. and I recoil in terror. Get her upstairs. He snaps at Carl, who hefts me over his shoulder and makes for the stairs. No! I pummel him with my fists and kick frantically. But just like the other gorilla, he's learned all my tricks by now. A week of being on the receiving end of my outbursts has him wise to my ways. There are muffled voices as I'm lugged up the stairs. I catch a glimpse of Timur Yakov looming over Giselle's cowering form. He tips a finger beneath her chin, and her eyes are on him, pleading, though what she wants is beyond me. All I know is that I'm next. I don't know if that fills me with dread or anticipation.
Chapter 16. Timur. The crashing enormity of what I've just done is still surging through me. Not with the Vasily's bimbo. That was just venting. It's not like I should be surprised that she sold me out to my fucking boss. Right now, I'm more worried about the trouble Kayla is going to cause in my world. I'm worried that despite what I have at stake, I could not hand her over to Vasily. What the fuck were you thinking, Yako? But it's too late to change that now. I take the stairs 2 at a time, passing Carl on the way. He fixes his eyes studiously on the floor as I barge past. I reach her door and shove it open so hard it slams back and hits the wall. She's crouched in the center of the bed on her knees, palms resting in front of her, chest heaving, eyes wide. She looks like an animal prepared for flight. And I, the predator, I stalk toward the bed, feeling something coiling, and she shrinks back. Don't move, I say softly, and she whimpers. Don't hurt me. Her eyes fly from my face to my hand and then back in. I realize that my belt is still wrapped around my fist. I let it unfurl slowly, and she scoots back in terror. I said don't move! I soften my tone. I am not going to hurt you. Or maybe I will. I haven't decided yet. Fuck this. What the hell am I doing? Her lip quivers. But, Giselle? Her voice trails off. I toss my head and snort. That was nothing. Stupid bitch gets off on that shit. Stopping at 5 was her punishment. Her mouth opens and closes as she tries to comprehend. I'm not going to spell it out for her. If Vasilia gets his hands on Kayla, when he gets his hands on her, she'll understand soon enough. What will happen to her? She presses. When she gets back, more of the same. Probably, I reply. Why does she care? The bitch sold her out. Sold both of us out. He might actually let her finish, if he is in the mood. Knowing Vasily, he'll probably make her wait for a week. Unless he has other plans for her. I don't want to think about it. Who is he? She asks. She's settled back into the center of the bed, still on her knees. I think I like her there. This man, the one I'm supposed to go to, cries. It is not important. I mutter. Her chest is still moving rapidly beneath the shimmering gold fabric. Boyad. It's fucking mesmerizing. But it is, she responds. You abducted me so you could send me to him. For the past week, your people have been getting me ready to go to him. The least you could do is tell me who the hell he is, she demands. I don't owe her a goddamn thing. He's a sick son of a bitch, I answer. It's cruel, but I'm not in the mood to sugarcoat things. He saw you, and now he wants you. I had nothing to do with it until he dragged me into his fucking game. And you. I feel my breath coming fast. You have fucked everything up. It's unreasonable. And I know it as I say it. But right now, nothing makes sense. All I know is that my organized world has been shaken to its core. And this girl in front of me is at the epicenter. But I didn't do anything, she shouts. I didn't ask to be here. I had no say in the matter. I never did anything wrong. You have no idea what you have done. I rage back, raking a hand through my hair. I should turn away and storm out. But I want to stay, and what? Hazel eyes are gazing up at me. And those lips, those fucking lips that were wrapped around my cock last night. I groan. But it sounds more like a snarl. She moves, as if to shrink back again. But I reach for her arm. I yank her forward until she's kneeling before me on the edge of the bed, though I sense she's trying to keep a distance between us. If I wasn't directly in front of her, she'd probably topple right off. For long seconds, we stare into each other's eyes. Then I glance down to where those magnificent tits are heaving. They're against my chest, visible through the filmy fabric of her shimmering gold dress. I drop the belt, grasp the neckline in both hands, and jerk savagely. She makes a sharp sound as the fabric snags, rips, and then the force of the movement shears it apart. The noise is oddly satisfying. I spread my arms as the torn edges shear clean through all the way to the hem above her knees. I slide the ruined garment down her shoulders and let it drop behind her. Fuck, I mutter, staring down at her breasts. She's in some sort of corset, preparation for Vasily. No doubt, the cream satin is almost ridiculously virginal. I'm half tempted to rip it too. But the laces that gather it closed are interesting. They form a tight, crisscrossing path up her chest and strain across the flesh of her tits, which are spilling over the top. I brush my knuckle over the milky skin there. They're propped up so tightly there's a nipple peeping out. I run a fingertip over the pink of it, below the bottom edge of the corset. She is completely bare. No panties to get past. Giselle had certainly prepped her for easy access. I'd probably have kept the tits free. But I'll admit, this is tantalizing. I keep running my fingers along the top of the satin, seeing the darker flesh of her nipples puckering. Perhaps not so terrified after all. I drop a hand between her thighs and seek out her slit. Her smooth, hairless skin is slick, and when I press a finger lightly, it slides easily into her. Her eyes widen. Lips part. No, not terrified at all. I had no idea of what I'd intended to do when I got into this room. But suddenly, things are falling into place, and it will be my downfall.
Chapter 17. Kaila. He's standing in front of me. His eyes are on my heaving chest as his finger slips in and out of me in a way that brings color to my cheeks. Once again, I'm faced with my body's traitorous response to this man. Why do I keep reacting to him this way? Everything about my situation is so damn wrong. After the week in captivity and the endless sessions of being prepared for some stranger's pleasure, I should be fighting like a she-devil. And after seeing what he did to Giselle, oh, my God, how could that turn her on that way? Yet, he'd seemed to know exactly where to lay that belt for maximum effect. It's not my thing, I'm sure of that. But watching his arm flex, his shoulders bunch, I feel my breath hitch thinking about it. His finger keeps up its steady pace. Not as if he's seeking out my pleasure, merely exploring the unimaginable wetness down there. I can hear the slick sounds. I can picture it trickling onto his palm. That thought adds to the heat burning my cheeks and my chest. He tugs at the ribbon holding the top of my camisole together. As Giselle had laced me into it, she'd assured me it was très magnifique and would please her employer greatly. I'm relieved I'm not going to find out if she was right. Although my current captor seems to be enjoying the benefits of having my boobs on display, part of me wonders if I've just tumbled from the frying pan into the fire. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit I've found him compelling these past days. He toys with the top of the lace. His finger is still slipping in and out relentlessly as he pulls the corset open. My breasts tumble free. "Blyad," he mutters. It's almost a groan. He cups a full mound in his palm and hefts it. He slides his finger out of me to grasp the other breast. I whimper, and he smiles darkly. His fingers are shining with my juices, and he traces a gleaming trail on my skin with it. Then he dips his face and licks it off. I make a sound deep in the back of my throat. Perhaps it's not even me making it. My body has a will of its own. I glance down to where his dark head is bent over my heaving flesh. When he looks up at me, his expression is inscrutable, but the lines on his face seem deeper. There are shadows there, dark smudges beneath his eyes, the grooves around his mouth etched more firmly, as if he's had sleepless nights. Let him lose sleep over this, over what he's doing to me. It's wrong. It's so wrong. But why on earth does it feel so damn good? Why on earth does it feel better than anything I've ever experienced in my fucked up life? Why on earth does it feel like connection? Get your head straight. Kyla, your tits are fucking world class, he mutters when our eyes meet. His thumb is rolling over my nipple, teasing it into a throbbing peak. He kneads, and then pinches and tugs at it sharply. Fuck. I can't decide which I prefer. All this soft flesh, or your sweet cunt. Abri. The man is like a god. Even his ridiculous accent turns me on. What the hell is wrong with me? He raises a finger and traces my lips, dipping into my mouth. I taste myself on his skin, and something inside clenches. Then, he's inching away from me, and I wonder if he's going to brush his lips against mine. I find myself yearning to feel that firm mouth exploring my own. I swallow hard, knowing I'm staring, wide-eyed, like a deer. I have no idea what he's going to do next. All I know is that I'm praying it involves touching me more. He has a hand on my shoulder and presses against me. Not roughly, or with force. It's merely a suggestion. On your back, he says. I don't even think twice. Even if I had, my body would have decided for me. I'm lying flat on my back with him standing between my thighs before I know how I got there. He runs his eyes down my body, from my chest to my groin. It's as if he'd traced the path with his fingers. I squirm beneath his stare, feeling my nipples tightening more intensely. When his eyes stop on my pussy, I'm certain I'm dripping. He reaches out to trace my slit and presses down over the little hood that protects my clitoris. I hate to admit it, but Giselle was right. Being hairless adds a different dimension. It doesn't take him long to splay my lips apart and explore my crevices with his fingertips, as if familiarizing himself with new territory. I'm writhing and twisting beneath his touch, but he ignores me. He continues his investigation with an almost dispassionate focus. Each time he slides his finger into me, I feel my hips buck up, wanting more. So damn much more. When he unzips his fly and releases that fucking fabulous cock, my stomach does flip-flops. Yes, I hiss. And he gives a chuckle. Hungry little thing. He says, under different circumstances, I'd be offended. Right now, I feel my thighs splaying wider. When the thick head of his cock nudges up against my pussy, I'm sure I can feel myself gaping to receive him. But he pauses for a moment. He reaches down and cups my ass in both hands, lifting my hips up high. The pressure against my opening is still maddening me. I stretch my fingers toward him. He stays out of reach, spreading my thighs further. I am going to fuck you now. Kyla, he says, you will not come. Understand? I stare at him, not understanding at all, but I nod my head. Anything to get him to simply sink in. Kyla. He emphasizes my name. You will not come. That's what you think. Buddy, do you understand? He repeats. I nod again, and he thrusts in. God, I choke out. Fuck, that's deep. I reach for the sheets on each side of me and twist my fists into the cool linen. I struggle for purchase as he slides out and thrusts in again. The force of it jars through my body, setting my breasts in motion. I see his expression intensifying as he focuses on the jiggling mounds. I arch my back, feeling every throbbing inch of him. Buzhemoy, he says through gritted teeth. Those tits. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Take them in your hands. Without hesitation, I release the sheets and fill my hands with my own warm flesh. He groans. Yes. Like that, he pulls out and slams back in, knocking the air from me once again. I feel my nipples hard between my fingertips. I squeeze them lightly. Then harder. There's a coiling sensation in the pit of my belly, and my inner muscles tighten around him. I arch my back and buck toward him, and he withdraws. There's no answering thrust this time. I shoot a look at his face. He's frowning down at me. You will not come, he says yet again. Damn it. I squirm against him, but he stays just out of reach. The coiling slowly diminishes, and my body begins to cool. And he thrusts in again. Oh, I bite out as he knocks the breath from my lungs. There's a sensation just out of reach. If he'd just let me get there, just there, the ramming rhythm picks up, and I can feel my toes curl as the coiling begins again. And he stops. Why? I almost yell at him. I told you. You will not come, he says simply. I hate him so much right now. He waits a million long, aching seconds until my breathing steadies. Then he slides slowly in, inch by precious inch, until I'm crammed full of him. There's no room for anything but him and me. I groan and clench myself around his impossible girth, desperate for that friction to resume. He slides his thumb over my clit, tracing a steady circle. A bolt of lightning shoots through me. Do not come, he tells me. He can't stop me. God damn it. I rock against him, setting up my own pace, tightening and spasming and coiling, and he pulls out. No, I gasp. His hand is tight around his shaft as he leans forward and pumps his fist along his cock. And then he's spurting thick globs of spunk over my belly and onto the cream satin of my corset. What? The nerve of this fucking man. I want to cry in frustration. I lower my hand and clench my fingers over my pussy, desperately trying to find release. He grabs my wrist and pulls it over my head. "Take your hands off yourself," he grinds out. I stare at him as if he just slapped me. "But why?" I wail again. What the hell is wrong with him? "Because I said so." Then, I feel like a child who can't understand why she has to keep her hand out of the cookie jar. It's my cookie jar. God damn it, I'll come if I want to. And right now, I want to. He withdraws from me, still between my splayed thighs, and smears the thick goo across my belly and over my mound. My skin sizzles as he does it, at least it feels that way. I whimper and press up against his hand, but he releases me and steps away, tucking himself in and zipping up. My body is finding it completely incomprehensible. I press my thighs together. My hand hovers as I consider getting myself off. Regardless of what he said. "Don't even think about it," he mutters. My hand obeys. Although the rest of me wants to tell him to get the hell out of my room so I can take care of things myself. What kind of weirdo is he? I feel rebellion rise but can't bring myself to defy him. I lie there in my ruined dress, throbbing pussy on display. He straightens his clothes and turns to leave. "I have things to do," he says. "Do not touch yourself." "I have too." I stare speechlessly at him as he walks out and shuts the door.
Chapter 18. Timur, take the rest of the day off. I say to the men as we stand in the entrance hall. Carl shoots a knowing look at Hugo, but knows better than to say anything. "Thanks, boss," he replies. "When will you need us back?" I shrug. "I will call you when I am ready." I say, it's all kinds of stupid, considering what's been going down with Vasily. But I can take care of myself, and I need space. Most of all, I need time with her. I've taken things this far. I might as well take them all the damn way. There's a movement in my peripheral vision, and I see Giselle hovering there. Her eyes are on my face. When I look at her, they drop abruptly, stopping somewhere around my beltline. I suspect our display may have given the woman food for thought. Her cheeks are flushed, and she shifts uncomfortably. I'm sure the marks from my belt will be with her for some time, perhaps in more ways than one. She's not just looking at my crotch. She's licking her lips. "What is it?" I ask. She squirms beneath my stare. "Will you be needing me at all, Mr. Yakov?" she whispers. "I can stay if you desire." I do not desire at all. "No," I say, and see her shoulders slump. But the girl needs some attention. Pick out something for her to wear, and tell her to get herself ready. Then you can leave. She nods, and I go on. "And Giselle, your boss has tasked me with getting her ready for him. I am sure you know what that means?" She nods again. "Do not disappoint me. Nenda dis. Was." She hops to attention, almost running up the stairs. The men are heading for the door. Soon enough, I hear the rumble of the SUV they'd parked outside. For the first time in weeks, there's silence. And it's bliss. I head to my room and make my way to the bank of screens in the corner. I slump into the chair in front of them. On one of the screens, Giselle has walked into Kayla's room. She shakes her head at the sight of the ripped dress on the bed. Kayla has wrapped herself in a robe and is pacing around like a caged animal. I try to stifle a grin. but it fights for freedom when I see Giselle tug at the lapel of the robe and pull it loose. There's some wild hand-waving, and the pair appear to be having words. A moment later, she's pulling clothes from the closet, and Kayla seems to give in. Satisfied that she's made her point, Giselle turns to the door. I hear her heels clicking sharply down the hallway and down the stairs. The firm slamming of the front door satisfies me. We are finally alone. It's just the opportunity I needed to place the call I've been meaning to make. The number that I dial goes through to a call center that will show up on my records as a landscaping service. Innocent. No alarm bells. Green. Please. I mutter to the voice on the other end of the line, and wait for the familiar smooth tones. It may take a minute while I patch you through. I'm told, although I know it's unlikely that I'll be disturbed. The delay still leaves me tapping my fingers in agitation. This is Green. A crisp voice finally comes over the phone. Have you checked the landscape? I ask. My crew is still on site. The voice replies. We need more time to determine the scope of the work. Why? How much time will you need? I respond. No more than a week. We understand that this is pressing. Sir. The voice goes on. Certainly. When it comes to landscape architecture of this nature, we like to ensure that the proper groundwork has been done. We wouldn't want our work compromised due to any unexpected weather patterns. You understand. I do. I say, I can. However, set your mind at ease about the good health of your current seedlings. Green goes on. I feel relief surge. My daughter's fine. For now. Whatever's going on between Vasilier and me hasn't translated into a negative situation for her. I'll give him that much. He may have taken her and locked her in that fortress of his just to force me to take on this damn gig with him. But he's kept her in the lap of luxury. It's cold comfort. A gilded cage. I want her back with me. Vasily's an animal. There's no telling what he might do next. I am pleased to hear that. I finally say, the relief almost has me sagging in my seat. Glad we could be of assistance. Sir, says Green, please stay in touch for further updates. I am sure we'll be able to provide you with excellent news very soon. End quote. Good, I say, and cut the call. I settle back in my seat, feeling calm take hold again. There may be too much water under the bridge for me to redeem my career, but at least there's a small chance of saving my soul. I rise from the chair and head back down to the living room. I pour myself a vodka before settling back onto the white leather couch. The place where it all began. Maybe this time we can take things to their inevitable conclusion. I take a mouthful of the fiery liquor. I lean back and drop my head back, looking up at the ceiling. This could all go so fucking wrong, but I can't think about that. Mere minutes later, there are footsteps on the landing, and then she's standing there. Blythe. A sheer black dress covers some sort of strappy black number. Black leather pumps have her calves extended beautifully. Her hips rock as she takes a step toward me. I can't take my eyes off her. Dance for me. I murmure, taking another sip of my drink. There's music in the background. Nothing she'd perform to in a strip club. But somehow that suits me just fine. She steps toward me and begins to sway. Each move has the straps slipping and pressing into her soft flesh. If I felt a stirring of arousal earlier, I'm back to full attention right now. I adjust the front of my pants over my hardening cock and see her shoot a look there. I left her wanting, and that works for me. She'll burn faster when I get to her. In the meantime, it occurs to me that the girl has skills I should be taking advantage of. As she sways and circles in front of me, I raise an eyebrow and glance down at my thighs. Lap dance. Dushenka. I murmure. Dushenka. What the fuck? Yako? This woman is not my lover. She's a job. A fucking messy one. She licks her lips and then nods. Moving closer. Our knees brush. She steps astride my thighs, lowering her hips and brushing herself along the fabric of my pants. The thin material of her dress might as well not even be there. I can almost see every pore of her skin. I part the front of the dress as she gyrates above me. I slip a finger between those gleaming lips. She's as wet as she was when I left her, and I let her push herself down onto my fingers. With the edge off my lust, I'll be able to last so much longer. Thank fuck. Because I know I'm not going to rest until I've fucked this woman out of my system.
Chapter 19. Kyla. I grind down onto his hand and give a throaty moan. I'm still tingling from what we did earlier. On top of it, Giselle left me with a bottle of lotion that began to heat almost as soon as I applied it. My skin is on fire, but it's nothing compared to what's going on inside me. If he stops me from coming again, I'm seriously going to slap him. However, that might not be wise. It occurs to me that he's sent everyone away. We're alone. What the hell does he have in mind? Surely, if it was just going to be sex, he'd have done it and gotten it over with? I gnaw my lip and glance around nervously, calculating how long it might take me to get to the front door. There's no point in heading for a window. All the ones I've tested so far have been bolted, closed, and triple glazed or something. When I smashed a chair against one after my arrival, it didn't even leave a crack. Keep dancing. His voice is low and silky, and I can feel his breath on my skin as he speaks. Thoughts of escape slide out of my mind as my body reminds me that I'm hornier than I've been in my whole damn life. I've lap danced before, but never like this. The guys at the club had a strict no-touching policy. Right now, there's a whole lot of touching going on. I flick my hair over my shoulder and cup my breasts, feeling his eyes traveling over me as he continues his steady fingering. He adds another, his thumb pressing against the tingling nub of my clit. If he keeps this up, I'm going to come on his hand, hovering over his crotch. I don't care. My body is aching with the need for it. My thighs burn as I hold myself over him. I'm still swaying to the music. The pressure inside is building again. I squeeze my eyes shut as I focus on the sensation. And then he stops. Of course, he does. The bastard. I punch a fist against his shoulder in frustration. And he laughs. Flat out laughs. Turn around, he says. And I rise and turn unsteadily, partly because of my crazy heels and partly because my thighs are shaking. Lean forward, he adds, and my calves brush against his knees as I slide my palms down my thighs. He makes a low sound in his throat as he runs his hands over the globes of my ass, kneading the pliant flesh. I can feel his breath on me again. When I feel the toe of his shoe nudging my ankles apart, I gladly spread my legs. He shifts forward, his knees between my legs, my thighs wide over his hips. Why are you not dancing? He asks. And I quickly resume my hip gyrations. I hear a rough grating sound behind me and realize he's unzipped himself. Oh, thank God. I whisper brokenly. I don't realize the words are out until he laughs at me again. He's not just a bastard. He's sadistic with it. Damn it! But I don't care because he's moved his hand to my hip and is guiding me. Down, he instructs. I lower myself without hesitation. I gnaw my lip more intently as I feel myself tensing in anticipation of what's to come. I've felt that thing in me before. It's a monster, and yet I'm throbbing for it. When the crown brushes and then breaches me, I make a small choking sound. Lower, he says. I'm already seeing stars. But I sink, easing down each thick inch. He moves slightly, and I sense that he's leaning back on one palm. The other snakes around my hips and seeks out my clit. I settle onto him. My chest heaves with a sense of fullness. He teases out my swollen clit and pinches his fingers over it, rubbing and tweaking. Ride my cock, he says hoarsely, and I lift and then lower myself. It's almost overwhelming. I try to settle into a steady rhythm and control the burning need. I'm almost reluctant to let it grow too intense, afraid he's going to leave me on the edge again. Every inch of me is on fire. My thigh muscles are screaming. My abs are trembling. But I keep up the slow gyrations until he shifts again. His other hand is in my hair, and he yanks me down hard. My poor muscles aren't designed to fight this much. I'm impaled on all that hot meat, his fingers still rubbing along my clit. Yet I'm terrified of discovering there's a penalty for finding release. The image of Giselle's flaming flesh is still burned into my mind. I choke on my sharp cry as I struggle to hold back the wave. Come, he says softly, his breath between my shoulders. I almost sob with relief. My hands are on his knees as I collapse onto him and take it all in. Oh God. Thank you, I cry out. Did I just thank him? Fuck. I'll thank him again if he wants me to. My body's hot with the pleasure of it. I grind shamelessly. The sheer volume of him, welcome within as I ride the wave. Yes. Yes. Yes! I scream out, as pleasure ripples from my core and spreads out to every part of me. My muscles clamp and spasm around his shaft as I grind down onto him. It's overwhelming. Every nerve buzzing and sparking so sharply I'm sure that my skin must be glowing. I'm panting by the time it's all over. His hands are sliding up and down my sides as I fall back against his chest. My God, that was intense. I whisper hoarsely through parched lips. Oh, Dushenka. He chuckles against me and I wonder what that word means. We have only just started. My eyes widen as I realize that he's still rock hard inside me. I move like water as he pushes me forward and begins to thrust. Hungry? He asks hours later. I peer up at him blearily. I have no idea how many rounds we've been through, but I'm dozing against his chest. The warm burn between my legs reminds me that he's pounded into me on pretty much every surface within sight. Somewhere along the line, he stripped off his clothes. Beneath my cheek, his thickly muscled chest is smooth and warm. Famished, I reply, my voice husky. I'm hoarse from crying out. The number of times he's brought me to release is mind-boggling. Good, he says. We will go out. And he's on his feet in a move that's impressive. I clamber up and look around for my dress that's barely a dress. Go change, he says over his shoulder. And what a shoulder it is. Broad and heavy, leading down a muscular back to a meaty ass. That ass! I lick my lips as I imagine those muscles clenching and flexing as he pumps into me. What are you waiting for? He adds, I give a small hop in alarm and scamper up the stairs to my room. Something fancy. He calls after me as he reaches for his phone, and I'm guessing he's making a reservation. Something in my chest leaps. Stop it, Kyla. It's not a date. But I can't help myself. The man's just given me the best sex of my life, and now he's taking me to dinner. I dash into my room and empty out the still-packed bags onto the floor of my room. There's a white wraparound dress in some sort of thick cotton. It fits snugly, and the bodice is plunging. Yet it's as close to respectable as I can find among this fricking whore's wardrobe Giselle put together for me. I manage a quick shower, brush out my hair, and dress hastily. I'm uncertain of when we're leaving, but I'm pretty sure that keeping him waiting will be a bad idea. When I reach the top of the stairs, he's waiting for me in the entrance hall. His dark hair is still damp, and his tanned skin is offset by a midnight blue button-down and black slacks. Fuck. I could eat him up. I can't believe that just hours ago, I was convinced he was going to hurt me. He glances at me and nods. Koroshi, he says. Come here. I skip down to him as fast as my heels will allow me. Hell's bells. When did I become such an eager beaver? This afternoon. That's when he showed me a dozen different ways to reach heaven. I'm standing before him, and he reaches down for the hem of my skirt. I remain motionless as his palm slides up the inside of my thigh. Then I frown a little as I feel something cool and unyielding against me. I know better than to question him by now. Panties? He asks as his fingers brush my pussy, and I chew my lip. Hardly panties. The damn things are pretty much crotchless. Don't worry. He winks at me as he sees my expression. This works better. Something hard slips into me and then seems to fasten up and over my clit. I give a little start. He winks again. Wait till I switch it on. Quote, switch it on? He turns and strides to the door, then looks back at me as I remain standing. Uncertain. What are you waiting for? He says. And I take a tentative step forward. Whatever is down there is firmly lodged. He glances down at his phone and slides his thumb across the screen, and something jolts into the core of me. I give a little cry. He makes a show of looking at his wristwatch. Reservation is in half an hour. They won't hold our table if we're late. Was. My God. Is he kidding? I take a tottering step toward him, trying to ignore the tingling over my clit. After an entire day of his fingers and mouth, I'm sure it's swollen to twice its regular size. There's just no escaping whatever he's latched over it. The drive over is broken only by my whimpers as I hold back the sensations. The last words he gave me as he shut the passenger door were, "Do not come until I tell you." And, God, not again! The interior of the car is cream and sumptuous. Leather. I think. That's all I can take in because my mind is elsewhere. Mainly between my legs. When he opens the door at our destination, my knees are shaking as I clamber from the car onto a plush red carpet that leads to an entrance. He tucks my hand through his elbow as a valet takes the vehicle. He gives me a small smile. Nothing in his expression betrays what's going on with me right now. We're greeted at the door by a man in a dark suit. He gives me a quizzical look and then guides us to our table. I'm dimly aware of the buzz of conversation about us. Flashes of faces. We reach our table, and the mate pulls out a chair for me. It's a deep, upholstered, bucket-type seat. Thank heavens. I drop into it and see the man's expression shift to concern. "Is Mademoiselle quite comfortable?" he asks discreetly. And I nod. is all I can get out. Timur is reaching for a wine list. Timur, I can call him that now. Damn it. He's invaded me. I can use his name. He's talking. Ordering drinks. I sit stiffly. My thighs clench together. I think a nice, crisp Chardonnay. He says, glancing up at me. What do you think? Dushenka? I nod and make a sound that I hope sounds like agreement. He looks up at the guy and points at something on the page. The man nods curtly and turns away. Dear God. Comfortable? He asks. And I croak out a small sound. The food here is good. You will love it. His phone is on the table between us, and there's a flicker of color on the screen. It is an app, he says as he sees me look at it. Very useful. If I adjust this setting, he slides his finger over the screen, and I almost shoot out of my chair. It speeds up the vibration. My nails make a soft grating sound as I rake them over the crisp tablecloth. Then, if I select this option, his hand moves again, and I feel something pulse deep inside. It hits your G-spot. His smile is as casual as if we're discussing the weather. You may come whenever you want to. Ease down. He's got to be joking. There's a movement beside us, and a server is hovering with a bottle of wine and an ice bucket. My eyes are watering. My knees are pressed tightly together as I fight off the waves. His hand crosses the screen, and the sensation intensifies. I inhale so sharply I earn another strange stare from the man at our side. He says nothing. However, simply uncorking the bottle and pouring a tiny splash into Timur's glass. My companion will taste, he says and passes the stem in my direction. My hand shakes violently as I take it. The cold liquid against my tongue could taste like anything at all. I really don't care. I'm dimly aware of our glasses being filled. Timur is placing orders for food. I don't care that he's taken over. This is hardly a moment for women's rights. I slump over the table slightly, my elbow on the surface and my cheek pressed into my palm. I'm hoping I look as if I'm listening to him attentively. What I'm really trying to do is hide my flushed face. My cheeks are crimson with a mixture of shame and arousal. I have to say, Kayla, you are handling this remarkably well, he murmurs before taking a mouthful of wine. His lips curl up at the sides. Lips that have tasted me. Fuck, I can't add that visual to the mix. I have enough to contend with. Of course, there are a lot more settings to play with. He looks down at the screen. Tell me what this feels like. He touches it, and I shriek. A couple at the table beside us look over sharply. How about this? A new sensation is added to the mix of vibrating and pulsing, and it's just too damn much. Oh, God, stop it, I plead. The tint on my face isn't shame anymore. It's a pre-orgasmic flush, and I can't hold it back. Stop? He raises an eyebrow. Are you telling me what to do? His fingertip slides further, and I come undone. I taste blood as my teeth sink into my lower lip to stop the sound. It's sufficiently muffled, but I've knocked my silverware off the table. My fork hits the floor with a clatter. He keeps watching me over the rim of his glass, casually toying with the screen of his phone. I heave a sigh of relief as the sensations ease. Have some wine, he murmurs, and I obediently reach for my glass and drink like I've been in the desert for a week. You will need your strength for the next round. And, oh, dear Lord. He gets me off 3 more times before dessert arrives, and keeps me hovering on the edge as we wait for our coffees. The elderly couple at the table nearby gets up to leave just as I'm about to come crashing to completion again. They pause as they pass, and the woman pats my shoulder and smiles. "Ah, young love," she murmurs. "I remember it well." Her husband chuckles. "Frankly, my dear, I'd be swooning for him too." She shoots a cheeky smile at Timur, who grins back at her and fiddles with his phone again. If they leave, then I don't know it. I'm done again.
Chapter 20. Timur. I settle into a steady rhythm along the trail, through the trees that lead out of my property. A familiar warmth burns my thigh muscles as I run. The early morning air is cool and crisp in my lungs, and soon the solid earth beneath my feet and the breeze against my skin moves me into that place where my runner's high will kick in. New muscles are aching. However, muscles I haven't exercised in far too long. I think back to the girl I left in my bed. This is pure indulgence of the most dangerous kind. But I can't help myself. I feel a smile form. I thought I would have worked her out of my system by now. But all I can think of is more. We've explored every inch of each other these past days. The intimacy is something I didn't realize I missed. Though, if I'm honest with myself, I've never really had anything like this. The girls in my life have been too fleeting to connect with. Aside from Tanya. But she was different. The thought of her darkens my mood. I try to brush it from my mind. It's hard to let go of guilt when you know you failed someone so profoundly. She'd been wrong for me from the start, and I knew it. I think she did, too. That didn't stop her from trying to change me, fix me somehow. Some things just aren't meant to be fixed. The air burns a path into my lungs. Trees whipping by me as I get lost in the past. Faces of men. Teams. Women. And Tanya leading them all. I've been fucked up my whole life. It's not something that worried me in the beginning. It simply is what it is. I was probably born stubborn and rebellious, and my father's fists never changed any of that. If anything, they drove me on to harder things, until there were few places to receive me and the darkness that lurked inside me. The elite training in the Bratva seemed like a haven after the increasingly violent confrontations with the man who'd raised me. I took to it like a duck to water. The rules. The structure, finding a reason for the violence. It made sense, and I thrived, until I realized I needed something more. Balance. I guess. The endless need for blood had somehow begun to disturb me. Beneath it all, I don't believe I'm truly evil. My chest is heaving from the exertion now. I realize I've pushed myself harder than I'm used to, running from demons. It doesn't help when the fuckers live within. I stop briefly and put my hands on my knees, gasping for breath. My phone is strapped to my bicep, and it's buzzing annoyingly. I look down at it and see I've missed several calls. Vasily, Blight, Timur. Moi drag. His voice is typically cheerful. How is my girl? Good. I say. 5 days of fucking like rabbits. She's more than good. I'm glad to hear it. Take a look at your screen. I scroll my thumb, and an image appears. A small dark-haired waif perched on the edge of a swimming pool. Nika. There's a woman dressed in white beside her, a nanny from the look of it. A black-suited goon lurks in the background, his hands clasped in front of him. I suck in a breath. You will see that I am taking good care of your little one. He says, why do such innocent words carry such a threat? They tell me she's learned to swim now. Isn't that nice? My ladies are so talented at teaching these girls what they need to know to survive. Zed, motherfucker, I feel like I'm going to vomit. What do you want? Vasily, I greet out. Don't be cold. Bratan, I'm just keeping in touch. I thought you would want to know I will be home soon. I hope you've softened up our little friend by now. Nari, I think of Kayla, Varman sweet, and I don't know what rips at me more. The thought of my daughter in Vasily's clutches, or what he'll do to Kayla when he gets his hands on her. Probably both. In equal measure. She is good. I say, I need to go now. I'm talking into dead air because he's cut the call. I stare at the screen and suck in a long breath. I dial again. Green, I say sharply, then wait for the voice. A few more days. The smooth reply comes back. All is still in order. We've tended your garden and set in irrigation systems. I rub my eyes. If I'm right, they're telling me the swimming lessons are under their control. Probably the nanny I saw in the picture. I pray it is. Their reach is extending. Thank fuck, of course. If Vasily finds out, the woman's as good as dead. My daughter, too. He just can't find out. That's all there is to it. With my mood shifting between impending doom and mild relief, I turn and jog back to the house.
Chapter 21. Kayla. Something thumps down onto the pillow beside me, and I reluctantly peel open my eyes to see what it is. The sun's just peeping through a crack in the drapes. I wonder what time it is. He'd kept me up until I could hear birdsong outside. My body aches with the intensity of his touch. He's standing beside the bed now, tanned skin gleaming beneath a slight sheen of perspiration. A dark tank top clings damply to his torso. Shorts snug on lean hips. He's so damn gorgeous, it almost hurts. Good morning, I murmur huskily. I look from him to the object beside me, and then my eyes widen. My phone! My fingers curl around it. I push myself into a sitting position, brushing hair from my face. I need a shower, he says, tugging his tank top over his head as he turns. Muscles, sinews, gold skin flexing. Dear God, I'm ready for another round. He moves across the room, towing off his trainers as he goes, and my attention is back on the item in my hand. I power it up and stare at the screen as I hear the shower sputtering to life in the bathroom. He hasn't said a word about it, but I know exactly what this means. As the screen lights up, a series of message alerts scroll up. For a moment, I feel a sharp pang when I realize how pitifully few there are. I've been gone nearly 2 weeks, and 5 measly messages have arrived. 1 from a mobile service offering me a phone deal. 2 are from Tony, my boss at the club. The first one was on the first day after I went missing, asking why I was late for my shift. The second later that night, telling me I was fired. Fucker. The remaining 2 are from Becky. 1 in response to the original message sent by Timur's gorillas, who I now occasionally refer to as Carl and Hugo. It's basically a stream of thumbs-up emojis and a couple of eggplants and splats. Classy. There's another a few days later. It's an angry face emoji and 1 word. Rent. How could it be that at 25, This is what my world boils down to? My whole life is summed up by a job that doesn't need me. Plus, a roommate whose main concern is the measly few $100s that cover my share of the lease. I hit Becky's number and wait as the dial tone rings. The water in the shower cubicle dies down. Timur emerges. Hair dripping. Droplets still gleaming on his chest. A towel is wrapped around his hips, promising heaven beneath. He stands at the foot of the bed. His expression is inscrutable as I make the call. Becky picks up. "Kayla," she squawks across the line. "Where the fuck have you been?" I start to respond. But her words continue in a steady stream. Tony is pissed the fuck off. He says don't come back. And that's too bad. I say, and by the way, I'm fine. Thanks. How are you? Great. Just great. She splutters. Meanwhile, what the fuck? Kayla, you dropped me. I know. I'm sorry. I concede, though I'm not feeling sorry at all. I could have been dead in a ditch. Did it never occur to her to delve a little deeper? This is probably how women go missing every day. And quite frankly, I was very nearly one of those statistics. I'm pretty sure of it. Yet, as the realization sinks in, it occurs to me that I'm not going to mention any of that now. Don't stress. I'll get the cash to you. I tell her, somehow, sorry, chick, I got someone else in your room. Repress. I almost dropped the phone. What? I choke out. Well, what did you think would happen? Kayla? I have expenses. You can't expect me to sit around waiting for you to return from your little fuckfest. It's Burcundo. You rented out my room? But what about my stuff? I stutter. There's a silence on the other end. Becky? Yeah. About that. I kind of figured you were gone for good. And so I took it all to Jerry's. She mentions the pawn shop in the neighborhood that has helped us through some sticky times. Becky, I say sharply. Everything? There's nothing left? Well, you didn't have much. Babe, I barely got $100 out of the deal. In it, Heaven, and there it is. My entire life boils down to $100 and one friend who was probably never a friend. There wasn't even anything of sentimental value left behind. No family photos or mementos I wished I could get back. I have nothing. Absolutely nothing. I've always thought of myself as a pragmatic person. The hand life dealt me wasn't kind. However, I've made the best of it. And I've tried not to take my abandonments personally. But there have been many. I know my mother was out of her mind on Oxy when she walked out on me. And my father was bleary with booze when he raised his hand so many times the system finally dragged me out of the house. It wasn't me they hated. It wasn't that I wasn't good enough for their love. They were fucked up. And I tell myself that every day. But why does it seem that everyone in my world has decided that I am disposable? I mumble a farewell and end the call. Timur's looking at me, still silent. I drop the phone onto the bed beside me. You okay? He asks. I rub the space between my eyebrows and try not to let tears begin. He's still standing, his eyes intense. You do not need to go back there, he finally says. It's a strange thing to say. Until recently, I thought of myself as a prisoner here. Do I still feel that way? It seems pointless now. I shake my head. Damn it. I'm still trying not to cry. Another upheaval. Someone else who doesn't want me. Who doesn't care. My throat feels like it's closing up, and I shut my eyes tightly. When I open them, he's standing at my side. There's something unreadable in his expression. "You can stay here," he says. "I will take care of you." He drops the towel, and nothing else matters.
Chapter 22. Timur. I lost track of time a while ago. As I lie here, my body entwined with Kayla's, the aftermath of our sex clings to us like a second skin. Our feverish breaths have slowed, but our scent still fills the room with the heavy fragrance of desire. Flushed and tangled in sweat-soaked sheets, I find myself, yet again, surprised at the raw, animalistic connection that has consumed us both. She drives me crazy. The contrast of her soft, delicate curves against my hardened, tattooed frame only serves to amplify the sense of danger that simmers beneath the surface. My pulse races, not from the physical exertion, but from the realization that she's burrowed her way under my skin, into the very core of my being. I trace my fingers along her spine, feeling her shiver at my touch. Every inch of her body is a reminder of the vulnerability I've seen in her eyes. A vulnerability that stirs something within me, a fierce need to protect and possess. Tu Chertovsky Krasiv, Emil Muir. Unable to resist brushing a stray lock of hair away from her face, she looks up at me, her deep hazel eyes shining with a strange blend of curiosity and post-orgasmic languor. I never knew Russian can sound so hot. She turns to face me slightly. "What did you say?" "I said you are beautiful," I answer. "Why?" "Thank you. Kind sir." Her smile is impish. She flutters her lashes at me, and she pouts her lips suggestively. I'm suddenly left with questions about her life before she came here. "Tell me something." I begin, not quite sure how to ask the things I want to know. I'm not even sure I want to ask them. "You were a dancer?" That's a very polite way of asking me if I was a stripper. Her smile is teasing. "What do you expect from a gentleman?" I tease back, giving a wry shrug. She giggles and slants me a playful look. "Well, Mr. Gentleman, for your information, I prefer exotic dancer. Man, how did you get into it?" I ask, wondering if this is something she's comfortable sharing. She hesitates for a moment, her gaze drifting towards the ceiling as she gathers her thoughts. "It was an escape. You know, I always loved to dance. It was the only way to forget about all the shit life threw at me." Gross. And just what shit did life throw at you? I ask a moment before I realize I'm probably on top of that list. I don't retract the question. You know, just life stuff. Everyone deals with shit sometimes. Right? Her words are light, but I'm certain I see her eyes cloud slightly. I don't press the matter. I know I'm already pushing hard enough just asking how she made her career choices. Anyhow, I didn't have much of an education. No job experience. And if I wanted to eat, I needed to find a way to make money. And fast. Dancing seemed like the best option. The pay was okay, and it gave me a sense of control over my life. Control? I repeat, intrigued by her choice of words. Yeah. Kayla shifts closer to me, her eyes holding mine captive. On stage. I was in control of how people saw me. I could be anyone I wanted to be. For a few hours, I wasn't the girl with a messed up life. I was just a beautiful woman who men wanted to fantasize about. I'm still. A surge of jealousy washes over me. Dark and raw. My hand instinctively tightens around her waist. You don't have to do that anymore. I tell her, my voice low. Timur, she whispers, her eyes wide with surprise. Can I ask you something? That depends, I respond, my heart pounding in my chest. On what? On what it is you want to know. Oh, way. What is it like being Timur Yakov? Her eyes meet mine, searching for answers I'm not sure I can give. I'm not sure she wants to hear them either. That is not something I can just talk about, I say cautiously, the weight of my past pressing down on me. Really? She pushes, her gaze never leaving mine. Is it bad? She traces a fingertip over my bottom lip, and I resist the urge to suck it into my mouth. Go on. I told you about me. I push myself up slightly and lock my eyes with hers. She needs to understand that this is a dangerous territory. Sure, you want to know. Some things can't be unspoken. Oh, she looks thoughtful.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Más tío regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti.
No me jodas.
¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol,
luego.
debajo del árbol.
Vamos a verlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
It's pretty obvious that you're no Mr. Nice Guy. 5. I'm not going to deny it. So, what do? She asks again. I enforce. I answer simply, because there's no point in hiding it. Un enforcer sounds hardcore. She gnaws on her lip. I don't respond. It doesn't seem like a question anyway. She hesitates. Then forex on, steeling herself. Have you ever killed anyone? I search her eyes, wondering how much I want to reveal to her. She's looking for the truth, but is she ready for it? What do you think? She hesitates, weighing her words carefully before answering. I think, yes, you're capable of it. But I also believe that there must be a reason. Reasons don't always matter in my world. Dushenka. I admit, struggling to control the storm brewing within me. Sometimes it's about survival. Is that what it was for you? That's enough, I snap, sounding a little more harsh than I intended. We don't need to go down this route. The things I've done, they can't be undone. And one day, I'll have to pay the price for them. It's better if she doesn't know that. For a few minutes, a heavy silence falls upon us before she speaks again. Timur, her voice is barely a whisper. her eyes filled with sadness and understanding. I'm sorry. Is no. Save your pity. Dushenka. I tell her, my voice cold and distant. I chose this life, and I'll face the consequences when the time comes. But for now, I don't want to think about it. Mof. She considers this for a moment, then nods. All right. She agrees, her fingers gently tracing the contours of the lines of ink that patterns my chest. For now, we'll just be Kayla and Timur. No past, no future, just us in the present. Nell, that's all I want, I say before capturing her lips in a fierce kiss. I pour everything into it, feeling all the volumes of passion and desperation raging within us both. Whatever.
Chapter 23. Kayla. Timur, I call out, my bare feet padding on the cool tiles of the floor. He's been out of sight for a couple of hours, and there's a growing emptiness in my belly that could be hunger or something else. Timur, I push open the door to the study. He's in the leather chair behind his desk, leaning over the keyboard of a laptop. His eyes raise and then widen. Ah, t'explains. He grins, running a look up and down my bare body. Then he frowns. Did you walk through here like that? He asks. I nod, trailing a fingertip around my nipple as I look back at him. Where are the men? Carl's down the hall. Hugo's in the kitchen. End quote. Jesus. Kayla. He mutters, his expression darkening. Could you not put some clothes on? Why? I ask, pouting as I step into the room and move closer. I thought you liked me this way. I'm standing in front of him now, my feet astride. I run my hands down my belly, straying over my mound. It's remained persistently bare since Giselle did her wax job on me. I've grown so accustomed to it I can't imagine being any other way. His eyes follow the path of my hands. I'm hungry. I say, you've been gone for hours. It's Ezgin. I'm busy, he says gruffly, his eyes still on my fingers. I let them trail lower. You know where the kitchen is. And one. That's not what I'm hungry for, I whisper. I slide my fingers in and spread my lower lips. He inhales and gets the scent of me. For a second, I think he's going to lean forward and bury his face between my legs. He does that so damn well. I feel myself grow warmer just at the thought of it. But he turns away abruptly and focuses back on the screen. I feel my pout return. I know he has work to do. Just one look around this house can tell anyone that it doesn't come without a high price. But I want him now. I rub against him, feeling like a cat in heat. It's his fault. Damn it, he did this to me. He pushes me away. I want to stamp my foot. I am busy. Kayla, he says firmly. But, go to your room, he says. Your room, not ours, not his room, where we now sleep, among other things. I still keep my clothing in that space that was mine when I arrived. A nagging little voice reminds me of the circumstances of my arrival. You're a freaking Stockholm Syndrome Barbie. I ignore that little voice. Go get washed up. He goes on. We are going out later. If you want makes do one, we're going out. I feel my heart skip as I remember that first dinner. How he played me like a harp. Somehow, it doesn't worry me at all anymore. I'd love that. I feel myself brighten. What shall I wear? Is it someplace fancy again? Just go shower, I will be up later. He turns back to his screen, and I linger, hoping he'll change his mind. Finally, I sigh and feel my shoulders slump. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Tisday. Pathetic bitch. I mute the voice again. He says nothing in reply, still focused on his work. I try not to feel rejected as I leave the room. It's like visiting a brand new playmate and being told they don't have time for you. He's not a playmate. Though, I don't know what he is. But for the first time in my life, I have a connection of sorts. And now he's messing with me. I know he is. As I leave, I'm half tempted to play the same game. Maybe it's his turn to be taunted and teased. Maybe he needs a lesson. I hide a grin as an idea takes hold. I'm no man's toy. Damn it. If we're going to continue down this path, he has to know that...
Chapter 24. Timur. Kayla's strangely quiet as we take the drive to the club. I can't say I blame her. I haven't exactly been chatty either. She's still sulking after being turned away earlier today. But she'll get over it soon enough. Frankly, I don't have the patience for sulking. She's beautiful, as always, in a dark dress I picked out for her before we left. She'd been waiting naked for me in her room, freshly showered, hair damp and fragrant. I'd almost been tempted to dive into all that sweetness again before we left. But I have something in mind. A visit to an old haunt that I haven't been to in years. Now I'm eager to explore some new territory with her. "Where are we going?" she asks, and I smile in the darkness. "You will see," I tell her, turning off the road into a dark alley between tall buildings. I glide up to a simple doorway. A guy in a dark suit emerges from the shadows. I toss him the keys, then open the passenger door for her, taking her arm. The entrance to the building opens as we reach it. A dull bass thumping greets us from deep within. I know that there's a fairly well-populated club on the other side of the building, but we're headed elsewhere, someplace more anonymous. We walk through a maze of thickly carpeted corridors toward a low red glow. A beefy security guard steps out of the shadows, and I flash a card. Then we turn a corner, and I hear Kayla take a sharp breath at my side. We're on a landing, overlooking an opulently furnished room. It could be the interior of any clubhouse dining area. Wood-paneled and richly upholstered. Except that there's a platform in the center where a couple is having sex. Kayla gives a small gasp, and then another as a silver-haired man walks past with a blonde girl on a leash. I turn to follow them down the sweeping staircase into the room. Kayla cranes her neck to get a better look as I lead her to a secluded reception area. A manager in a tuxedo comes to greet us and asks to see my card. I flash it distractedly as I glance around us. "Private. Come with me. Mr. Yakov. Imomir." Striding ahead of us. There's no one here I recognize. Although it's been so long since I visited that it's hardly surprising. We settle into our seats, and I order a round of drinks. I sense that my companion could loosen up a little. She's still oddly subdued, despite the obvious fascination. "How can they do that in front of everyone? I don't get it," she says. But she's licking her lips, and her eyes are glittering. I suspect she's less confused than she's admitting. "Why not?" I ask. "You used to dance naked." "My nay, sis. That was different, she says. I needed the money. We'll lie. You danced for me, I say. And I did not pay you. Mine. Form. She dimples up at me. That was different too. She licks her lips again. It's surprising to me how naive she seems sometimes. For a woman who's stripped for a living, she's very unspoiled. It intrigues me. Perhaps it's why I broke my rule and got involved. I suspect I'm going to regret it at some point. For now, it's refreshing to simply be with a woman again, especially with this woman. So, you do not like this, I ask, looking at the stage as our drinks are set before us. I know exactly what I like, but there's no accounting for different tastes. I want to see where this will lead. I'm not sure, she muses, toying with the stem of her wine glass. She keeps shooting glances at the couple, who seem intent on running through every position in the Kama Sutra. In the dim light, I can see her cheeks flush slightly. Her nipples are prodding at the silky fabric of her dress. Maybe I should be exploring more on my own, I suppose. I can't expect you to take care of all my needs. And I raise an eyebrow. She's definitely still sulking over our conversation this afternoon. I guess it's my fault. I've indulged her. And myself, if I'm honest. But the world can't revolve around our damn libidos. I shrug and lean back, watching her over the rim of my glass. Perhaps not, I reply, and her eyes narrow. Maybe I should join them, she says. Looking at the couple again, she takes a healthy sip of her wine. I can sense her goading me a little. I refuse to rise to the bait. Would you like that? I ask. I could offer you to them. I watch as her jaw sets, and I stifle a grin. I'd never do that. I don't know why, but the thought bothers me. I'll never let her know. Though, the couple on the stage has finally finished up what appears to have been a marathon sex run. A small group is taking their place. 2 men in leather, and a girl in a mask. Kayla watches as they begin binding her and unpack an interesting collection of toys. What's beyond that door? She asks, peering in the direction of a pair of heavy wooden doors. Red light glows beneath it. More of the same, I answer. Just not private. She licks her lips and nods just as my phone buzzes in my pocket. I glance down and frown as I see the number. AudioBook. I have to take this. I say, I'll be right back. I make my way to a doorway into a quieter area to take the call. Green's voice is cool and clear as I answer. We've set things in motion. I'll be running the project myself. There. Good news, I reply. Pleased to hear that Green is intent on keeping a hands-on approach. The information I've been feeding through has been fairly damning. I've been impatient to see something happening. The enormity of the mission weighs heavily on me. Fucking Vasily's trafficking business has left dozens of victims in its wake. Every day that goes by means more fucked up lives. The dark cloud over my world feels colder every time I think about it. That cloud grips my chest when I imagine Kayla caught in that web. Green is still speaking, running through arrangements. I nod as I listen. I'm feeling the familiar burn of anticipation. It'll be good to get back in the field. To not be some fucker's bitch. You'll also be pleased to know that the nursery is still thriving. and we've tended to the seedlings. Green goes on. Your lilies are looking exceptional this year. Tubarst. Thank you. I murmur and rub my face. It kills me to know my daughter is still there. Nika's 7th birthday is in a little more than a month, and I've vowed to get her out before then. I haven't seen her in weeks, aside from Vasilius' cruel jibes and taunting images. Each has been carefully designed to remind me of his hold over me. It's ramping up my impatience to get in there and save her. As I end the call, I return to the clubroom, reach our booth, and stop sharply. Kyla's not in it. Blyad. I curse as I look around for her. I'd barely been gone 5 minutes. I spin around and feel a swirl of annoyance. A server cruises by, and I flag his attention. The woman? I say, and he nods in understanding. Your companion went to the ballroom, sir. Mir, and I feel my stomach drop. Fuck. The main hall of this place is not what I had in mind for tonight. I stride to the doors and burst into the room beyond, like the private lounge. The club's ballroom is dominated by a central stage, except this one is raised beneath lights and surrounded by dozens of people. Dozens of people that can't be trusted. The crowd has moved forward to watch as a woman gyrates and twists in a slow dance routine. Kyla. Gotta admit. What the fuck is she trying to prove? I stride to the platform and stand front and center, willing her to look at my face and see the message written in my eyes. She spots me as she turns, but then struts away brazenly. I don't want to have to yell at her to get down. Yet. I have a sense I'm about to be drawn into a battle of wills. She has no idea of what she's getting into. She reaches for the zipper of her dress, locking eyes with mine. She slowly draws it down. Kyla, I warn. I know she can't hear me, but my expression is enough to catch her attention. She keeps sliding the zipper down until the dress threatens to fall open. Is she for real? But I have no doubt of the message. You don't control me. I can do what I want. I fold my arms across my chest, rock back on my heels, and crook my finger. She raises her eyebrows and spins past me, just out of reach. Taunting. It's not far enough. Just as she slides by, I reach forward and get a grip around her ankle. There's a gasp from the crowd as she shrieks and topples forward. I'm right in front of her. She lands heavily against my chest. We are leaving. I snap.
Chapter 25. Kyla. He's silent. His face set in grim lines as we make the drive home. He hasn't said a word to me since he carried me out of the club. I've gone too far. What were you thinking? Kyla? Another part answers that question. A part filled with bitter resentment. I didn't fucking choose to be here. It doesn't matter that this man moves me in ways I can't comprehend. This whole situation is wrong. The car pulls up outside the front of the house. He gets out of the car, striding up the stairs to the front entrance. It's the first time that he hasn't come round to open the door for me. Once again, uncertainty swirls. Are you just going to storm off? I call after him. I see his shoulders set, but he doesn't turn. Timur, I say sharply. He reaches the door, unlocks it, and shoves it open. I clamber out of the car and run up the stairs behind him. Cursing the heels that make my progress awkward, I kick them off and leave them on the stairs, sprinting up behind him as he steps through the door. Hey, I say, grabbing his arm. He turns to face me, pulling himself free. "What the fuck do you want?" "Kayla?" he snarls. For a moment, I'm speechless. It's not the question I'd expected to hear. I don't know what to say. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" he continues. "I was dancing!" I snap back, finding my voice at last. "In front of everyone. Kayla!" "So? You said it yourself." "I used to do it all the time." I feel anger rising. Why is he making such a big deal of this? "And what happened the last time you did that?" he asks. I say nothing. I don't know where this is leading. You were picked out by a sick fucking sociopath. A man who saw you with your tits out and decided they would look nice in his bed. There's a vicious edge to his words that I know is intended to hurt. It makes my blood boil. Really? Like you're such an angel? You're the one who picked me up in the first place. How do I know you're not the sick fucking sociopath? Timur, I've never even seen this fucking monster you keep warning me of. He doesn't respond immediately. I continue, going in for the jugular. All this talk of sex traffickers and abusers, maybe it's you. Maybe you're the one I should be afraid of. And his eyes glitter with rage. Maybe I am. His voice is low, but there's nothing soothing about it. Although none of that seems to have bothered you these past days. You had your legs spread and started begging for cock the first chance you got. Were you a whore as well as a stripper? My hand is swinging an arc toward his face before I even realize I'm doing it. He blocks the blow and grabs my wrist so quickly I don't even see him move. My breath hisses out as he yanks me up against his chest. "You bastard," I snarl, fingers raking at his face. He shoves me roughly, and I stumble back, still clawing at him. Suddenly, the hallway table bumps up against the back of my thighs, and I realize there's nowhere to go. But I'm past caring now. I keep lashing out, fists bouncing ineffectually off his chest until he captures my wrists in his hand. He holds them easily as he bends me back over the table, pinning my arms over my head. Afraid yet. "Kayla?" he growls. His weight almost forces the air from my chest, but I pull my knees up and kick violently. He grunts as my foot connects with his belly. There's adrenaline combined with the rage now, and it drives me. I twist and kick, snapping my teeth at him like a captured animal. "God damn you," I rage. "Get your fucking hands off me!" "These hands, Dushenka." He hisses back as he runs a palm down my chest. "Don't you fucking call me that, whatever the fuck that means," I yell. His little term of endearment pisses me the hell off right now. I arch my back and buck, bare feet meeting the hard muscles of his thighs. He winces but doesn't release me, his hand continuing its rough exploration. "You did not complain about these hands before. In fact, this whole fucking shit show started because I did not fuck you when you wanted me to." He's reached the juncture of my thighs. I growl at him as he yanks my panties aside. He's pushed himself past my flailing legs and pressed up between my thighs, spreading them around his hips. "I hate you," I scream at him, all the fear and fury and frustration of the past 2 weeks boiling out of me. But my wild thrashing is no match for him. Right now, he seems to be in the grip of his own demons. His fingers shove roughly into me, and I choke out a cry, unable to twist free. "Stop it," I groan out. He chuckles against me. "Do you want me to tell you how wet you are, Kayla?" I turn my face away, not wanting to look into those mocking eyes as the fight seeps from me. There's no escaping him. No way to get him out of my life. Out of my head. And as I hear the rough rasp as he unzips his fly, I know there's no way to keep him out of my body either. I feel him positioning the thick crown of his cock against me and then slide it along my skin. There's no need for him to tell me about my arousal. I can feel it in the ease with which he glides along my slit. A sob breaks free, and then tears are streaming. I keep my head turned, bracing for the inevitable invasion. The hardest part is knowing how quickly my body will respond. But he's not moving, and I look up. His expression surprises me. The rage is gone. It's been replaced with something I can't identify. "Why won't you let me go?" I whisper hoarsely. It's ridiculous. There are 1,000 reasons I can think of that force me to stay here. At the top of the list is the psycho who wants to turn me into a sex slave. And the fact that I literally have no place else to go. But I want to hear his reason. "Because I cannot protect you out there," he says. His voice is as broken as mine, and it draws another sob from me. My hands are suddenly free as he moves to cup my face. "You don't know what you're dealing with. Kyla," he whispers. "And tonight," he shakes his head, and I feel a cold weight in my chest. There is more at stake than us. And I don't know what that word means right now. What we have isn't something I've ever encountered before. No fairy tale romance. No boy meets girl. It's dysfunctional in every way I can think of, which pretty much sums up my entire life. His eyes lock with mine, and then his mouth slants over my lips. My chest heaves as I suck in a shuddering breath. I wrap my arms around his neck and draw him to me. "If they take you," his words trail off, and there's anguish in there. I link my calves behind his hips and urge him forward, needing that sense of fullness I've grown to ache for. "Don't let me go." I breathe into his mouth as he sinks into me, and for the next few hours, he shows me that he won't.
Chapter 26. Vasily. Hot fury swirls through me as I look down at the dark hair of the woman kneeling at my feet. "Are you certain of it?" I demand. And Giselle nods quickly, keeping her eyes fixed on my shoes. My girl recognized them at once. She says quickly, "They were at Doe. She was dancing on the stage." My knees. Certo kusok derma. I spit out. Fucking Yakov has taken women there in the past, but they were just diversions. I know this is different. The fucking bastard's defying me. I've always expected this much. It's not that I didn't lead him to this inevitable outcome. I'd practically handpicked the girl with that idiot in mind. That sweet face. The combination of innocence and sensuality. The ripe curves. Not my type. Though I fully intend to plow those fertile fields when I get a chance. And that will be soon. I'm just disappointed that my suspicions proved to be right. The man can't be trusted. I've tested his loyalty on a number of occasions, and the fucker's never failed me. But deep down, I've known, somewhere beyond the stony exterior, there is something. And I've spent too long playing foolish games, waiting for him to show his hand. Yakov is playing me for a fool, and though I've been called many names in my life, Kasyanenko Vasily Koslov is certainly no fool. I turn to the lean, tattooed thug who's been standing silently nearby, his face expressionless. Yegor Baranov has been at my side since I cut my teeth in the game. A childhood friend, now trusted advisor. I know I can ask anything of him. As I face him now, the man is immediately alert, though nothing in his bearing has changed. Send the men, I say. And Yegor nods. It's time to put an...
Chapter 27. Kayla. I stir beneath the smooth sheets and reach out beside me, shedding sleep as I become aware that I'm alone in the bed. Alone. Since those moments after we returned home, I haven't been able to let him out of my sight. I can't describe it, even to myself. Maybe it's too many years of being alone, being unwanted. It hurts to be alone, to have no one. But I'm not alone anymore. This man wants me. He wants me. And I want him, whoever he is, because after all this time, I still don't exactly know who he is and what he's done. All I know is that Timur is not an average man. Far from it. He has a past. Secrets. Dark ones. Sometimes I sense he's fighting demons. And I'm not sure I'm ready to find out what those demons are. I'm dimly aware of a strange, distant vibrating sound. I look around the room, eyes slowly growing accustomed to the darkness. I pick out his shape at the window. He's silhouetted against the low light there, but takes form as I focus on him. Strong, lean lines against the moonlight, so beautiful it makes my chest tight. Timur? I murmur. Are you coming back to bed? It seems crazy that he's up at all. He's had as little sleep as I have. We've been submerged in each other since the frantic coupling as we returned home. Whispers, hoarse cries, and eyes locked as we climax together. We've left a trail of clothing from the front door to our room. Though, admittedly, I had a lot less to shed. I press my thighs together now, feeling the dull ache of the muscles strained by the exertion. And yet, I want more. The distant vibrating sound seems a little closer now. Angel? I whisper, smiling at the endearment. It seems odd and unlikely, but that's exactly what he is to me. My angel, my savior from the monster who had me stolen. And more than that, he saved me from the bleak life I had been lost in. I feel my heart clench again. I know it's not love, of course. It's not, but it is something I've never felt before. He turns to me now, walking to the bedside. There's something in the set of his shoulders that has me sitting up straighter. Get dressed, he says sharply, reaching for my hand. We have to get out of here. I'm Morleaf. What happens next is a wild blur of confusion. White lights flicker through the drapes. The whirring in the distance has now grown louder. There are shouts from downstairs. Timur is tugging on a pair of sweatpants, bare-chested, as he yanks the bedroom door open. Carl, he calls down, and there's an answering shout. The chopper. Get it ready. The vibration is now a low roar, and I finally identify it. A helicopter. There's a helicopter overhead! And then more shouting from outside. I jump to my feet and stumble to the closet where I've kept some of my things. I don't have much in the way of clothing. Before Giselle left, my wardrobe had been made up entirely of tramp dresses and slutty lingerie. In the past days, I've picked up a couple of more sensible outfits. I quickly reach for a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Timur has reached over me into the top of his closet as I dress. What's happening? I ask him, and I feel my heart beating a little faster. I need you to stay calm. Kayla? End quote. I suck in a breath as I see him extract something cold and dark. A heavy revolver, which he tucks into the back of his waistband. He stops for a second, standing in front of me, and cups my face in both his hands. I need you to do as I say now, he says firmly. No time for questions. Do you understand? I swallow hard and nod mutely, staring up at his face. What the fuck is happening? He releases me and moves to the window to glance past a drape. The lights outside are now blinding. I feel my heart starting to race as I cram my feet into my sneakers. His strides bring him past me in a second, and he reaches for my hand. I don't resist as he tugs me behind him through the door. "Run," he says. I take flight beside him. I blindly let him guide me down the hall, through the house, and out the back door. We head toward a nearby grassed area I've never paid attention to before. There's a sharp crack behind us. Oh, my God. Gunfire. I know it. I give a tiny shriek. "Keep going," he says. He's barely breathless, though we're moving at breakneck speed. A volley of gunshots rings out, and I feel hysteria building. There are more shouts behind us. Men have invaded the building, scouring the rooms, in search of us. He's come for me. A sob bubbles up, but Timur keeps me running. A dark shape looms ahead, and I dimly recognize the gleaming lines of a helicopter, rotors whirring. For a second, I'm convinced we've run right into them, and I hang back. But he draws me on. "It's ours," he says, understanding my hesitation. Carl has emerged, and the pair share a word. Then the man melts into the darkness. "Get in." Timur has a hand on the back of my head, guiding me forward as he yanks open a door. He waits as I clamber into a seat and then buckles me in. My whole body is shaking now. The sheer terror is so overwhelming I can barely breathe as I stare back at the house we just left. There are men everywhere. Lights are flashing around, and car headlights join the blinding array as a pair of SUVs spin around the corner. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm trying not to hyperventilate as I see them heading in our direction. Yet Timur barely glances up as he takes the seat beside me. His hands are moving over the dizzying array of dials and switches in front of us. Suddenly, we're hovering. And then we're up. Oh my God. Oh, my God. I shriek again, my pitch rising. I seem to have lost the rest of my vocabulary. For fuck's sake. Kayla, keep it together. This is no time to panic. We are hovering over the house, and by the looks of it, it is exactly the time to panic. Men are clambering out of the vehicles. I see one swing his arm, holding something that gleams darkly. There's another explosion, and I scream. I'm certain I'm going to feel a bullet piercing my flesh. Yet somehow, we're up and out, and now we're soaring above their heads. The deafening sound of the blades drowns out their shouts and even the gunfire. I cover my face with both hands to block out the sight of it. 2. It's a ridiculous impulse. But maybe if I can imagine it's not happening, maybe it will all stop. Just stop. I feel a brush against my arm and pry my eyes open. Timur is indicating a set of headphones hooked in front of me and pointing at his ears. He already has a set on. I'm a little amazed at how calm he remains. I reach for the set and clamp them over my head. For a second, the silence is blissful. Then I hear his voice crackling through the system. The roaring bird is flying over the small cluster of trees that surrounds the main house. We're shooting away into the dark. I don't know how he knows where we're going, but I have no option but to leave our fate in his hands. You are doing well. Kayla? His voice is soothing. Stay calm. I will get us out of here. I nod mutely, believing him somehow. although his eyes narrow as he shoots a look back over my shoulder. When I turn to see what he's looking at, I suck in a breath. The helicopter I'd heard at the house is now hot on our tail. And then I notice the other one. There's two. A brilliant white light sweeps in advance, blinding me as I stare at it. Timur swoops us around at an angle that has my stomach lurching. I clamp my eyes shut and pray I won't throw up. I still have no idea where we're going. All I'm aware of is that we're moving at a blistering speed with not one, but two giant choppers chasing us. And then it begins. The sharp reports of what? To my uninitiated ears, sound like automatic gunfire. Timur! I scream, but I'm left without a response. Timur's face is set in grim lines in the flickering lights from the console. I wish I could share his disposition. He still seems in control of the situation. As for me, I'm one step away from a complete meltdown. There are dark shapes beneath us, and I sense more trees, sharp rocks, perhaps some water. I can't tell. All I know is that the gunfire feels closer. Then there's a jarring clang, and something pierces the door behind us. No! I scream into the darkness, wishing I was braver, wishing I was strong. A window shatters behind me, and the tail end of the chopper seems to swing. Then, it swings again. In less than a second, we're spiraling madly. Timur keeps his eyes on the controls. His hands are still moving, flicking switches. But I'm pretty sure there isn't a button that can fix whatever's just been done to our aircraft. Hold on. Kayla! His roaring voice comes through the speaker, but his eyes remain on the controls. The chopper suddenly shifts beneath us, and for a moment, we're embraced by a ghostly silence. The metal bird shifts again, and we're no longer going forward. We're going down! Not just down, we're now plummeting toward the darkness. There is nothing to keep us in the air. As the first treetops brush the nose of the chopper, I know it's all over. Something shatters, and shards of glass explode near my face. There are loud. Chapter 28. Kayla, we're going down. For the longest seconds of my life, I am surrounded by complete chaos. Beside me, Timur has his hands on the controls, but we're still plummeting towards oblivion at a blistering speed. There's nothing he can do now. Nothing. The chopper has cut a swath through a canopy of trees and vegetation into a dark void that I can't identify, although I can't determine the damage. I'm pretty certain the great metal bird is leaving a trail of debris in its wake. We're going to die. I imagine there should be some sort of flashback of my life now. But all I can think of is how little there is to see. And the fact that nobody in the world will care that I'm gone? How could I have made so little impact? How could I be so utterly unimportant? I squeeze my eyes shut, half hoping that when I open them, Timur will have miraculously pulled us out of this mad descent. But when I glance over at him, his yaw is set, and he seems to have stopped trying to steady the falling helicopter. He aims a look at me, then bites out. Hold on tight. Hold on tight? Onto what? We're crashing. We're going to die. Oh, God. We're not stopping. And then there's a jolt that feels like it shatters me. A moment of silence. I'm dead. There's no other explanation. We've crashed and died. But I open my eyes, and lights are flashing madly. And I realize we've hit something and we're still going down. There's a rushing sound along with the screaming of twisting metal. Water! We've hit water, and we're sinking. I suck in air just as a wave floods into the compartment. It's over my knees. Now up my chest and beneath my chin. And we're under. Water is bubbling and swirling about me. I can't get away. I know I have a lung full of air, but my body is already screaming in panic. I need to get out. I need to breathe. I scrabble at the belt, holding me into my seat, and feel the panic surge higher as my fingers fumble stupidly. I can't get it loose. My eyes are burning against the briny water, and I fight the urge to suck in a breath. I know that if I can just keep calm, I'll be able to free myself and swim up to sweet air. But my body seems to be under some other sort of control because I'm twisting and thrashing. I'm wasting valuable oxygen as I try to tear away from the seatbelt that's locking me into this death trap. The front of the chopper is completely submerged. I'm surrounded by a pale, murky green tint as I struggle to make sense of what's around me. I see a flicker of movement beside me. Timur has pulled himself loose and is out of the helicopter. He's kicking out and away. I feel despair as I see his form become a shadow and then disappear from sight. The red and blue lights are slowly dimming and fading as the water grows darker, pressing around me. He's gone. Where's he gone? I can't believe he's left me to die. The pressure in my head is unbearable, but it's nothing compared to the screaming of my lungs. I want to inhale, but I know that I can't. I'm still fighting with the catch on the safety belt, but it just won't come loose. And my fingers no longer want to obey me. Bubbles stream from my mouth, but there's nothing to replace them with aside from water. Now it's just a frantic fight to stop my screaming lungs from sucking it in. Don't breathe. Not that there's anything to breathe, except water. The darkness around me is now coming from within. Fading vision mingles with flashing lights, and I'm struggling to make sense of it all. Need to breathe. It's dark. Come on. Kyla, you can do it. I choke on water, heave in a gasping breath, and choke again. Where am I? Is this the afterlife? Good girl. Dushenka. Just breathe. Hands are stroking wet hair from my eyes and off my face, but the searing in my lungs consumes my thoughts. I'm breathing. Air. Sweet, precious air. We don't appreciate the damn stuff enough. I gasp again, feeling it flowing in more smoothly. Then cough, spitting up mouthfuls of the brackish water. Timur's hands are on me, turning me onto my side as I twist my head and spew out whatever's still flooding me. That's it. Get it all out. It's okay. Just relax. His voice is soothing. I feel myself responding to his calm presence. He said it's okay. I'm okay. I reach for his hand and feel his fingers threading through mine. Air is coming easily now. I can breathe. Oh, thank God. And then I'm sobbing. Huge, gut-wrenching shudders shake me. He slides his arms around me and pulls me up against his chest. Slava Bogu. Ivi Poryadki. You're okay, he murmurs against the top of my head. He saved me. Dear Lord. I'd thought it was the end when I saw him swim out. Then there'd been a swirl of water, hands at my waist, tugging me free, and then a rush of the currents around me as he'd pulled me to the surface. I know I must have breathed in at some point, and the lights had dimmed. I'd blacked out. Now we're on some sort of shoreline. I think. It's still too dark to make out much of what's around us, but I'm aware of water ahead and some sort of tree line behind us. Timur draws away slightly, and I sense he's searching my face. His is swathed in shadows, just his eyes glittering in the darkness. He cups my cheek with his palm and brushes his lips against mine. I thought I lost you, he murmurs. His words wrench at my heart. I make a little sound at the back of my throat and burrow against him. He lifts me into a sitting position. My eyes start to grow accustomed to the low light. "Where are we?" I ask, trying to get my bearings. "We went down in the lagoon," he replies, glancing around us. This means little to me. I think he's probably forgotten that I don't know where they took me that first night. For the past several weeks, I've lived in a bubble. I know we're within driving distance of New York City. Aside from that, I could be anywhere. As he looks down at me, I think this begins to dawn on him. "You have been staying at my home in the Hamptons," he says, which surprises me, because he doesn't strike me as a Hamptons man. Red Square. More like, "We have come down in a nature reserve not too far from there. There is an inlet beside a wooded area. Looks like it's where we just drowned our bird." He glances back to the water. "If I hadn't been in the helicopter when it went down, I'd never say it was there. It is good for us. They will not see where we are right away. But we must find cover. They were circling overhead a minute ago. They will come for us soon." And I fight down a little sob of terror. When will this be over? Timur rises smoothly and reaches for my hand. "Can you walk?" I nod and take his palm, feeling my legs shake. "Then support me as I get to my feet." I'm wobbly, but I'm okay. I think the shock has hit me more than anything. There is a transponder in the chopper that will have sent out an emergency signal when we dropped, he says. We move off the sand and into the trees, where he picks up an overgrown trail and moves along it. He keeps his voice low. Despite the fact that we seem to be alone, I feel the same sense of urgency, almost afraid we're going to round a corner and run straight into another threat. With luck, emergency services will pick us up, but there is also a chance Vasily's men will intercept them. I think we should stay close enough to the shore to spot them without being seen. We must stay hidden until we know what we are dealing with. He's moving briskly, brushing branches clear so I can move freely. I nod in agreement. What else would I do? Overhead, there's the dull thudding of helicopter rotors. We both tense at the sound, knowing what it is. They're sweeping the area, no doubt looking for signs of us. I pray to God our fallen aircraft isn't visible from the sky. My head is still spinning. It's a relief that he's taken over so smoothly. The denim of my jeans protects my legs from the dense undergrowth. I'm grateful I changed into them. But as we walk further, the fabric clings to me wetly. My teeth chatter as cold begins to sink in. You good? He asks, and I nod yet again. I haven't said a word since we started moving. Yeah, I say huskily, finally finding my voice. But it's hoarse, just a bit cold. End quote. The sun will be up soon. Then we can find a spot to dry out. We must stay out of sight right now, he says, rubbing his hand up my arm. You are cold, he mutters, pulling me closer against him. He keeps me tucked against his side as we press deeper into the bushes. It will be uncomfortable until we can get your clothes dried out. I will find a shelter where we can stay hidden for a couple of hours. Ah, yes. As he speaks, I can see him scan around us. It's not too long before he pauses, then veers off the path slightly. In front of us, there's a clearing sheltered by several large trees that have formed a canopy of branches overhead. The ground is cushioned with a combination of soft grass and something that feels mossy. When he leads me to an alcove, I have an urge to burrow in like a small animal and hide. I follow him without resistance. I have no doubt that he's my best chance of survival. When he drops to one knee in front of me, pulls off my squelching sneakers, then unbuttons my jeans and peels them down my legs. My only reaction is to stare down at the top of his head. "You will be warmer without these," he says, looking up, then takes my hand again and tugs me down onto the soft earth. "You must rest," he goes on. He's shimmying out of his own sweatpants, which are as cold and wet as my own clothes. His skin is chilled against mine as he pulls me against his body. But soon I feel warmth filtering in. It's not long before the iciness seeps from me, and eventually, my teeth stop chattering. It's quiet around us, aside from the natter of night insects. Before I know it, the sense of exhaustion overwhelms me. I settle my head against his shoulder.
Chapter 29. Timur. I feel the tension leave her as her breathing grows rhythmic. She's asleep. Thank fuck. These last few hours must have freaked her out to no end. Who could blame her? Though, there's nothing in her world that could have prepared her for the day's events. For me. Instinct kicked in the moment I woke up, hearing Vasily's helicopter in the distance. I think I'd been expecting it. I'd be stupid not to, considering what I've done. Stolen his plaything. An act of disrespect, punishable by death. At least that's how he'll see it. Now, my mind is racing as I run through the list of possible scenarios I may have to contend with. At the very top of the list is the fact that the man has my 6-year-old child. I lie beside Kayla, rubbing heat into her arms and shoulders, running through all possible scenarios. I'd known it would come to this eventually, but I'd expected to have more time to put things in place. I have to pray that Green's people will create a buffer until we can get Nika out of there. There's nothing else I can do right now, aside from taking care of the woman beside me. She may have compromised us by getting up on that stage. But the fact remains that I was the one who put her in this predicament in the first place. That was Vasily's call. He was the one who forced my hand. If he hadn't had Nika. I pull my mind back from thoughts of my daughter again. I have to focus on the here and the now. We need water. And soon. Kayla coughed up half the lagoon after I got her out of there. She's been silent and compliant. That's not like her at all. I've given her a once-over, and I'm certain she's sustained no serious injuries. But shock can be debilitating. She murmurs against me, and I pull her closer. I should be trying to get some rest too. I'll be no use if I'm running myself empty. And I have no doubt that the next few days are going to put me to the test. By my estimation, there are a few hours left until daylight. From what I remember, the park doesn't get a lot of visitors. It's unlikely we'll bump into anyone out here in the middle of the week. It might be safe enough to head toward the sandy cove to give our clothes a chance to dry out. Vasily's chopper seems to have moved on for now. I suspect they've taken their search elsewhere. They'll be back. Though, I'm sure of it. Once those fuckers lock down all the possible areas that we could have gone down, they'll comb the whole fucking park. Maybe even on foot. It wouldn't surprise me if that bastard Vasily had some way of tapping into our emergency signal. But that will be a problem for the morning. Right now. The earth is cushiony beneath us, and I'm warming up as the soft woman against me shifts closer. She slips her arms around my waist beneath my damp shirt, and I'm half inclined to take it off. She slides her leg between my thighs and presses her hips up against me maddeningly. Despite the insanity around us, I feel my body respond as she rubs closer. What the fuck? Yako? It's ridiculous to think that I might be aroused at a time like this. But fuck it. I am. My head swirls with images of her before this all went down. The sight of her spread out on the hall table, arching and bucking against me. Eyes glazed with pleasure. I don't think I've ever known a woman who's responded to me with such abandon. Then again, she's brought out the same in me. I lose control around her. If anything, last night proved that too. I'd been so close to taking her in anger. It would have been so fucking wrong. Though the thought of it makes me harder even now. Blyat, pull your shit together. Mudak, I turn my attention back to our situation. I'll catch an hour of sleep and then explore our surroundings a little. We'll manage a few more hours without food. But water is going to be an issue. I force the images of Kayla's nakedness from my mind and draw upon long-honed discipline to plan what needs to be done next. I have to keep her safe. That's all I can do for now.
Chapter 30. Kayla. He's not beside me. It's the first thought that springs into my mind as awareness dawns. My eyes fly open, and I sit up abruptly. It takes me a while to focus. When I do, the first thing I'm aware of is that he's nowhere to be seen. My heart thumps hard enough to burst from my chest. He's gone! I ease to my feet and pad out. Barefoot. Into the clearing. It's idyllic. Or it would be if I wasn't so alone. The branches form a ceiling of lacy green leaves, and the mossy grass is soft beneath my feet. I catch glimpses of blue sky between the green canopy, and golden sunlight is filtering in. It's morning. Well past dawn, if my guess is right. The heat of the sun has warmed the air around me, and it's grown a little humid beneath the trees. I want to call out to him, but I'm too afraid. What if they're out there? What if he went out and someone got him? I hear something crackling nearby, and I'm torn between relief and terror. Is he back? Or is it someone else? And then my eyes meet those of something peering out at me from a nearby tree. I scream sharply but clamp a hand over my mouth to muffle the sound. Oh, my God. I'm staring into the face of a rodent-like animal. It has to be the biggest rat I've ever seen. I back away silently, afraid to alarm it. I've heard stories of rats in the city sewers, and they've always terrified me. There are more noises around me. Chirping and buzzing and strange twitters and squeaks. I'm alone in a freaking jungle, and I have no idea what might be surrounding me right now. Don't be crazy. Kayla? It's hardly a jungle. Still. I scramble back to my alcove and crouch low to the ground, then shriek and leap up as a giant centipede skitters over my bare foot. I kick wildly to get it off, hopping in fear in case something else lands on me. If I thought my heart was beating fast before, it's one step away from exploding right now. I'm no outdoors girl. Damn it. I move to the center of the clearing and spin around. I'm terrified of what else might be lurking in the undergrowth. There's another slight sound. I turn to face it, anticipating more horror. If only I had something to defend myself. You okay? Timur asks as he emerges from the shrubbery. I'm so relieved I launch myself at him, colliding against his chest. Slowly. Dushenka. He chuckles. I am pleased to see you too. Don't, Nuv. I thought you'd left me, I babble, feeling ridiculous as I say it. Where the heck would he go? We're both stranded here. He smiles and brushes my hair from my face. I am here, he says, then glances around. Who are you dancing for? I shake my head. The ugliest worm in the world just crawled over my foot. And over there, I wave my hand. There's a giant rat. He turns to look in the direction I'm pointing. Despite the commotion I'm making, the animal hasn't scuttled off. It's moved further up the tree and is peering down at us. Its evil little eyes sparkling in the morning sun. That? He asks incredulously. That is a squirrel. Kyla. I know he's laughing at me. It has teeth, I burst back. Everything has teeth. Dushenka. He chuckles. Including you, and I am sure you are starving. And 21. He's right. I could eat that darn squirrel right now. Though I won't be the one to catch it and cook it. As I pull away from him, I realize his hair is damp. Water has beaded on his bare chest. He's ditched the shirt since last night. I'm distracted for a second, eyeing him in his snug black boxer briefs and sneakers. Even in the jungle on the run from a pack of killers, he's as hot as hell. Where did you go? I ask, more curious now than afraid. I went back to the crash site and took a swim into the lagoon to see how deep down the helicopter went. He answers, there is a lot of debris that floated up. I wanted to make sure it was cleared away. And? You swam down there? I ask, my eyes wide. Sure, he says. Good thing I did. I remembered there was a crash bag inside. Isn't everybody for? A crash bag? I frown. What the heck is that? A kit bag I like to pack in case of emergencies. You never know when you might need one in my line of business. End quote. I'm almost tempted to ask exactly what his line of business might be. But this is probably not the time. Not to mention that I'm too distracted by the backpack I now notice slung over his shoulder. It's still dripping water down his back. So, are you going to tell me what's in it? I ask. He swings it around, rests it at our feet, and lowers it to his haunches to delve through the contents. Right now. This might interest you most, he says, reaching in and extracting a small bundle and unwrapping it. My mouth literally waters as I spot a foil-wrapped package of crackers. And this... He hands me a bottle of water. I uncap it and drink thirstily. Less than a minute later, I lower the bottle and realize I've finished the entire thing. I was thirstier than I thought. I'm gasping. I think we should head back there, he says, watching me rip open the foil of the crackers. I put our clothes out on some rocks in the sun. They'll be dry in an hour. We should do the same with your shirt and... He raises his eyebrows. Unmentionables. End quote. I can't help a laugh. Unmentionables? You mean my underwear? More laughter bubbles up. I wonder if it might border on hysteria. Although right now, it's just a relief to feel the mood lighten. Yes. He starts to set off, then looks around. Are you coming, or do you prefer to stay here with the flesh-eating squirrel? I shake my head, pull on my shoes, and skip to catch up with him. For a minute, I can almost convince myself that we're out on some sort of adventure. He seems so in his element out here. I'm amazed that in such a short time, he's found a way to get so settled. By the time we reach the sandy shoreline, it almost feels like we're heading for a day at the beach. As we clamber through the edge of the trees, I stop for a moment and sigh. It's still early, but the sun is warm. It glitters off water that's laced with emerald and blue. For the most part, the shore is pebbly, but here and there are small patches of sand. Timur leads me toward one. I spot our clothes drying on the stones nearby. Put your shirt out there with the rest of it, he tells me, heading to the sand and dropping his bag to one side. He sits down and tugs off his sneakers, shaking out sand, then glances up at me. Wake up. Kyla. He breaks into my thoughts. I'm staring around the beach, wide-eyed. I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've had a vacation. I'm not sure if this qualifies, but I'll take what I can get. I tug my shirt over my head, kick off my shoes, and scamper down to the water's edge.
Chapter 31. Timur. I watch in amazement as she splashes water and laughs with delight. The woman is resilient. I'll say that much for her. Anyone else might be curled up in a ball right now, considering what we've just been through. But then again, in the past few weeks, she survived everything life has thrown at her, and more. Being abducted by a lunatic would certainly qualify as a traumatic incident. I can't help wondering what might have given her such inner strength. I'm impressed. I've worked with seasoned killers who'd have needed therapy by now. When she faces me from the waterline and waves for me to join, I'm swept up in it. The skies are not only blue, they're also clear of aircraft. The beach is empty. I can't spot a living thing for miles, aside from the seagulls swooping overhead. Come on, she calls out to me. What are you, chicken? You are daring me, I call back. She raises a hand and unclasps her bra, slips out of it, and dangles the thing in one outstretched hand at her side. Maybe, she laughs. I swallow hard. Blithe. Those tits. Her other hand is beneath the waistband of her panties, and she nudges the elasticized band down over her hip. Challenge accepted. I'm coming in. I respond. I rise and pull off my boxers, then sprint down to the water's edge. She wriggles out of her panties and dangles them in her other hand, shimmying in a way that shouldn't affect me so much. Under the circumstances, screw the circumstances. You only live once. Careful. Devuska. I tease. I have not eaten in hours. I leer at her and lick my lips. Catch me if you can, she laughs, then spins and half jogs, half wades out into deeper water. I bound after her. She's far out, but I have the advantage of longer legs, and my thighs are stronger against the pull of the current. The water is waveless, just gentle swells that rise and fall as I surge through them. In seconds, I'm upon her. I grab her wrist and yank her toward me. She shrieks as she falls against my chest, warm and pliant beneath the chill of the waves. You're in trouble now. I chuckle. She gazes up at me, gnawing on that full bottom lip. Fuck. I love those lips. Her mouth is almost too wide to be classically beautiful, but I don't think I've ever seen anything lovelier. Ti krasivaya. You are beautiful. I murmur, my voice suddenly hoarse. I brush my mouth over hers. When I raise my head, her cheeks are flushed, as if the attention has made her self-conscious. So are you, she whispers, running her fingers down my cheek. I shake my head and chuckle. Men are not beautiful. Dushenka. What? You are. She disagrees. Her fingertip continues a downward trail onto my throat to my chest. Her hand splays out there, her palm warm on my cool skin. You're so strong and hard. I've never been with a man quite like you. She seems shy, as she says it, and I find myself unsettled by the thought of the types of men she might have been with. I don't want to think of her with any other man at all. Hard everywhere, I sigh, winking at her to ease the tension, then praying the icy water won't give lie to my words. She slides her hand lower over my abs and beneath the water level. I suck in a breath as her fingers close around my length. Oh, yeah, everywhere, she says and dimples up at me. I'm throbbing hard even beneath the chilled water. This woman lights a fire in me. I scoop her up against me, loving the softness of her limbs sliding against my own hard muscles. Our lips meet again. I deepen the kiss this time, sinking into the sensation of her as the cold water swells and swirls around us. If anything, it makes me more aware of her heat. And right now, my cock is pressing against the center of it. I slide my hands up her sides and cup a breast in my palm. Her skin is covered in a ripple of goose flesh. Her nipple is puckered into a throbbing peak. I circle my thumb around it, then pinch lightly, and she gasps into my mouth. I feel her palms running up and down my biceps and then around my waist, silken against me. Her fingers trace the muscles of my back, then down over the curve of my ass. When she runs her nails over my skin, I jerk forward against her, and I'm met by the light bump of her pussy against my cock. It's my turn to gasp now. When she grinds up against me, I don't bother stifling my groan. I run my hands down her flanks, down the back of her thighs to her knees. And when I raise her, there's no resistance. She lets me lift her up against me and wraps her legs around my hips. Her arms twine around my neck, and I can feel her heat spreading and opening around me. Sliding into her feels like the most natural thing in the world. And suddenly I'm engulfed. Fuck, your pussy feels like home. I moan against her mouth. She doesn't reply. Her lips open against mine, and her breath is warm against my face. I suck in her moan as I thrust forward, my hands on her hips, holding her steady as I pump into her. It's insane to be so adrift in her right now when every sense should be on full alert. But as she clings to me like I'm her last refuge, for a second, it feels as if she's the one saving me. Maybe it's okay to be lost for a while, to imagine a world where I can make love to my woman on the beach. Why the fuck shouldn't that be okay? I can feel her clasping and clenching around me, and it drags me over the edge with her. Her nails rake down my back. Somehow the sharp pain drives me further. I'm gasping with the ecstasy of it, surprised at how overwhelming it seems. Chapter 32. Vasily. What do you mean you lost them? I shout as the men hover hesitantly just beyond the threshold of the door. They're hoping they're out of danger there, which is sheer stupidity. A bullet will close the distance between us faster than either of the idiots could run. We were right behind them. Mr. Koslow, the bigger of the pair, mumbles. I am certain they could never have survived the crash. Break. Do you think that pleases me? You fucking idiot. I told you. I wanted them alive, I roar. The girl pressed up against my side whimpers as my fingers tighten into her hair. I shove her away in annoyance. I rise to my feet and reach for a robe, sliding my arms into the sleeves and knotting the belt at my waist. It's not like my men aren't used to seeing me naked. But if I'm going to have to kill someone, I don't want blood spatter on my bare skin. I prowl over to them, and the smaller of the two shrinks back. I fix my attention on the other, seeing him shift uncomfortably. At least he stands his ground. What happened? Sergei? I say softly. It's a tone of voice I say for women I'm about to fuck and men who are about to die. We flew in as you instructed. Mr. Goslow. Hebechens. The rest of the men arrived in vehicles in advance, hoping to get there before the subject knew what was happening. But he was ready for us. He had a chopper of his own and got out before we could reach them. And he set my Yav for a moment. Duratsky. I knew Yakov had resources. This was an oversight on my part. I narrow my eyes at the man, half tempted to take my rage out on him. But that would be a waste of time and half-decent manpower. You went after them? I ask. Though, of course, I know that they did. Sergei nods reluctantly. The smaller guy, I think his name is Boris, has almost crawled behind the larger man's back. Yes, Sir, Sergei replies. We were right behind them. And then it looked like he was going to try to get to the city. That would have been a problem. And he's right. The fucker. Too exposed. Too many questions. Too many cops. What did you do next? We fired upon them. Boss. Sergei drops his eyes. I suck a long, slow breath in through my nose, then exhale it. And then we tried to scare them. Some shots to the back passenger compartment. Nothing that was meant to cause real damage. Sir, we wanted them to decide it would be safer to land. The chopper must have taken a hit to the navigation system. Sergei swallows hard and keeps his eyes low. They went down? Sergei nods his head. Into a nature reserve some miles from the original property. Serge. We circled several hours, but there was no sign of them. Low. It had a beacon. Boss. The fucker behind Sergei stutters. I glance at him. We got the information out of one of the men left behind at his estate. He, took some convincing, but he gave it up eventually. Mind me. I look at him for a moment. If these idiots were leader material, they would have started the conversation with this information. Moral. I turn my attention back to the bigger guy. Sergei, you've been with me for too long for it to be worth my while to kill you right now. I say beneath my breath. It looks like you might have a chance to fix this fuck up. When Dumar. He nods quickly. We'll get right on it. Sir, close it. And just so we have this clear, what will you get on to? I want the fucker to spell it out. Find a way to track the device and find out where the chopper went down. He mumbles. His companion is nodding like a fool. And then what? Sergei? Find the girl and bring her back here. Boss. He goes on. You still want us to keep him alive? I shrug. I want the girl. If he puts up a fight, take him out. The men hover uncertainly for a moment. I feel my annoyance begin to rise again. What the fucking are you waiting for? Get the fuck out of here and find them. God damn it. Now. Chapter 33. Timur. Were you a beach boy growing up? She asks me as we lie on the sand in the sun. Like a surfer kid? I almost burst out laughing. Despite all the fire and resilience that seems inherent to her personality, it still amazes me how naive she is. I trace circles into the drying sand on her skin, watching as it sprinkles away in little drifts. "Do I look like a surfer kid?" I reply. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious." She smiles, lying on her belly, her cheek resting on her forearm. We're lazy with sunshine and sex. I don't want to leave this place we've become lost in. I'm trying to imagine you as a boy. And mice. I was never a boy. I say. Then wonder if I sound dramatic. She tips her head to look at me. Curious. "Oh, why do you say that?" she asks. I'm on my side next to her, an elbow propping me up as I keep tracing those little circles. I shrug. Took myself too seriously, I guess. "That?" She thinks on that for a minute, then nods. "I suppose I can picture that. You're kind of intense." Now, that makes me grin. "Oh, Dushenka, you have no idea. Was it hard growing up?" she asks, twisting onto her side to face me. I don't respond immediately. It's impossible in the face of all those lush curves. I reach out a hand and circle a nipple. She laughs and bats my fingers away. "Hey, stop trying to change the subject." Blythe. I'd much rather focus on those nipples. I guess I was a difficult kid. I finally answer. At least my father thought so. And she cocks her head. "You didn't get on with him?" I shrug again. I don't want to think about that. I still want to think about her nipples. "What about you?" I changed the subject for real this time. "You were a beach babe." "Yes, I can see it. All that lush hair, those tits. Men would kill for you?" I'm not trying to flatter her. I have no doubt she was one of the popular girls growing up. When she shakes her head, I'm sure she's kidding. "Nah," she says, rolling back onto her belly and breaking my heart. I could stare at those tits all day and not get tired. Never been to the beach before. She's looking out toward the horizon, her chin resting on her forearm again. It's lovely. She sighs deeply, and her lips curl up. I frown at her. "Never?" I ask. "Not even once? Like with family or something?" She shakes her head. "No, didn't have a family." "What?" My frown deepens. "What?" That seems unbelievable. "What about your parents? Siblings?" "Only child." Her voice has lost its fuzzy edge. There's tension in her now. "Grew up in foster care." "Hey." I straighten slightly and look down at her, searching for words. "Your parents." I try not to hold my breath, waiting for it. "Orphan." She seems too upbeat, although how would I know? Anyhow, I doubt there's a rule for such things. "Drugs and alcohol," she says. She's gone still. I stroke a hand down her back, feeling sand over warm skin. "Fuck. I'm sorry." I say. "It's not your fault." She glances up at me and smiles a small smile. That was on them. This. Maybe it was. But these last weeks were on me. Govno. Is it hard to talk about it? I ask. I want to know, though I wish I didn't. I've never spoken about it before. But why? I know I'm pressing. No one asked. Thanks for watching. I am asking now. Why am I asking? I know we're moving into dangerous territory, but somehow, that doesn't stop me. Why doesn't that stop you? Dolboyab? It's not like I can have a future with her. Or any woman. Not with my past. And especially not when a fucking psycho has me by the balls by keeping my only child captive. I continue stroking my hand over her back. It's almost sand-free now. Apart from a small trail that leads between her butt cheeks. I dip my finger between the soft mounds. And she giggles and squirms. You first, she says, wrinkling her nose at me. Oh, so that is how it will be. Quid pro quo. I cup her ass, enjoying the fullness of it. For sure, nothing good ever came free. Her eyes are fixed on my face. Okay, fine. I hold Hergaze. Ask. This. What was up with your dad? You didn't get along? She's almost hesitant. But I have no doubt she won't let it lie. No. He was a dick. My turn. Not so fast. Why was he a dick? Heavy with his hands. Beat the shit out of me until I was grown enough to return the favor. I'm beginning to regret starting this. But maybe it's something I should face. I'm sorry, she murmurs. Mine too. Was heavy with his hands? I don't want to hear the answer. She nods. Yes, I guess it was better. Though, better? Better than what? Being handsy. She's looking into the distance, her chin in her palms. Handsy? You mean he touched you? Bliad. I'll kill him. Not him, she says. There were others. Some of the homes weren't great. Way. I'll kill them too. I've gone tense. And she looks up at me. There isn't a shred of pain in her eyes. Again, I'm amazed at how upbeat she can be about things. It makes me feel like an ass. Most of my demons are attached to a father who thought a boy needed discipline to mold him. I can't imagine how I'd have turned out if I'd lived her life. That's at least 4 you owe me, she says lightly, interrupting my thoughts. You got me, I reply. Go ahead. I resume my stroking, although now I almost wonder if it's to soothe myself. What happened after your dad? She asks. There's more to your story. I can tell. Este. Russian military. Followed by the Bratva. I answer. I thought I could make a career out of it. I was wrong. I don't go into the rest. She doesn't need to know about the specialized schooling involved in my line of work. She's nodding as she runs her eyes over me. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. About the military. I mean, you have that way about you. Gooden. That way? I raise an eyebrow. What way is that? You're focused. I guess. Hard. And I squeeze her rump. I'll show you hard. She shakes her head and laughs. Quit it. I'm being serious. Zay. So am I. So why did you leave? She asks. The question I...
Chapter 34. Kyla. I feel my eyes widen, and I look down at his hand. He's not wearing a ring. I've never seen him with one. Not that it means anything these days. But there was no sign of a woman in the home I've shared with him either. I'm almost too afraid to ask what I need to ask. Thankfully, he answers before I have to. She died. The words are simple, but there's so much in them. Without thinking, I sit up and put my hand on his shoulder. Oh, my God. Timur. I brush my lips against his cheek. I'm so sorry. It was a long time ago, he says. He's not teasing me anymore, and that speaks volumes. I sit cross-legged now, my full attention on him. What happened? I half expect him to stare out to the horizon, but he doesn't. He turns and looks straight into my eyes. She killed herself, he says quietly. My hand flies to my mouth. Oh, I can't imagine anything worse. Having a loved one end their life. It would break me to know their world could be so desperate even with me in it. But I've never really been in anyone's world, so I guess I can't speak from experience. I watch him silently, wanting to understand, although I can't frame the questions. She needed someone I could not be, he says. I nod, letting him set the pace. If he chooses to stop right now, I'll never push for more. I traveled a lot, left her alone. She was not good alone. He shrugs. But there's pain beneath it all. And when I was home, I was not what she needed. We can't be everything to everyone, I say softly. I was not anything to anyone. His expression goes cold. There's more than pain beneath this now. There's self-loathing. I cup his cheek with my palm. You're everything to me, I whisper fiercely, not knowing where the words come from. They catch me off guard, and he probably feels the same way. He goes still for a moment, then turns his lips into my palm. Oh, Dushenka, if only you knew. I've never had sex on the beach before. Whoever invented that cocktail knew what they were talking about. Between his hands on my body and the warm sand on my skin, I'm pretty sure every inch of me has been touched. I take his hand as he reaches for mine and let him pull me to my feet. We must wash off, he chuckles. I have sand in my hair, in my ears. For heaven's sakes, not to mention the other bits. Another swim? I ask, glancing at the ocean. A quick one. We should go back now, he says. You will get too much sun. And to say, I want to disagree. I think I could never get enough of it. Or him. But I don't resist as he tugs me into the cool water. His hands run over me as he strokes the sand from my skin. We'll never leave at this rate. I laugh. I wish we did not have to. But we must go, he responds, casting a look up at the sky. Go? Where would we go? I look up too, seeing nothing but swooping gulls and soft clouds. I have a place. In Bridgehampton. But we will have to find a way there, he says, rubbing his chin as he looks off into space. Deep in thought. You have a place? I ask. What about the house? People can have more than one place. Kyla, he chuckles. In Bridgehampton. I repeat, I feel like an idiot, but I've never heard of it. Frankly, I haven't encountered much outside of Queens, which is daft, considering I live in one of the biggest cities in the world. He could be talking about a different planet. How far away is it? It suddenly occurs to me that we have no transport, no cash, no means of communication. It could be on a different planet for all the good it would do. Not far, but we will need a ride. I saw a parking area nearby, he says. I will requisition a vehicle, he adds as if it's the most logical thing in the world. Requisition? I'm still repeating every second word he says. Wait, when did you find a parking area? This morning, when you were snoring under the trees. He laughs. I don't snore, I squawk. And why didn't you tell me before? I was waiting for things to cool off out there. They will be on the lookout for us. Kyla, he says. His eyes narrow as they meet mine. Why? Would you have preferred that we had not spent the day here? I shake my head vigorously. Oh, God, no. This has been the best day of my life. Insanely. I actually mean it. But he chuckles. That is because I know how to show a lady a good time. He grins. And there's more where that came from. End quote. I'll hold you to that, I quip. He aims a slap at my bare ass as I bound away through the lapping waves. Plokaya devochka, he laughs after me. If we didn't have to get out of here, I'd have to put you over my knee. And 5, I'll hold you to that. 2, I call over my shoulder, racing up the sand to where our clothes are spread out in the sun. Now dry. We've been naked out here for hours, and it hasn't occurred to me once to cover myself up in front of him. It's not a throwback to my career. Stripping was something that I didn't gravitate to in the beginning. I'd always been self-conscious, certain I was a little too rounded. When Becky had convinced me there was a clientele with a preference for curvaceous dancers, I'd taken the plunge and found a niche. But I'd never felt confident in front of lovers. Not that there were many of them. Certainly nothing like this. I watch him running up the beach toward me and have to stop my mouth from hanging open. What is it? He asks as he reaches me. I bend forward and busy myself with pulling on my jeans. Just checking out your beautiful self. I say, feeling my cheeks flush. I'm unaccustomed to openly admiring male bodies. His deserves a standing ovation. Again with the beauty. He laughs. I told you men are not beautiful. We are manly. Oh, he's manly all right. And the rest? Holy crap! He's pulled his briefs up over his ass. And I want to wail in despair. As for the sweatpants, they should simply be burned. Tell me something. I say, as I continue to ogle him shamelessly. What? What's plokaya, dev, those words you said before. If you diz. Plokaya devochka? He says. That means bad girl. He bobs his eyebrows and I giggle. Which you are. If fine divry. And, dushenka. He strolls back to me, stopping an inch away. Dushenka means darling. He leans down and grazes his lips over mine. I'm your darling? I suddenly feel warm inside. The heat of his eyes makes me warmer. He stops. You are taking too long. Come. He slaps my ass and I yelp, then look around for my clothes. Okay. I'm breathless. Ready yet? He asks as I tug my t-shirt over my head. I purse my lips and nod my head, not trusting my voice to answer. This man, this strong.
Chapter 35. Timur. She emerges from the side of the small road leading to the parking area as I cruise up and pull to the curb. I'm behind the wheel of a silver sedan that I'm sure will draw no attention. Best of all, it's not the type that would be fitted with any sort of low-jack device, so I'm hoping we'll have less chance of being tracked down. She glances around nervously, then slides quickly into the passenger seat and ducks down. How did you get hold of this? She asks, her eyes wide. Misspent youth. I answer, sit up and relax. You look like a criminal. Vel Duck. She aims a dark look at me. That's because we just stole a car. Requisitioned. I correct her. Whatever, it's still not our car, she shoots back. Right now. We need it more than they do. No, I won. She pinches her lips together and folds her hands primly on her lap. We pull out onto the road, and I feel myself sliding back onto high alert. It's unlikely that Vasily's thugs would have pinpointed us yet. Although it had struck me as odd that there hadn't been a search party for the chopper yet. The transponder in the comms device should have sent out a signal as soon as we lost altitude. Part of me suspects that he's picked up on it somehow. There's no knowing how deep his reach extends. I'd put nothing past the fucker. Kayla is tapping her hands on her knees nervously as she peers out the window at the passing scenery. How long till we get there? She asks, looking over at me. I reach for her hand and put it on my thigh, hoping to settle her a little. Under an hour. We will need to stop and take the ferry. Though, that might need a bit of negotiation. Now's not a good moment to point out that we don't have a cent on us, and we're going to have to pay the fare. She looks at me sharply. The ferry, she squeaks. They'll spot us. The cops. There's no way. Relax. Kyla. I soothe. I have this. I haven't figured it out yet. But I'll improvise. I always improvise. Her fingers grip my thigh so tightly that I'm pretty sure she's going to leave bruises. As we near the ferry, I hear her breath starting to come fast and sharp. She's barely said a word since we left the reserve. Sitting pale and tight-lipped at my side. I find parking nearby and leave the engine running as I get out of the car. Stay here. That won't be long. I tell her before jogging off in the direction of the ticket office. 10 minutes later, I'm back. Kayla looks as if she's about to puke. Which suits my cover story perfectly. You good? I ask. Though she clearly isn't. She nods, regardless. Right. If anyone asks, you are diabetic. And we have left your medication at home. And somehow, we have lost your purse, which had my wallet and phone in it. When she opens her mouth to speak, I raise a hand. Don't ask. I say. She doesn't need further prompting. And it works. By the time we disembark, she's shaking, but we're out the other side and back on the road. Not long now. I say, taking her hand again. This is the most time I've spent talking to one person in pretty much my entire life. Even Tanya. Maybe I spoke to Tanya less than anyone. Guilt consumes me again as I think of how badly I failed my fragile wife. She was nothing like this woman beside me. I steal a glance at Kayla, who's staring grimly out the window. She may be terrified right now, but she still gives off a crackling energy. We pass the outskirts of the town, and I steer us through a suburb that grows increasingly familiar. I'd loved this area when the agent showed it to me. I turn down a side street and pull up to a halt outside a small, ocean-facing apartment block. There are only 4 condos in the entire place, and each is private and self-contained. Is this it? She asks, peering up at the place, and I nod. Getting out, I reach the passenger door and hold it open for her. Once I've settled her inside the apartment, I'm going to have to come out and get rid of the car. But I don't want to alarm her any more than I have to. The front door unlocks with a biometric touchpad, which is an afterthought I'm thankful for now. It swings open. and were greeted by a wave of salt-scented air. The sales agent had tried to convince me to lease the place out as a vacation rental, but I've never been one for sharing. Kayla steps over the threshold, and her expression is priceless as she takes everything in. It's all crisp white with touches of blue and cream. Driftwood finishes and ocean-themed art mimics the view through the windows. It's impressive, though I had nothing to do with it. The agent had recommended an interior designer. I let them have carte blanche, and every penny was worth it as I watch her expression. I shut the door behind us and head through to the master bedroom, aware that she's trailing behind me. "Make yourself at home," I say over my shoulder. "You will find everything you need if you want to take a shower. Or a bath, if you prefer." "No," she murmurs as she heads past me to get a good look at the room. It's dominated by an oversized bed that faces a giant picture window overlooking the ocean. "It's incredible," she says at last. I'm strangely pleased, though I can't say why. I open the closet door. Key and a code on the safe tucked behind some spare clothing, and extract a roll of $100 bills. It should tide us over until I figure out our next move. But there's more where it came from if we need it. As I look down at the clothes, I realize it's never occurred to me to leave any women's items. I'm suddenly aware of how different my world feels with her in it. Hungry. "Yes?" I ask. She chuckles, warmly, and I'm glad she's finally relaxing after the drive. "Yes. I could eat pretty much anything you put in front of me right now." "That's so?" I leer at her, and she laughs lightly. She's definitely relaxing. We'll put that to the test later. But now, I will go down to the store for something to bite. Her expression flickers, and I see a hint of alarm, which is hardly surprising. Get in the tub and relax. I try to reassure her. I'll be back before you know it. I tuck the bankroll into a side pocket of my still sandy crash bag and heft the thing back over my shoulder. As I head to the front door, she clings to my arm for a moment, and I brush my lips over her forehead. "I won't be long, I promise." Her anxiety is palpable as I pull away and head out the door. I can't say I blame her. She's just been through more than most human beings ever face in a lifetime. The helicopter crash was enough to rock me, and I've had more than my share of similar shit. I jog down the stairs and head back to the sedan, glad that the thing hasn't been flagged anywhere yet. We'll need to get out of here before long, and I'm going to have to find a new set of wheels. For now. Though, it'll get me to the stores for some provisions, and a turn downtown to find myself a burner phone. I need to reach out to Green and the team. I'm pretty sure by now that my absence has been noted. I can only pray that Carl and Hugo haven't come to too much harm. Wasily's no fool. Though, he may be a ruthless criminal, but he's savvy enough not to draw unnecessary attention to himself. If someone has to disappear, it's carefully managed, and there's no risk of it being traced back to him. If anything, his attack on my property gave me some hope. It was a display of force to scare me, not to take me out. That's something he would do on some dark street with no witnesses. The thought should make me shudder, but I've probably faced death too many times to let it fuck with my head anymore. That's a fear I reserve for those I care about. And now, the woman I've left in the apartment. I have to find a way to keep them safe. The nearby strip mall houses a decent grocery store. A brief conversation with a busboy from a restaurant in the same mall points me in the direction of a side street populated with kiosks where I might be able to get a phone. In less than half an hour, I've got our evening meal, and a low-end Nokia is powering up using a SIM registered to the vendor's kid brother. I won't have the thing long enough for it to matter. But looking down at the device, I realize how much I've grown used to being in communication with the rest of the world. Now it's the kind of thing that just might get me killed. I key in the number I've committed to memory and wait for the usual greeting on the other end. Green, please. Grade Markin. I wait until a familiar dry tone comes over the line. Well, here's another fine mess you've gotten yourself into. Stan. I'm not amused. You've been on site? It's a disaster, says Green. But we have a crew on cleanup. Your lilies are still doing well. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know. How are the roses? Wilting, I reply. I've tried to keep Kayla's spirits up, but they'll be flagging soon enough. It's been a roller coaster. My cub. I can imagine, says Green. The bird will need to be retrieved. But the area's hot. Scouts everywhere. What's your location? Zone 2, I reply. Troubled to know that Vasily's men have homed in on the chopper site. My bolt hole will be safe. Though, nobody knows about it aside from Green's team. We can probably stay here for a day, maybe 2. I would prefer to be out sooner. Lowe's, Bothing. Give me 24 hours. I'll send in a crew. If you lay low, you'll be good till we get there. Ready. Got it.
Chapter 36. Kyla. It took me 20 minutes to stop pacing around the apartment and finally head into the bathroom to draw a bath. The oversized tub is situated in the center of the room beneath a skylight. If I wasn't so anxious, I'd feel like royalty as I slide into it. The warm water begins to work its magic, and I sigh as some of the tension seeps out. This has to have been the most mind-blowing 2 weeks of my life. I've spent nearly every day torn between sheer terror and abject bliss. It's almost impossible to remember my life before I met this man. I don't want to think of a future without him either. What the fuck? Kyla. I whisper to myself. My voice echoes strangely in the empty room. It's gorgeous. Just like everything else I've been exposed to in Timur's world. I don't want to go back to my old life anymore. Even if there was anything to go back to. I mull over those moments on the beach this morning when he told me about his life. It's hard to imagine him as an unhappy young boy. Harder still to see him as a grieving husband. Everything about him seems so measured, so confident. What woman would not want to spend forever with him? The thought tugs me in a million directions. I have so many questions, but I'm overwhelmed with the sense of having no right to ask. I have no words to describe my place in his world. Lover, perhaps. But aside from that, what am I? His girlfriend? Dushenka. I try out the word in the silence of the room. I'm his darling. I fight back a laugh that echoes as hollowly as my voice did. We're on the run from a band of slave-trading gangsters. And I'm wondering if Timur thinks of me as a girlfriend? You need to get a grip. Girl, I say out loud. Not to mention that not long ago, I was threatening him with the police. I sigh and sink deeper beneath the surface. I almost feel a little melancholy as I wash the salt from my hair. It feels like those moments are washing away with it. The sound of the front door opening almost has me shooting out of the tub. I pull myself together. Timur's steady footfalls have become familiar to me. I hear items being set down and suspect he's unpacking in the kitchen. I'm about to clamber out of the bath when I look up and see him leaning against the door jamb. "Don't move." He smiles. "I like you just where you are." "Explain, Till." I shake my head and grin, then sink back into the water, feeling all the previous anxieties evaporate. He steps forward and extends a glass of wine, and my grin widens. "I think you need this," he says as I close my fingers around the stem. "What are you weigh? Psychic?" I take a long sip and release a sigh. He sits on the edge of the tub and swirls the water around me. With each swirl, his fingertips graze me lightly, tantalizingly. I feel myself holding my breath in anticipation of those tiny touches. "Dinner will be ready when you get out," he says. He's not looking at my face. His eyes are fixed on the motion of the water around my body. "Okay." I gulp down more wine and try not to choke on it. "What's the dress code?" I joke, though my mouth suddenly dry. "Come as you are," Timur says. His voice is husky too. I have a feeling it might be a while before we eat dinner. But then he's on his feet and heading out the door. "There is a robe if you're feeling shy. I will shower while you are busy. If..." I sigh and take another sip of wine. The man's a tease. By the time I get out, I'm a little dizzy. Dinner certainly can't wait. The wine's gone straight to my head. I haven't eaten much more than a few crackers and an energy bar since the day before the crash. I dry off, wrap myself in the robe, and bundle my damp hair into a towel wrapped onto my head. I stop in the doorway to the living area and swallow hard as I take in the scene. There's a low table on the patio overlooking the ocean view and piled cushions around it. Small candles are flickering in the sea breeze. It's magical. He glances up at me as I make a sound, and he waves me over. "Sit. Have more wine." I let him take my glass, and I sink onto the cushions, watching as he moves through the apartment. His dark hair is damp and curling against his neck. It's grown since we first met, and he has a dusting of dark stubble that's emerged since yesterday. He's changed into a pair of crisp white shorts that I don't recognize. I figure he must have left clothing here. The vacation look suits him. He catches me watching him as he returns and pauses in the expansive doorway to the balcony. Is he looking sheepish? He pulls a hand from behind his back and presents a small posy of bright yellow flowers. I frown in confusion. We never had a first date. He trails off when he sees my expression. "You like flowers?" "No, yes, I'm at a loss." I reach for them and sense him relax. My eyes are prickling. I dip my head into the petals to hide the fact that tears are welling. "You sure?" His words hold a grim edge. He's not accustomed to seeking approval. I sense that somehow. I look up and shake my head. "I love them." I clear my throat. Nobody's ever bought me flowers before. "I know." The silence grows heavy. He narrows his eyes. For a minute, I'm afraid I've annoyed him. No beach. No flowers. Next, you will tell me you have never had oysters. Day. No? My voice is tiny. Is this some sort of test? That will change tonight. Dushenka. He grins and disappears back into the apartment. I bury my face into the flowers and try to rein in the ridiculous wave of emotion. I feel like a giddy schoolgirl. He's back with an ice-covered platter laden with odd-shaped mollusks. He sets it between us, then sits on a cushion beside me. I watch as he moves deftly, squeezing lemon halves over the open shells, and then raises one. "You ready?" he asks. I nod, slightly apprehensive, but game for anything, especially if it involves him. "Do not look at it too closely," he says as he raises a shell to my lips, and I eye it suspiciously. "Just take it into your mouth and taste it." End quote. Funny. I think you've said that to me before. I kid. And he scoffs as he brushes it against my mouth. Open, and ever in her fist. I take a mouthful of briny squishiness and chew thoughtfully. He watches closely. "You like it?" It's pretty disgusting," I say around a mouthful, and he laughs. "Forget the way it feels. Just taste it. It gets warm and creamy in your mouth. Oysters are aphrodisiacs. You know that. To yes? Oh, right. In that case, I'll have another." I wrinkle my nose at him, then lick my lips lewdly. He watches my mouth. "You will? Huh? If... I murmur. He's still looking at my mouth, so I lick it again. Slowly, deliberately, and another after that. I have to keep up with you. Somehow. You're like a sex machine. I giggle, definitely feeling like a schoolgirl. You have been doing a good job keeping up so far. His voice has grown husky. His accent more distinct. It does something to the pit of my belly. If anything, I have to keep up with you. I am not a kid anymore. Just 2% devises. I gawp at him. You're joking, right? He shakes his head and hands me my wine glass. I could so totally get used to this. Don't get used to this. Kayla, just don't. I shake off my thoughts and keep things light. So, how old are you anyhow? Mr. Methuselah? I wouldn't put him over 30, but there's a guarded maturity to him that makes it hard to pin it down. 32, he replies, popping an oyster into his mouth and leaning back. He washes it down with a mouthful from his own glass. I watch his throat move. I want to put my lips there. Yeah, you should probably have more of those oysters then. I grin. I'll help you up when we're done. Gramps. To do thing 8 hands. Who says we'll ever be done? He asks. His expression is oddly intense, and I find myself breathless. I shake my head. I begin. Come here, he says softly, and I feel drawn like a moth. I'm going to burn up as I touch him. I lean forward, and he reaches up to the towel I've piled on my head. He tugs it free and tosses it aside, releasing a torrent of wet curls. You have beautiful hair, he says, sliding his fingers through the tangled waves. His eyes are on his hands as he keeps untangling. Somehow, I'm on my knees in front of him, and I sway slightly. His eyes swing to mine and then drop to my lips. Beautiful lips. 2, he whispers, almost too softly to be audible above the ocean sounds around us. Crossez-vous. It's not ow. Crossez-vous. Beautiful? My voice is hoarse. Yes. He nods. I can hear myself gulp. Now it's impossible to stop myself from licking my lips. He runs a fingertip along the damp trail I've left with my tongue. Those fingers travel lower, over my chin and down my throat. The belt of my robe has slipped loose. When he nudges the edges of the fabric, it slides easily over my shoulders and pools around me. The night breeze is cool on my bare skin, but the shiver that runs through me has more to do with the heat within than the air against me. I'm lost in his eyes again as he traces the curves of my breasts, teasing my nipples into hard nubs. And his lips are almost on mine as he says the words, Ochen krasivu. When I inhale, my breath shudders. Dear God, what this man does to me. There is this place that makes you moan when I run my tongue over it. I try to chuckle, but the sound sticks in my throat. I think I know the place you're talking about. I manage to croak out.
Chapter 37. Timur. I'm taking this too far. I've broken every rule for this woman and then some. I've stripped us bare, submerged myself in her. And still, it seems that there's so much to explore. As we come down from yet another round of spiraling pleasure, I pull her into the curve beneath my arm and heave a sigh. Are you okay? She asks, and I glance down at her. There are stars in her eyes. I'm not sure whether they're reflected from the sky above us or simply glittering out of her soul. Or maybe they're just the result of her bucking and shaking under me. Just minutes ago. I'm in so much shit right now. It's beyond fucked up. Good. I lie and pull her closer. Her hand curls over my chest. And she's fragile, somehow. But not like Tanya was. Not in that brittle way that makes me afraid I'll break her. She's taken everything I've had to give and come back for more. Timur? She says. And I still love my name on her lips. Yes? What do we do next? She asks. It's a question I've been asking myself for the past 2 days. Longer, if I'm honest with myself, since the moment I knew I'd never turn her over to that motherfucker. I have no idea. I can't tell her that. Don't worry about it now. I answer eventually. She nods against me, but I know her mind is still working. Mine is too. Timur, she says again, and it makes me smile now. Yes, I repeat. When we get out of this, what then? Her voice is hesitant, as if the question is torn from her. What would you want then? I ask, turning to look at her. She raises onto her elbow and gazes at me. You, she whispers, and I swallow. I'd want you. Would you want me? I reach for her hand and pull her closer to me firmly. Tushenka, how could I not? I awaken, sensing danger. It's not the first time this week. I'm sure my instincts are more acutely honed by now. They never let me down, and I'm sure they're not about to start now. We'd moved through to the bedroom after we'd cleared dinner. Kayla is curled up against me. I tune out the soft sound of her breathing to pick up the noises coming from below. It could be someone coming back to one of the apartments in the block after a late night out. But it's not. I don't know how I know it. I just do. I ease to my feet and pad to the kitchen window overlooking the street. Nothing looks out of the ordinary. All seems normal. But once again, I know it's not. A shadow slips past a streetlight, barely more than a flicker. But it's enough. Without a sound, I move back to the bedroom. I retrieve Kayla's clothing from where she'd folded it over the back of a chair. My shorts are nearby, and I pull a shirt from the closet, swiftly dressing and then stepping silently to the side of the bed. When I slide my hand over Kayla's mouth, she gasps against it and shoots up. I put a finger to my lips, hoping she can see me in the moonlight filtering into the room. Her eyes are wide with alarm, but she nods once, I release her, then point to her clothes at the end of the bed. She's almost as noiseless as I am as she dresses and moves up close behind me. I gesture with a hand, pointing at the balcony outside the master bedroom. There's an emergency fire escape that leads down to the apartment parking area. I'd parked the car there earlier, after deciding not to ditch it. It's a decision I'm thankful for now, as I run through a dozen possible options for escape. I can't imagine that they'd know what the car looks like or where the parking might be, but I can't assume anything at this point. As we clamber cautiously down the fire escape, an idea takes hold, and I go through it in my mind. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Once again, I'm impressed with how calmly Kayla takes my lead. I guide her to the passenger door of our requisitioned vehicle. She slides into the seat without hesitation. I know that the minute they hear the engine start up, all bets are off. I wait for a second as she buckles in while I do the same for myself. "Hold on," I say under my breath. Then I turn the key in the ignition. Kayla reaches down and grasps the passenger door handle in a death grip. The lights that flare around us are almost blinding as they burst to life. 2 dark vehicles are parked before us, facing the front of the apartment block, but I'm ready for them. I fix my sights on a point near the front of the bonnet as I floor the gas pedal. The silver sedan shoots forward like a rocket. Kayla gives a small shriek as we careen over the sidewalk and streak directly between the cars facing us. A quick glimpse tells me that both are Mercedes-Benz, and I figure we're outclassed in terms of engine power. It's going to take skill and more than a little daring to outrun them. Fortunately, I have both. I took a brief drive through the area when I made my trip out for provisions earlier. I familiarized myself with the streets and side roads around us. Kayla. I keep my eyes on the road as I speak. Reach behind my seat. You will find my backpack there. I dare a quick look and see her nod and then duck around, fumbling with her hand. She struggles to pull it free and into the front. "Got it," she says breathlessly at last. My eyes are still on the road, but I know they're behind us. At this time of night, or early morning, the streets are quiet enough to disregard a few road rules. My pistol is in the back zip compartment. "Get it out. Hold it till I need it," I say curtly. She reaches in without hesitation and extracts the firearm. She shoves the bag down between her feet and keeps the weapon clutched in both hands. It's not classic gunmanship, but she's not hesitant about it. I know she'll be quick to hand it over if it comes to that. I glance back over my shoulder, and the lights behind us are blinding. Turning my head back on the road ahead, I spin the wheel and swing a sharp left down a narrow lane. Remembering it will bring us out into a brightly lit street. I'm hoping that the threat of exposure will cause our followers to be less obvious in their pursuit. But it's a futile hope. Even as we skid onto the broader road, one of the dark cars is gaining on us. "Timur," Kayla gusps out, looking over her shoulder. I steal a glance in the rearview mirror and see a figure hanging out of the passenger side window. Blythe. The bastard is taking aim. I spin the wheel again, just in time to hear him fire off a round. Then 2 more. They fly wide, cutting through air where we were just milliseconds before. I weave down the road, feinting left and then right. The car behind hits the curb and loses time as they anticipate a left turn I don't take. But my sense of relief is short-lived as the second car pulls up and then passes it. This one, too, has a motherfucker with a gun leaning out the window. The rapid fire bursting from behind confirms that he's bearing down on us with a semi-automatic rifle. A storefront window explodes as we pass it. A rain of gunfire shatters through the glass and into the shop. Kayla clamps a hand over her mouth and muffles her scream. I'm certain she's trying not to distract me. You are doing good. I say under my breath. I'm not sure if I'm talking to her or myself. I see a clear stretch of road coming up and floor the gas pedal again. I'm doing some mental gymnastics as I'm torn between the fast-paced maneuvering to the town center or heading out onto the open road. The decision is taken out of my hands as another set of headlights appears in front of us. It's gaining speed and not veering away. I know without a doubt they have a third driver. Blithe, I swing the wheel but realize too late that the roadside is unlevel. The side tire lifts into the air, and I spin the steering wheel to compensate. It might have worked if one of the gunmen hadn't taken out the opposite tire as we land. Sparks fly as the rubber rips free and the rim scrapes across the asphalt. We spin out of control for long seconds, and then skid to a halt. The engine's still rumbling, and I whip my head around to find a way out. But we're surrounded. There's nowhere to run. I reach out my hand, and before I can ask, I feel the butt of my pistol pressed into my palm. Kayla's instinctively ducked low, but her eyes are on me. She's waiting for an instruction, and right now, I have no fucking idea what to tell her. We're surrounded and I'm not seeing a way out. Again. The next decision is taken from me as the men open fire. I press a hand over her head to keep her down and throw myself over her. The air rushes out of her, but she stays still as I kick the door open, lean out, and take aim. Timur! She cries out as bullets whine past us. Stay down, I yell, drawing a line at a head that emerges over a door frame and squeezing the trigger. There's a hoarse cry, and I spin and take aim again. I fire off 3 more rounds quickly, then a 4th, and I'm rewarded by a heavy thump as someone falls and his gun skitters across the road. The Glock holds 17 rounds, and I have a spare mag in the bag. But another vehicle pulls in, and I'm starting to worry it won't be enough. My best bet right now is to hold them off until help comes. I'm struck by how pathetic I am at this moment, incapable of defending her. Once again, I'm not enough to protect the woman in my care. I need help to come. Please let help.
Chapter 38. Kayla. Bullets are flying by, and for the second time in as many days, I'm waiting for the feeling of lead piercing my flesh. Timur has ducked behind the door. He's sweeping the barrel of the gun briskly as he picks out targets. He aims, and there's an explosion. A man beside one of the other cars drops. I duck to the floor and clap my hands over my ears, as if blocking out the sound will make it all go away. I'm starting to think that burying my head in the sand is my way of coping with disaster. Another vehicle pulls up, and more men pour out of it. Oh, God, there are too many of them. Timur's jaw is set in grim lines, but otherwise, he seems undeterred. He spins and pops off 2 more rounds, and another 2 men drop. Thank God he's accurate, because I don't know how much ammunition he could be packing. But now, we're surrounded. They are coming from all directions. There is nowhere to go. I shriek as something flies by too close. And then I stare in horror. The man next to me, my savior, my lover, My protector suddenly jerks and sways. Something hits him and a stain of blood blossoms on his shoulder. Timur! I let out a desperate scream, as if taking a bullet was the most natural thing to do. Timur switches the weapon to his other hand and continues firing. I duck and scramble behind the vehicle, hoping to reach him. I have to get to him. He's hurt. Stay clear. He snarls at me through gritted teeth. They will not fire at you. What does he mean? I have to get to him. He must be in a world of pain. But he's still not backing down. Not wavering. More shots ring out. Another man drops beside an open car door ahead of us, but the cacophony of gunfire that's ringing around us is beyond comprehension. I see a shadow flit to one side, and I let out a scream. Timur, to your left. He spins and takes aim, his other arm dangling uselessly at his side. Every detail of the moment comes into a sharp definition. His blood is now streaming down his arm and dripping off his fingertips. An explosion behind me leaves my ears ringing, head reeling, and that is when it happens. My worst nightmare taking form. Right in front of me, I watch in horror as Timur jerks again. Another bullet catches him, this time in the back. It spins him around, and there is a long second of silence. Even the air stops moving as his gaze meets mine for a brief moment. It happens in a fragment of a second, but it seems like eternity. I stare deep into his dark eyes, beautiful eyes that go wide as another slug slams into his chest. No! I scream in anguish and I feel my heart clench. Timur. His eyes are still locked on mine as his fingers uncurl from the weapon. It falls free as his hand moves to the front of his shirt. Timur! Timur! Oh God! No! I'm still screaming uncontrollably, stretching out to him. But there's a world between us now. I can't get to him. I can't reach him in time. I can't reach him! Please, please. God, no! I wail in desperation. I feel thick arms wrapped around my waist, and I'm being lifted and dragged. I thrash against the strong grip, kicking out, flailing, and feeling my nails rake against flesh. Timur is still staring at me, but he's now sunk to his knees, and I'm being dragged inexorably away. Away from him? I'm putting my heart and soul into the fight, but I can't break free from the arms around my ribcage. No! Let me go! There are hands on my arms as I'm torn backward, still screaming like a wild animal. His eyes have not left my face, and his lips move soundlessly. Dushenka. He mouths as I watch blood bubble in the corner of his lips. I feel sobs joining my screams. Tears streak my cheeks, and I taste the salt of them on my lips. Timur, God. Timur? It's a hoarse croak as my voice finally gives out. He sags forward and drops face first onto the tar. As his body goes limp and the gunfire ceases around us, a voice grinds gruffly behind me, almost tearing into the fresh silence. We got her. Boss. Yeah. We took him out. No. He's dead. Eyes. The fight goes from me, and I feel myself hang limply in their grasp. It's over. He's gone. Forever. I'm never getting him back. End of part